Chapter 620. The sacred text of Tao Te was much more profound than the Taishang scripture. It contained the Tao of Yin and Yang. The unborn man was immediately immersed in it. After only one day, the unborn man felt that the qi of life and qi of death in his body suddenly became harmonious. Gu Hai also ignored the unborn man. Through the sound transmission of the Guqin figurine, the news rushed to the heavenly court at an extremely fast speed. After explaining everything, Gu Hai, accompanied by Gao Xianji, Montez, and Guqin, went to a forbidden area of the Han dynasty beside the imperial palace. Outside the forbidden area, there was a large number of array formations and mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. Outside, there was a large number of Dahan soldiers guarding the area, and the security was tight. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When the guards saw Gu Hai, they immediately bowed respectfully. Gu Hai nodded and walked to the innermost area. Inside the array was a huge altar. Countless beasts were carved around the altar, and each of them had a pair of huge horns on their heads. There were also many grooves around the altar, which were filled with spirit stones. "Father, this array formation has been completed. What else do we need to do?" Guqin asked. "Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chueshua, Duguchiobai, and Zhang Sanfeng, protect me. No one is allowed to come close." Gu Hai suddenly shouted. "Buzz!" In an instant, the 4 cloud beasts arrived outside the array. Gu Hai flipped his hand and activated a stone on the array formation. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, energy was poured into the stone according to a certain order. In an instant, the entire altar turned blue. The blue light slowly gathered at the center of the altar, forming a sphere. An energy sphere, which grew bigger and bigger until it was 10 feet tall. Waves of eerie aura surged out from the energy sphere. Gao Xianji, Guqin, and Montez were shocked. "What is this?" At the same time, the unborn man, who was comprehending the sacred text of Tao Te in the imperial palace, suddenly turned and looked in the direction of the altar. However, he also sensed that strange and eerie aura. Although he was very curious, the unborn man didn't get up and go. "Gu Hai is so evil," the unborn man said in a low voice. After a moment of silence, the unborn man continued to comprehend the sacred text of Tao Te. On the altar, Gu Hai looked at the huge blue sphere in front of him and reached out to touch. Buzz! Suddenly, the blue sphere shot out a beam of blue light and entered Gu Hai's body. "That's the feeling." Gu Hai's face lit up. "All of you touch it," Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Guqin, Meng Tai, and Gao Xianji all touched it. Immediately, beams of blue light entered their bodies. "What's going on?" Guqin was slightly stunned. Gu Hai suddenly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Suddenly, his body trembled. Buzz! Gu Hai's soul suddenly left his body. Guqin, Montez, and Gao Xianji all followed Gu Hai's example. Their bodies shook and their souls left their bodies. "Your Majesty, we..." Gao Xianji's soul looked at her own body in shock. "Your souls will enter with me. Let's go," Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gu Hai's soul stepped forward and instantly entered the huge blue light sphere. Buzz! It stepped into it and disappeared. Gao Xianji, Montez, and Guqin followed suit. Buzz! Everyone's souls disappeared from the altar and entered the blue light sphere. Once they entered the blue light sphere, they immediately appeared in front of another huge altar. This altar was exactly the same as the one in the infinite celestial capital. There was also an energy sphere on the altar, but it was black. Rumble! Suddenly, black gas surged from all directions and enveloped the souls of the 4 people. Bam! The black gas suddenly dispersed. Everyone looked at each other in shock, only to see that each of them had another body. However, this body was quite demonic. It was blood-red all over, as if its muscles were exposed. There was a pair of horns on its head, looking exceptionally ferocious. It was the same for its face. It was as if there was no skin, only muscles. They could vaguely see each other's faces. This is an Azura? Montez's expression suddenly changed. We've all become Azuras? Gao Xianji's expression also changed. Father, what's going on? Guqin said in shock. Gu Hai ignored everyone's shock and looked up at the sky. The Azura Dao secret realm was different from the human Dao secret realm. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and within the dark clouds, there was a scarlet light. The entire secret realm was dark and gloomy. There were no broken souls within the dark clouds, only a boundless pressure. Where he was, however, was a huge mountain with many huge palaces around it. There was a main palace in the middle, with a plaque that read Massacre Divine Palace. Gu Hai, who had the body of an Azura, stepped towards the Massacre Divine Palace. Beside the Massacre Divine Palace, there was a stone tablet. Gu Hai looked at it carefully. Great Slaughter Celestial Capital, slaughter the heavens and slaughter the earth. His Holiness led the army and trampled the reincarnation of heaven and earth. In the first year, the Divine Blood Army attacked the 5 nations near Azura. They suffered heavy losses, with more than half of them dead. However, they built the soul-returning altar. The souls returned to the altar and reconstructed the body of an Azura. In the 10th year, they trampled the 5 nations and massacred the nations. In the Azura secret realm, the more one killed, the stronger one became. Kill, 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 kill. 100 years after arriving, the Great Slaughter Celestial Capital swept through the 16 nations of the eastern region. 1,000 years after arriving, the Great Slaughter Celestial Capital dominated the world. Kill, 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 kill. Azura's secret realm. Evil people gathered in this world. Not remembering each other, not remembering the past, reshaping society. 2,000 years after arriving, 10 billion lives were lost, and 108 Azura kings were slain. 3,000 years after arriving, the Divine Blood Army fought the first Azura of this world, the Styx River. Defeated. 4,000 years after arriving, His Holiness led the army and fought the Styx River again. Defeated. 5,000 years after arriving, His Holiness led the army and fought the Styx River Patriarch again. Defeated. 6,000 years after arriving, His Holiness led the army and fought the Styx River Patriarch again. Sensing the changes in the mortal realm, he stopped and returned to the divine continent. There weren't many words on the stone tablet, but Montez and the others gaped. Azura's secret realm? Montez exclaimed in surprise. The news of the human Dao secret realm had just spread, and Montez was still digesting everything that had happened in the sky palaces. Daiqiansheng had spent so much effort to open the door to the human Dao secret realm, and now the Emperor had brought him into the Azura secret realm? When he turned to look at Gu Hai, Montez was even more respectful. Massacre Shrine? That's where His Holiness used to live? Gao Xianji exclaimed. Inside the 4 palaces, there were many things left behind by the Great Slaughter Celestial Capital. There were even some maps. Gu Hai took a quick look, and then led the group to the peak of a tall mountain. They looked at the vast world in the distance. The Azura secret realm was much bigger than the human Dao secret realm. The place where the 4 of them stood seemed to be protected by a huge barrier. Outside the barrier, Azuras could be seen slaughtering one another in every direction. A battlefield of killing against killing for 6,000 years? No wonder the Great Slaughter Saint Lord felt that 6,000 years here was not enough. However, it's all killing and the mind can't be trained. He needs some time to clear his head, Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, isn't this a great place to train the army? Gao Xianji asked excitedly. Father, the people you asked us to prepare are for training the army? Guqin asked expectantly. That's right. In this world, the Great Slaughter Celestial Capital has set up a soul-returning altar. If you can't kill them, they can be reborn. However, we have to use them carefully. Let the 4 of us try out the wonders of the Azura secret realm first. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The three of them answered excitedly. Gu Hai led the three of them and picked some weapons around the Shrine of Massacre. Then, they slowly walked out of the Shrine of Massacre's barrier. When the three of them reached the edge of the barrier, the Asuras suddenly noticed Gu Hai's group. They immediately gave up on fighting and charged at Gu Hai's group. Oh? Looks like His Holiness left behind a lot of grudges. Gu Hai stared. Divine Blood Demon Army? Quick, eat them! The Nether River Patriarch said that we should kill the Divine Blood Demon Army if we see them. 4 initial Asuras. They can't even withstand a single blow. Kill them and get the reward from the Nether River Patriarch. The Asuras suddenly roared in anger. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly and slashed down with his saber. Boom! There was a loud sound, but it was knocked away by one of the Asuras in front of him. Asuras have ranks? Gu Hai's face darkened, but he still charged forward. Second cycle. Boom! After the second cycle, that Asuras instantly exploded. At the moment of explosion, a wisp of blue energy surged into Gu Hai's body. That blue energy was like a great tonic. It made Gu Hai tremble and feel comfortable, as if his strength had increased. Soul power? The souls in the human Tao's secret realm were eventually shattered into pieces and devoured by the immortal of the 6 paths. The Asura secret realm is a place where evil people kill each other and steal soul power? The more they kill, the more soul power they steal? And the stronger they are? Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. A normal heaven palace requires 3 souls to leave the body. Their divine souls are extremely weak. No wonder the Divine Blood Demon Army has 3 souls and is comparable to a heaven palace body. Is it because their divine souls have been strengthened to a substantial level? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Boom, boom, boom. Guqin, Montez, and Gao Xinji each killed an Asura. The Asura's body exploded, and their soul power was absorbed by the 3 of them. Your Majesty, I feel that my strength has increased, Gao Xinji said excitedly. That's right. When the divine soul is strengthened, the body will absorb energy faster. Our bodies in the infinite celestial capital are also absorbing energy faster, Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Everyone was excited. The one we killed just now should be the weakest Asura. However, we will become stronger, Guqin said excitedly. Your Majesty, how many Asuras are there in the Asura world? Montez asked in anticipation. I don't know. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty has killed for 6,000 years, but we haven't killed half of them. Moreover, the number of Asuras is increasing every day. They are all the evil people who died in this world. Gu Hai said solemnly. I hate that I have to leave. Gao Xinji said happily. Do you have the confidence to slaughter everyone in the Asura secret realm? Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh. Everyone looked at Gu Hai with a change of expression. 60 years? Time is tight. We have to be quick. His Holiness encountered the Nether River Patriarch and stopped. I will lead the army to kill the Nether River Patriarch and slaughter the entire Asura secret realm. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Yes. Although the 3 of them did not understand what 60 years meant, Gu Hai's ambition had infected everyone. Kill. So what? Chapter 621. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai, Guqin, Montez, and Gao Xinji returned to the square in front of the Shrine of Massacre. All of them had grown bigger and stronger. At this moment, the 4 of them were emitting a scarlet aura. It was obvious that the killing in the past 3 months was too fierce. Father, I was in the mood to kill. I can already face a rank 2 Asura. Why did I return? Guqin said unwillingly. That's right, Your Majesty. I've been feeling very comfortable these days. My divine soul has become much stronger. Montez said anxiously. Gao Xinji didn't say anything, but she was also unwilling. Gu Hai looked at them and said, If you continue killing, you will really become Asuras. The 3 of them were shocked. His Holiness was immersed in this feeling for 6,000 years. Now, follow me back. Calm down and digest what you've gained in the past few months, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The three of them answered immediately. They walked to the altar and touched the energy ball gently. Their bodies shook. The four of them disappeared from the Azura secret realm and returned to the boundless celestial capital's altar. 1. The four divine souls returned to their physical bodies. Blurred. The moment they returned to their physical bodies, Guqin vomited non-stop. Gao Xianji and Meng Tai also felt their insides churn, as if they were about to vomit. But Gu Hai threw a large amount of spiritual stones. The three of them quickly grabbed them. 1. The three of them quickly absorbed the energy from the spiritual stones. Soon, the spiritual stones turned into dust. The four of them took out the spiritual stones and absorbed them themselves. They only felt better after absorbing more than 100 spiritual stones. The divine soul has strengthened too much. The physical body can't keep up. Next time, remember to place a spiritual array around your physical body, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The three of them took a deep breath and replied. Your Majesty, my cultivation level doesn't seem to have increased much, but I feel that my true essence has become even purer, Gao Xianji said in astonishment. There will be benefits. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Gu Hai led the group out of the forbidden area of the altar. Gao Xianji, Montez, and Guqin looked at the altar in front of them reluctantly. At the same time, he was inexplicably excited. The four of them stepped out of the forbidden area. The Emperor of the Ancients has come out of seclusion. A voice suddenly rang out. Dongfang Bubi was the first to see Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Are there any bandits attacking us these days? Yes, there were 368 people who wanted to sneak in. I've already killed all of them. Invincible Dongfang pointed at a spot not far away. Indeed, between two tall mountains in the distance, thin needles pierced through the eyebrows of the powerhouses and hung between the two mountains. Ancient Emperor, we were wrong. Spare us. I was blinded by greed. Spare us. Mr. Good, I don't want the Tao Te Ching anymore. Spare us. Although they were pierced through the eyebrows, they were not dead. They just didn't dare to move. Everyone knew that as long as Invincible Dongfang shook the string slightly, they would be done for. Gu Hai looked at them coldly and ignored them. Your Majesty, Mr. Sima is here. Chen Tianshan quickly went up to him. Lead the way. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Yes. Chen Tianshan looked at Gao Xianji and the others curiously. Gu Hai turned his head and said, You all go back first and stabilize your cultivation. Calm your minds. Yes. Guqin, Gao Xianji, and Montez answered. Gu Hai followed Chen Tianshan quickly to a hall in the palace. Sima Chongkong was waiting there patiently. Soon, he saw Gu Hai arrive. Mr. Sima. Sorry for the wait, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, you're too polite. I just arrived 2 days ago. I knew that Mr. Good was in seclusion, so I didn't dare to disturb you, Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Sir, Princess Wan Yu didn't come? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly and said, Princess Wan Yu came, but His Holiness didn't allow it. He asked me to deliver something to you. I can lend it to you, but His Holiness wants something from you. Gu Hai said in confusion. Your communication method, Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Gu Hai's pupils constricted. He smiled bitterly. Communication method? Why could he send news to the heavenly palaces in such a short time? It was because he had the Guqin figurine that Yun Mo had refined. He could use the resonance of the Guqin figurine to quickly send news. It was quite secretive, but Long Zhangguo was too smart. Sure. Gu Hai nodded. In order to save Long Wanqing, Gu Hai could only provide Long Zhangguo with some Guqin figurines, but the number was limited. Sima Chongkong looked curious. I wonder what this thing that Mr. Good borrowed from His Holiness is? Sima Chongkong took out a jade box, his eyes full of curiosity. There was a restriction on the jade box, but Sima Chongkong didn't dare to open it. Gu Hai took the jade box. He pressed it with his hand. Ka ka ka. The restriction on the jade box was immediately undone. Gu Hai opened the jade box, revealing what was inside. Nothing, the sky-splitting axe, Gu Hai said lightly. Sima Chongkong was speechless. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Sima Chongkong looked at Gu Hai in shock, then smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, you better not tell me. He watched as Sima Chongkong left the limitless celestial capital in a daze. Gu Hai stood in the square of the soaring palace hall and narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty? Why did you let Sima Chongkong know about the sky-splitting axe? Chen Tianshan asked blankly. I showed it to Sima Zongheng and the Deqian princes. Gu Hai said in a low voice. This way, Mo Yike will have less help in what he wants to do in the heavenly court. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Chen Tianshan nodded. Although he didn't know why the emperor left Mo Yike in the heavenly court, he didn't ask too much if the emperor didn't want to say. The sky-splitting axe was back. Gu Hai also met the unborn man again. The unborn man looked at the sky-splitting axe in Gu Hai's hand and was at a loss for a moment. You? How did you do it? The unborn man still couldn't believe it. This was the #1 treasure in the world. How could he borrow it just like that? Is that important? Save Wanqing first, Gu Hai said in a low voice. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and nodded with a complicated expression. He carefully returned the sky-splitting axe to Gu Hai. Then, the unborn man reluctantly took out the sacred text of Taoism and returned it to Gu Hai. Gu Hai reached out and received it. When are we leaving? The unborn man asked in a low voice. As soon as possible. It would be best if we leave now. Gu Hai said in a low voice. All right. Hold my hand. The unborn man nodded. Gu Hai grabbed the unborn man. Then, the unborn man reached out and tapped the void. 1. The void trembled slightly and a vortex seemed to appear. Inchi billowed out of the vortex. Whoosh! The unborn man pulled Gu Hai, and the two immediately vanished from where they were. In the next moment, Gu Hai arrived at a mountain forest shrouded in boundless black qi. It was dead and gloomy. He looked up at the sky. A silver moon hung high in the sky, blooming with dazzling silver light. It was as bright as the sun in the world of the living. However, the silver light didn't have any heat. Instead, it had a cold feeling. The netherworld? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. That's right, the netherworld. Fortunately, Hoqing's territory is not far from here. I'll take you there, the unborn man said in a low voice. As he spoke, he pulled Gu Hai and instantly shot into the distance. Whoosh! They were too fast, several times faster than the flying ship. They flew for a day and a night before stopping. Bang! The two stood in a place where the wind was raging. There were no ghosts around, only this barren mountain range. Where is it? In that wind lake. The unborn man pointed at a strange small lake in the distance. The lake water was silvery white, but it strangely swept up gusts of wind that blew in all directions. For some reason, Gu Hai suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He didn't know why. Nothing? Gu Hai frowned. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Close your eyes. Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt and slowly closed his eyes. The unborn man took out some blue liquid and touched Gu Hai's eyelids and ears. It's him again. Eat him. Human flesh? Flesh and blood? My lord, that reckless guy is here again. Gu Hai instantly heard countless roars in his ears. It was extremely noisy. When he opened his eyes, whoosh! The place that had been empty just a moment ago was now filled with countless wandering ghosts. A few childlike ghosts even crawled on Gu Hai's body. They had sinister expressions and looked like they wanted to eat Gu Hai's flesh. Bastard! Gu Hai's expression changed as he trembled. However, it seemed like he couldn't touch those ghost children and couldn't hurt them. They are ghosts. You haven't opened your heavenly eye yet. You can't do anything to them with your physical body. The unborn man explained and reached out to help Gu Hai. Shing! However, the unborn man saw Gu Hai reach out and pull out a saber from his chest. It was the Life Ender saber. Ah! 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 Wherever the Life Ender saber passed, the ghost children crawling on Xiao Chen's body were immediately swallowed up by the black aura emitted by the Life Ender saber. You have another ghost blade? The unborn man said in surprise. Whoosh! Wherever the Life Ender saber passed, it immediately turned into black gas. As long as the ghosts in the surroundings touched them, they were instantly devoured by the small skulls in the black gas. Gu Hai turned his head and looked around. Earlier, Xiao Chen could not see anything. Now, he saw a boundless army of ghost soldiers holding weapons, glaring at him and the unborn man. Furthermore, at the mouth of the Wind Lake, there were many palaces that could be seen clearly. The largest one was called the Hoqing Palace. A large number of ghost soldiers were standing at the entrance of the Hoqing Palace. They looked at the unborn man as if they were facing a great enemy. My lord, Master Shou is here again. The ghost soldiers bowed respectfully at the Hoqing Palace. Here again? Qiu Fengshou, I spared you last time. This time, you are here to die again? And you even brought me a piece of flesh? A majestic voice came from the Hoqing Palace. Chapter 622. At the entrance of the Wind Lake in the Netherworld, with the help of the unborn man, Gu Hai immediately saw the appearance of the ghosts in the Netherworld. A moment ago there was not a single ghost, but the next moment they were surrounded by hundreds of millions of ghosts. Again? Qiu Fengshou, I spared you last time, but you're here to die again? And you even brought me a piece of flesh? A dignified voice came from the Hoqing Palace. Hoqing, I'm not the one looking for you this time. The unborn man said coldly. Oh? Not you? A cold snort came from the Hoqing Palace. Boom! A storm suddenly appeared at the entrance of the palace and swept toward the unborn man and Gu Hai. Humph! The unborn man snorted coldly. When the surging storm approached, it instantly scattered. However, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched slightly. He seemed to see wind sabers completely made of wind in that storm. Each saber strike carried a bone-piercing cold chi. It was like each saber strike could kill a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. However, in front of the unborn man, it suddenly collapsed. How powerful was the unborn man? Dong 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 dong. However, he saw a series of low footsteps coming from the entrance of the palace amidst the strong wind. A white-clothed man slowly walked out from within. The man was quite handsome. His long hair was draped behind him, and he wore a white robe embroidered with a silver dragon. His eyebrows were sword-like, and his eyes were extremely sharp. However, there were a lot of chains on his body, and there were 2 chains behind him, one red and one white, that connected to the interior of the Hoqing Palace. My lord! The ghost soldiers around bowed respectfully. Hoqing! Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. He's imprisoned at the entrance of the Wind Lake, and no Hoqing zombie can get close. Even so, I'm not his match. Every once in a while, he will open the reincarnation cycle and let countless ghosts in. The unborn man explained. Oh? Imprisoned? Who imprisoned him? Gu Hai was shocked. He himself. The unborn man explained. Myself? Imprisoning himself? Why? Gu Hai was confused. The unborn man shook his head. He was also quite puzzled. When Hoqing saw Gu Hai, he sneered. Brat, you're looking for me? Gu Hai's expression darkened as he nodded. Greetings, ancestor zombie, Mr. Hoqing. You've seen me? Qiu Fengshou attacked me several times, wanting to enter the world I guard. What, you want to go in too? Hoqing said calmly. As he spoke, Hoqing's body seemed to emit an endless storm of saber chi. He looked at Gu Hai with a cold gaze. Exactly. I want to find an Earth soul. I hope that the zombie ancestor Ho-Ching can make things easy for us, Gu Hai said gravely. Ha 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 ha. Looking for an Earth soul? Do you think you can enter the land of reincarnation just because you want to? Moreover, those who enter are all unpardonable evildoers. If you're looking for an Earth soul, you might have already been destroyed in the reincarnation, Ho-Ching said coldly. Ridiculous. My wife is Lian Shixing. How can you be so sure that she's unpardonable? Gu Hai said. The unborn man said bitterly, Wan Qing might have been dragged down by me. Although she died, she shared some of my bad debts with me. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Humph, Master Shou is a widower, and crippled person. He won't have a good ending. Brat, I advise you to stay away from him. Otherwise, you'll be punished by the reincarnation cycle, Ho-Ching said coldly. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Mr. Ho-Ching, Gu Hai is not talented, but I must enter the reincarnation cycle today to find my wife. I hope you can help me. Help you? Ha ha, why should I help you? Ho-Ching said coldly. Human world, De Qian Celestial Dynasty. Have you heard of it, Mr. Ho-Ching? Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Zhanghua, duel the heavens and won? Humph, brat, you're sent by Long Zhanghua? Ho-Ching squinted his eyes. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, a jade box appeared in Gu Hai's palm. As soon as the jade box came out, a strange aura was instantly emitted. Boom! Countless ghost soldiers were suppressed by this aura and knelt down. Ho-Ching's expression darkened. Gu Hai opened the jade box. Immediately, an aura several times stronger than before erupted from the box. Kaboom! This aura was very strange. Gu Hai didn't seem to feel it at all. However, the ghost army was suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. My lord, help! No. The ghost army trembled in fear. Even the storm around Ho-Ching's body seemed to be instantly suppressed. Long Zhanghua? Sky Splitter Axe? Ho-Ching's expression darkened. Mr. Ho-Ching, what do you think of using Sky Splitter Axe? I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to find a soul. Once I get it, I'll leave immediately. In the future, I'll prepare a generous gift to repay your kindness, Gu Hai said solemnly. Ho-Ching looked at Sky Splitter Axe with a gloomy expression. Ho-Ching, you sent that soul into the realm of reincarnation. We just want that soul. Unborn man said. Humph, Sky Splitter Axe? Unborn man, you found a good helper. You went to the human world and found Long Zhanghua? Long Zhanghua just won the battle. Everyone knows about it. You want to use Long Zhanghua to pressure me? Ho-Ching's expression was cold. Mr. Ho-Ching, this is just a request, Gu Hai said solemnly. Request? Gu Hai, listen carefully. This is the netherworld, not the human world. So what if you have Sky Splitter Axe? If you open the realm of reincarnation today, my 3,000 years of self-imprisonment will be for nothing. If you want to enter the realm of reincarnation, you have to defeat me first. Ho-Ching glared at him. He was unwilling. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Attack? That's troublesome. However, Long Wanqing was in Ho-Ching's realm of reincarnation. How could he give up today? Just as Gu Hai was about to attack with a determined look on his face, Sky Splitter Axe suddenly shone with a dazzling green light. A great annihilation will formed into an axe aura that suddenly charged towards Ho-Ching. Ho-Ching's expression changed, and he punched out. A loud noise rang out as Ho-Ching's fist and the axe collided. Hong! The ground under Ho-Ching's feet cracked, forming countless trenches like a spider web. Apart from Ho-Ching Palace, all the other palaces in the area also exploded. Countless ghostly soldiers that were kneeling in worship were instantly sent flying. Crack! 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 The axe aura suppressed Ho-Ching's fist. Ho-Ching's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The unborn man and Gu Hai's expressions changed. You attacked? The unborn man said in shock. No. Gu Hai frowned. Did Sky Splitter Axe attack by itself? At this moment, waves of green light came out of Sky Splitter Axe. The green light condensed into a figure. It was Long Zhanghua in a dragon robe. He stood in the air and held Sky Splitter Axe. He slashed out with the axe aura and suppressed Ho Qing. A projection? The unborn man exclaimed. Dai Qianxing is attacking? Gu Hai was also shocked. Long Zhanggua's projection held Sky Splitter Axe and looked coldly at Ho Qing. Then, he turned to Gu Hai. You asked me for help. I knew you were coming to the netherworld, so I left a trace of my divine will on Sky Splitter Axe. I didn't expect you to find another realm of reincarnation for me. Good, very good. Ha 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 ha. Long Zhanggua's projection seemed to be very happy. Realm of reincarnation? He could defeat the immortal of the 6 paths with just one realm of reincarnation. Now, he had another one. If he could get it, wouldn't his strength increase by another level? Wait, Dai Qianxing, Gu Hai said anxiously. I won't stop you from taking the realm of reincarnation, but please give me Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing? Since she's inside, there's no problem. Long Zhanggua's projection said calmly. As he spoke, Long Zhanghua turned his head and narrowed his eyes at Ho Qing, who was blocking Sky Splitter Axe with his fist. Ho Qing's expression was ferocious and indignant. Long Zhan reached out and withdrew his hand. The axe instantly returned to the heaven-splitting axe. Long Zhanghua pulled back his axe, but Ho Qing didn't dare go forward. Long Zhanghua, you promised my sister that you wouldn't interfere in the netherworld. Ho Qing glared at him and yelled. Long Zhanghua sneered. I'll talk to Empress Tuesday. Now, hand over the realm of reincarnation you're guarding. Otherwise, even if you're undying, I can still dismember you. Do you believe me? Long Zhanggua's eyes widened. Killing intent surged out of him. Boom. Ho Qing's expression changed drastically as the killing intent spread in all directions. Ho Qing was powerful. Even the unborn man wasn't his match when he was imprisoned. However, no matter how strong he was, it depended on who his opponent was. No matter how glorious Ho Qing's history was, he wasn't Long Zhanggua's match. He was Long Zhanggua's match. Long Zhanghua was a man of his word. If he said he would kill Ho Qing today, he wouldn't delay it until tomorrow. Moreover, even if he didn't say anything, Long Zhanghua could find the entrance to the realm of reincarnation after killing him. Unfortunately, he had been imprisoned here for 3,000 years, and all his efforts were in vain. Ho Qing snorted and glared at the unborn man and Gu Hai with hatred. They were the ones who brought this fiend here. Long Zhan looked at Ho Qing coldly. He took a step forward, and an even stronger murderous intent spread out. Ho Qing had no choice but to open it. Boom! The Ho Qing palace instantly exploded, revealing a huge blue jade wall. On the jade wall there were 2 chains that bound Ho Qing. The other end seemed to have fused into the jade wall. This is it? Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! On the jade disc, one could faintly see a blue energy slowly rotating like a whirlpool. We can use this to find Long Wanqing. The unborn man grabbed a strand of hair and threw it to Ho Qing. Wanqing's hair? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with anticipation. Long Zhanghua also looked coldly at Ho Qing. Ho Qing was conflicted, but under Long Zhanggua's pressure, he had no choice but to pinch Long Wanqing's hair and touch the jade wall. A ripple seemed to form on the jade wall, and an image suddenly appeared. In the image there was a long black river. The river surged and seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Many huge figures stood by the black river. These figures all gave off a bloody aura. They all had horns on their heads and looked ferocious. Azura? Gu Hai's expression changed. The Azura Dao mystic realm? The unborn man also exclaimed in shock. There were many Azuras standing by the black river. Their skin color was no longer limited to the scarlet red of their muscles. There were purple, white, green, and blue colors. Long Wanqing's strand of hair suddenly floated to a green-skinned Azura. The green Azura also seemed to sense it and turned to look. Wanqing. That's Wanqing. She's turned into an Azura. The unborn man suddenly exclaimed. Wang. The appearance of the strand of hair immediately caused the Black River to surge. Boom! Black water rushed out of the Black River and rushed toward the strand of hair. Rumble, rumble, rumble! Suddenly, a huge force was formed, and it seemed to be rushing towards the jade disk. Greetings, Nether River Patriarch. The Azuras bowed respectfully to the Black River. Boom! The black water rushed out and formed a force that instantly destroyed the image on the jade wall. Chapter 6:23. Boom! The black water gushed out, forming a force that destroyed all the images on the jade wall. Azura Path Mystic Realm? Nether River Patriarch? Long Zhangua squinted his eyes. Daiqianxing, in the human Tao realm, the immortal of 6 paths devoured the souls of ordinary ghosts. But this Azura realm seems to be different. There are no souls gathered in the sky, and the strength of the Azuras is extraordinary. That Nether River Patriarch is even more powerful. He broke through all the spells and arrived here. Why? Gu Hai frowned and asked. Every reincarnation has its own way of operating. If I'm not wrong, that Nether River Patriarch was deliberately cultivated by the immortal of 6 paths. Long Zhangua said. Oh! 800,000 years ago, the 6 paths of reincarnation was open to the people of the world. The Azura path gathered the earthly souls of the world to purify their sins, convert the evil spirits, and finally help them reincarnate. But now, in the Azura path of reincarnation, one can only enter, but not exit. If my guess is correct, the immortal of the 6 paths has erased the function of the Azura path's secret realm to purify sins. The evil spirits and sins can no longer be converted into Azuras, killing each other in order to gather the power of the souls. If I'm not wrong, the immortal of 6 paths wants to cultivate the strongest Azura king, and then kill it to steal its soul power. Long Zhangua said. Why? If killing Nether River Patriarch can get the soul power back, why not just kill all the Azuras? Wouldn't that be the same? Gu Hai frowned. Have you forgotten about the human Tao realm? Long Zhangua said calmly. The human Tao realm? The immortal of 6 paths only collects souls? Gu Hai's expression changed. In the human Tao realm, there was a black hole in the sky that devoured all the souls, but not the ghosts underground. The unborn man said, Soul fragments are ownerless souls without a clear mark of a person. They are pure nourishment. In the Azura secret realm, the sage of the 6 paths could indeed slaughter all the Azuras and rob them of their soul power. However, there were too many soul power imprints in the Azura secret realm, and forcibly absorbing them would affect one's temperament. That was why the Azuras were allowed to kill each other to strengthen themselves while they refined the other soul power. Once the soul power was purified, the sage of the 6 paths could harvest them. Take Patriarch Nether River for example. He only has one soul power imprint, but there are countless souls gathered together. In the end, all you need to do to consume Patriarch Nether River is assimilate his soul power imprint, which makes it much easier to absorb. If there are too many soul imprints, it will affect one's temperament? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, not long ago, the 4 of them had entered and killed a few Azuras. The 4 of them had become much more violent. It took them quite a while to calm down their murderous hearts. How many Azuras had they killed so far? The Long Zhangua ignored Gu Hai and looked at Ho Qing again. Long Zhan, as you can see, it's not that I don't want to look for Long Wanqing. It's just that the Nether River Patriarch is guarding the Azura secret realm. He has cut off my control over the Azura secret realm. Ho Qing said seriously. You can control it? Ha, you're not worthy. Since you can't find the Long Wanqing, fine. I'll take this Azura secret realm first, then deal with the Nether River Patriarch. The Long Zhangguo said. Take it? How? Ho Qing's expression changed. Rip! There was a loud bang in the void in front of him. The void was instantly torn apart. From the other side, a monstrous aura suddenly came. However, on the other side of the spatial rift, another dragon warring state appeared. However, that was not a projection but the real body. 1. The projection returned to the real Long Zhangguo, and the real Long Zhangguo grabbed the sky-splitting axe. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at the jade wall. His Holiness, quick, in case something happens. Long Zhangguo was next to Baiming Shou. Long Zhangguo came as soon as he heard about the reincarnation secret realm. He did not want to waste any time. He arrived in a short time. However, he saw that Long Zhangguo flipped his palm, and a bubble suddenly appeared in his palm. Battle Kingdom Immortal Dome? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! The moment the Warring State's Immortal Dome appeared, a black chain suddenly appeared and rushed towards the jade disk. Take the Azura Realm reincarnation? No, the heavens have given me a chance to atone for my sins. They have allowed me to guard the entrance of the Azura Dao's secret realm and take in the unpardonable evil spirits. If you take the Azura Dao's secret realm, then I will be held accountable. Ho Qing's expression changed drastically. However, Long Zhangguo did not care about Ho Qing at all. The black chain from the Battle Kingdom Immortal Dome was about to reach the jade disk. Ho Qing's eyes flickered intensely. No. Heavens, Ho Qing, tell the heavens that there is a change in the Azura Realm reincarnation. Ho Qing emitted a green light and waved his hand. Boom! The void suddenly trembled slightly. How dare you! Long Zhangguo's expression changed, and he released a powerful aura. Rumble! The surrounding void suddenly trembled. However, he saw a huge dark cloud appear out of nowhere in the sky. 1. The dark cloud opened, and an eye that covered the sky appeared. The Eye of Heaven? It appeared again? A monstrous pressure instantly appeared and came crashing down. Almost everyone below was forced to kneel down by this pressure. The unborn man, Baiming Shou, and even Gu Hai could not stand the pressure. Their knees were bent. Long Zhangguo's expression changed. He raised the sky-opening axe in his other hand and pointed it at the sky. Long Zhangguo! Immortal Six Paths' furious roar came from the void. The sky-opening axe slashed down as if it was going to cut through the last eye of the heavens. At the same time, the black chain from the Battle Kingdom Immortal Dome grabbed the jade disk. It seemed that Long Zhangguo was about to succeed. Humph! The heavens roared. 1. In the blink of an eye, he mysteriously disappeared. The sky-opening axe rushed into the sky, but it missed. The Eye of Heaven disappeared, and the pressure on Gu Hai disappeared. His knees that were about to hit the ground stopped. Did the heavens escape? Just when Gu Hai thought Long Zhangguo had succeeded. Boom! The huge jade disc exploded with a loud bang. What? Long Zhangguo's expression changed. However, he saw the shadow of a little finger suddenly appear in the void. With a light press, the jade disc was completely destroyed. Ah! Ho Qing, who was still holding the jade disc, froze. Entrance? Dominator of the Six Paths, you destroyed the entrance to the secret land of reincarnation. Raging flames erupted from Long Zhan's body. Long Zhangguo, enjoy your last moments. When I appear again, it will be your time of eternal damnation. A loud sound suddenly came from the sky. All traces of the immortal of the Six Paths disappeared into the sky, and so did the shadow of the pinky finger. Only Ho Qing was left, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Ho Qing, do you want to die? Long Zhangguo put away the immortal dome and attacked. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Gu Hai felt his surroundings explode. He was at the center of the explosion. Let's go. The unborn man's expression changed. He grabbed Gu Hai and shot into the distance. Even so, Gu Hai could feel the void tearing his body apart as he flew. Bang! Gu Hai and the unborn man landed on the peak of a mountain 10,000 miles away. At this moment, the ground around them was shaking, and the void storm was raging. The land within 10,000 miles was completely flattened. Dust and gravel flew into the sky. There was a huge crater in the center. Long Zhanghua stood in the sky and looked down at Ho Qing, who was in the crater. Ho Qing was covered in blood, and even his bones were sticking out. He was dying in the crater. One strike? Long Zhanghua. The unborn man was shocked. That was the zombie ancestor Ho Qing. Long Zhanggua's angry strike rendered him defenseless? Ha ha ha, Long Zhanghua, just kill me. I won't regret it. As long as Jiang Yao is innocent, it's enough. Jiang Yao and I used a forbidden art, and the heavens won't forgive us. I finally got this chance, please forgive us. I imprisoned myself for 3,000 years, how can I let all my efforts go to waste? I can die, but Jiang Yao must live. This way, the heavens won't blame Jiang Yao, ha 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 ha. Ho Qing trembled in the crater and laughed. Long Zhanggua's ferocious expression slowly turned cold, and his murderous aura also disappeared. Humph, Ho Qing, you really are infatuated. However, I don't care about you at all. If I didn't owe Hutu a favor, I would have ended you today, bastard. Long Zhanghua revealed a ruthless expression. Ho Qing trembled in pain, but he didn't say anything. Long Zhanggua's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at Ho Qing for a while and snorted. Boom! Long Zhanghua turned around and stepped into the ripple created by Baiming Shou. Long Zhanghua entered, and so did Baiming Shou. The two disappeared in an instant. Long Zhanghua went back. The unborn man clenched his fists and said angrily. The dust slowly dispersed. Ho Qing was full of injuries, but he was recovering at an extremely fast speed. Let's go. The unborn man said angrily. The unborn man pulled, and the space trembled slightly. With Gu Hai in tow, he stepped into the spatial ripple and disappeared. After the unborn man and Gu Hai left, Ho Qing slowly got up from the ground. Ho Qing got up with a gloomy face. Long Zhanghua, I'm not your opponent, but I'll make you regret today's humiliation one day. And that Qiufeng Shou and that Gu Hai, just you wait, roar! Gu Hai and the unborn man arrived in the world of the living, but this place was already some distance away from the limitless sky capital. It's all over. Wan Qing can't be saved. The entrance to the secret realm of reincarnation was destroyed by the heavens. No one can enter, no one can. The unborn man sat on the ground dejectedly. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man and frowned. Unborn man, do you still remember what I said before? The unborn man turned to look at Gu Hai. Ally with you? You still have a long way to go. The unborn man shook his head. Looking at the unborn man, Gu Hai sighed. Then, I'll wait for the day you think it through. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. He didn't mention the entrance to the Azura secret realm of the limitless sky capital. It was too important, so he had to be careful. However, the unborn man scolded Gu Hai for a while and said, however, the battle between Long Zhanghua and the immortal of the Six Paths hasn't ended yet. Everything is still uncertain, but it might be possible in the future. Gu Hai, I know you wholeheartedly care about Wan Qing. I believe you, I can ally with you, but you have to promise me that as long as there's a chance to enter the Azura secret realm, you have to do everything you can to save Wan Qing. You're willing to enter the Dahan? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. I'm an incompetent father, but I'm still a father after all. I'm willing to use the rest of my life to sacrifice myself for them, the unborn man said with a trembling voice. It was as if he had made a huge decision. The unborn man didn't care about his past reputation anymore. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, the unborn man would do everything he could. Good. Mr. Unborn Man, it won't be long before I can bring you to see Wan Qing, Gu Hai said excitedly. The unborn man was slightly stunned. Chapter 624. Heavenly Courts. Long Zhangguo returned, unable to calm down for a long time. He was so close to obtaining the Azure Realm. But in the end, all his efforts were for naught. On this day, Long Wanyu brought Mo Yike to visit Long Zhangguo again. Your Majesty has sent me a message. Your Majesty is also disappointed in the battle in the Netherworld. We were so close, and all our efforts were for naught. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai, have you chosen your candidates? Long Zhangguo asked solemnly. I am in charge of selecting candidates in the Heavenly Court. Your Majesty, Daqianxing, please be patient. Mo Yike said solemnly. I have told Gu Hai that time is limited. We cannot waste a single second. Long Zhangguo said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty has asked me to inform Your Majesty, Daqianxing. Whether it was the plot of the human Dao realm or the Azure realm in the Netherworld, Your Majesty is already on the same side as Your Majesty. Your Majesty is currently making preparations for Your Majesty, Daqianxing. Your Majesty assures you that you will definitely be satisfied. Mo Yike said solemnly. Oh? You will definitely satisfy me? Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes. Yes, but before that, Your Majesty has asked me to borrow money from Your Majesty, Daqianxing. Mo Yike said solemnly. Borrow money? Long Zhangguo was surprised. The Han dynasty had 60 cities. How much tax did Gu Hai have to pay? Yes, the Dahan is short on spiritual stones. He needs the Qian resources. The more spiritual stones, the sooner Your Majesty can satisfy Your Majesty, Daqianxing, Mo Yike said solemnly. Long Zhangguo looked at Mo Yike with narrowed eyes. The infinite celestial capital. At this moment, millions of people had gathered in the formation of the forbidden area. There were the Dahan army, officials, and some people in black robes. He stood respectfully at the side of the altar. On the altar stood Gu Hai and the unborn man. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man and said solemnly, From today onwards, Mr. Unborn Man, the Han dynasty will establish the Longevity Temple. You will be the head of the temple. What do you think? Longevity Temple? Hey, good. The unborn man stared at Gu Hai, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Gu Hai did not make the unborn man submit to him. Just like the supreme beast, Shangguan Hen, he only wanted to form an alliance. Everything could be slowly adjusted in the future. Let's see who's better. Now, the most important thing was to tie the unborn man to the war chariot of the Han dynasty. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and was silent for a while. Then, he said in shock, Gu Hai, ancient emperor, you are so cunning. You are so cunning. The unborn man knew that if he had not agreed to form an alliance with the Han dynasty, Gu Hai would never have told him about the entrance to the altar. He had tried so hard to enter the secret realm of the Azure Dao, but to no avail. Gu Hai, who was only at the nascent soul stage, had moved the entrance to the secret realm of the Azure Dao right to his doorstep? Right in front of his doorstep? If it was before, the unborn man would never have believed such a strange thing. How was it possible? How did he do it? The unborn man did not ask in detail. He also knew that Gu Hai would never tell him. Mister, you saw it just now. The Azuras killed each other and fought for the soul power. However, the soul power did not have much effect on increasing one's cultivation. What did it replenish? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. The increase in soul power has a limited effect on one's cultivation. However, it requires an endless amount of spirit stones. The replenishment of one's physical body is only a side effect. The main purpose is to strengthen the foundation of the three souls. The unborn man explained. You cultivated your physical body and then reached the Yuanying state. Do you feel anything strange? The physical body is a container. The stronger the physical body, the bigger the container, and the more energy the nascent soul can carry. My nascent soul has the strength of several nascent souls of ordinary people. Gu Hai said in a low voice. In the past, the Yuanying state cultivated their souls. When they opened the heavenly palace, they cultivated their souls. It was the same for souls. When they opened the heavenly palace, some were stronger than others. Why? It was because each of their heavenly palaces carried a different amount of energy. The stronger the soul power, the more energy they could carry. I heard that when the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty's divine blood army returned, their souls had the strength to open the heavenly palace. They were extremely extraordinary. What they lacked was time and opportunity. If they were all successfully possessed, they would have been able to conquer the world after a period of accumulation. Do you believe it? The unborn man said in a low voice. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Wait, you got this from His Holiness? The unborn man suddenly reacted. Gu Hai nodded. Impressive, impressive. The unborn man could only sigh in awe. That day, you said that every Shura has their own soul imprint and needs time to refine it. Otherwise, it would affect their mental state? Gu Hai asked. That's right. The last time you entered, 3 months was the limit. It's best to enter once every 3 months. Your Tao Te Ching is the best scripture for calming one's mind. Once every 3 months, you can recite the Tao Te Ching verbally for a day. The unborn man explained. Once every 3 months? That's good. Gu Hai nodded. But Wan Qing is inside. How are we going to find her in the vast Shura Sea? The unborn man asked worriedly. Wan Qing is a green Shura. We just have to kill everyone in the Azura mystic realm and leave only the green Shura alive. Gu Hai explained. Are you crazy? The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty has not been able to kill everyone in 6,000 years. You? The unborn man did not believe him. It won't take that long. I have a special way. Gu Hai shook his head. The unborn man paused and frowned. But you kill Shura and increase your soul power. Can your body withstand it? Spirit stones can nourish the physical body. However, do you have enough spirit stones in your 60 cities? Don't worry, the spirit stones will be delivered one after another. Gu Hai nodded. Alright, then hurry up. Let's go in. And your million-strong army. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty only killed half of their 5 million-strong army after 6,000 years. You only have a million-strong army. Let's see how you can clear the Azura mystic realm in such a short time. The unborn man said solemnly. A million-strong army? You're wrong. We have 200 million-strong army. Gu Hai laughed. The unborn man was slightly taken aback. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and took out several ghost dividing boxes. He slowly spread them out around the altar. What are these? The unborn man looked at the boxes in confusion. Divine soul, leave the body. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The million-strong army shouted in unison. Gu Hai led the million-strong army and touched the blue energy ball. Wung 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 wung. Instantly, a large amount of blue light entered their bodies. Everyone sat down cross-legged with Gu Hai. Wung. Including the unborn man, everyone's soul separated from their physical bodies. The million-strong army looked around in surprise. They looked at their own bodies and were excited. However, they did not dare to say anything. They only looked at Gu Hai respectfully. A dream rises. My spirit soars. I enter the heavens and earth. My spirit travels. My spirit determines the heavens' fate. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. While the unborn man and the others were puzzled, they saw the thousands of ghost sealing boxes on the altar blossom with dazzling lights. The lights were dazzling. There seemed to be more than 200 different colors. However, no one could tell what the colors were. What boxes are these? I feel like my entire spirit is trembling. The unborn man said in surprise. 1,000 people in a group. Step into each box like this, Emperor. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Gu Hai's spirit slowly stepped into one of the ghost dividing boxes. 1. Gu Hai's spirit entered the box. The ghost dividing boxes immediately closed. Wung wung wung. The ghost dividing boxes trembled slightly. Everyone opened their eyes wide. The ghost dividing boxes trembled and opened again. A colorful light shone from inside. 1. Gu Hai's spirit stepped out of the ghost dividing boxes. You didn't change at all? The unborn man looked at Gu Hai's soul in surprise. However, in the next moment, the unborn man opened his mouth wide as he saw another divine soul emerge from the ghost dividing box. Wow! The entire square was in an uproar. Another emperor? How was that possible? Another one? Exactly the same? The million-strong army was shocked, and so was the unborn man. That's impossible. Your 3 souls are still there, not separated. How could you? The unborn man exclaimed. The screams were not over yet. Buzz! The third Gu Hai's spirit walked out of the box. OM! 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 One after another, Gu Hai walked out of the ghost distribution boxes, one after another. Countless soldiers were on the verge of collapsing. 200 emperors? How did he do it? How was that possible? The unborn man looked at Gu Hai, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. It was as if he could not accept this fact, but this was the truth. 200 Gu Hai looked exactly the same. Quick! The 200 Gu Hai shouted at the same time. Yes, the million-strong army immediately shouted. Previously, Gu Hai had divided them into thousands of units. Now they were all pouring into the ghost dividing box. Smack! OM! Smack! Wallalalala! His divine soul was expanding at an extremely terrifying speed. When one entered, 200 would come out. When one entered, 200 would come out. The unborn man looked at the scene in front of him, and completely approved of it. In the end, he looked at Gu Hai with a strange gaze. In the past, the unborn man would never have thought that Gu Hai was so strange. The unborn man also followed suit and entered. As expected, when he came out, there were 200 godly souls. In the blink of an eye, there were really 200 million godly souls. Let's go! The 200 Gu Hai shouted at the same time. Yes. Rumble! Through the entrance, the 200 million army entered the Azura Path secret realm. As soon as the 200 million godly souls entered the Massacre Divine Palace, there seemed to be a rolling black storm that swept in from all directions and rushed towards the 200 million godly souls. Rumble! Very quickly, the 200 million godly souls were enveloped by the black energy and turned into Azuras. Outside the boundary of the Massacre Shrine, there were countless Azuras waiting. At this moment, an army of Azuras had gathered. They were preparing to encircle and kill the Azuras coming out of the Massacre Shrine. There were more than 100,000 Azuras in the army, and each of them looked ferocious. They're here! Suddenly, one of the Azuras exclaimed in surprise. The Azuras' battle intent soared to the sky, but soon their expressions changed. Because of the black energy gathering around them, the number of Azuras suddenly increased. 100,000? It was about the same as them. 1,000,000? 10 times more than them? 10 million? 100 times more than them? And it was increasing? How was that possible? 100 million? 1,000 times more than them? The Azuras were dumbfounded. It's still increasing? How could it be? It's still increasing? This time, it's even more than the Divine Blood Demon Army, much more? One of the Azuras exclaimed. Run! One of the Azuras screamed in fear. Rumble! The 100,000 Azuras that were preparing to encircle Gu Hai suddenly screamed in fear and ran away. It's fine if you want me to kill one, but you want me to kill 1,000? What a joke! Rumble! Before Gu Hai's army completely entered the Azura Path secret realm, the Azuras were all scared away. Chapter 625. 200 million soldiers had entered the Azura Dao secret realm. Gu Hai glanced at the fleeing Azuras and did not pay much attention to them. One soul in a group split up. The 200 Gu Hai shouted. Soon, the 200 million soldiers were divided into 200 groups. There were weapons left behind by the Great Slaughter Celestial Dynasty, but there were not enough to go around. However, it did not matter. Once they were out of this area, there would be countless weapons. The Azura Path mystic realm is filled with evil spirits that are beyond redemption. Killing them is pointless, destroying them to eliminate evil. Let's go. The 200 Gu-hai shouted. Each Gu-hai led a group of soldiers and stepped out of the Massacre Divine Palace's array. They were divided into 200 groups and started to sweep through the entire Azura world. Soon, a group of Gu-hai's soldiers arrived at a small sect. The sect's Azuras seemed to have caught a group of Azuras from the outside world and were roasting them over a fire. Don't pity them, don't mind them. They are the worst of the worst. That's why they became Azuras. Kill! Gu-hai shouted. Holding a long saber, he took the lead and rushed forward. Kill! Rumble! The million-strong army followed behind and started to slaughter the Azura Dao sect. Rumble! War was tragic. At this moment, no one cared about schemes and military tactics. Kill, 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 kill! Instantly, the Azura Dao secret realm started to sweep through. It was the same in 1 place, 10 places, and 100 places. Gu-hai's army was like a swarm of locusts. Wherever they went, not a single blade of grass was left. Kill, 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 kill! There were wins and losses. There were also Dahan soldiers who were killed. However, the moment they died, their souls returned to the altar outside the Massacre Divine Palace and reformed their bodies. Gu-hai arranged for them to return to the battlefield immediately. Soon, they came across some small cities nearby and encountered powerful Shura leaders. Gu-hai's army suffered heavy casualties. After all, the difference in strength was too great. However, Gu-hai was not in a hurry. His army was endless. Even though the Azura level was high, they could slowly grind him to death. If one group of Gu-hai's million-strong army is not enough, I will send 2 groups. If 2 groups are not enough, I will send 10 groups. If 10 groups are not enough, I will send 20 groups. Gu-hai's army could not be killed, and they were endless. Suddenly, the powerful Shura leader could not take it anymore. When he couldn't take it anymore and was slowly worn out until he had no more strength left. Boom! With a single slash, Gu-hai killed the Shura leader. At this moment, everyone had forgotten themselves as they enjoyed the slaughter to their heart's content. The surrounding Azura kingdoms were instantly annihilated. Kill, 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 kill! Just as the surrounding Azura kingdoms were about to collapse, Gu-hai's army retreated. Because 3 months had passed. No matter what the situation was, Gu-hai had set a rule. Every 3 months they would stop and return to the massacre shrine. Go back! The 200 Gu-hai shouted at the same time. Wang. The 200 million strong army quickly returned to the Han dynasty through the black energy ball. The divine souls rolled back and filled the forbidden land in the blink of an eye. Return! Gu-hai shouted. Wang. All the divine souls returned to their bodies, and the 200 Gu-hai also returned to their bodies. In an instant, the 200 divine souls merged. Gu-hai's face flushed red, and his blood boiled as he suppressed the irritation in his heart. Gu-hai was fine, but the millions of soldiers could not take it anymore. Blurg! Blurg! I can't take it anymore! In an instant, countless soldiers vomited. Gu-hai waved his hand. Walla-la-la-la! Suddenly, countless spirit stones were sprinkled on everyone. Immediately, everyone absorbed the spiritual energy in the spirit stones as if they were thirsty. After absorbing some, their bodies felt better. Imperial Father, we have used up all the spirit stones in the spiritual array we set up previously, Guqin said with a frown. Your Majesty, we have used up 1 billion high-grade spirit stones this time, Chen Tianshan said in shock. Even if the Han dynasty had a lot of spirit stones now, it was still too much for them. It had only been 3 months. Our soul energy increased by so much? The unborn man was shocked. It's a good thing to have some growth. Don't worry about the spirit stones. However, all of you are feeling frustrated right now, right? Gu-hai looked at the crowd. Yes. The million-strong army nodded. Mr. Unborn Man, Please help me teach everyone to recite the Book of Tao Te. Dissolve the inner demons. 2 days later, we will enter the Azura Path's secret realm again. Gu Hai took out the Book of Tao Te. Oh? You are not reciting it? The unborn man was puzzled. I am the one who wrote the Book of Tao Te. I have a deeper understanding of it than all of you. Do I need to recite it? Gu Hai said calmly. In the past, Laozi had explained the Book of Tao Te to Gu Hai. In just a short while, Gu Hai had already refined countless shu remarks. As for the rest, he just needed to recite the Book of Tao Te in his heart. Okay. The unborn man nodded. However, I feel that the growth of my soul in the past 3 months is like the accumulation of 50 years of soul energy? The unborn man sighed. Of course, the soul is divided into 200 portions, Gu Hai said with a smile. The unborn man nodded blankly. Huh! Gu Hai's eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw that the ghost dividing box seemed to have dimmed a little. Nothing must happen to the ghost dividing box. Gu Hai immediately took out one of the ghost dividing boxes. He turned his back on everyone and injected a bit of heaven replenishing energy into it. However, this time, the ghost dividing box did not return to its original state. However, the shape of the ghost dividing box remained the same. Is there a limit to everything? Is the ghost dividing box also a consumable item? A complicated look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Montez asked curiously. Nothing. From now on, none of you are allowed to step out of this place. Kill all those who violate this order. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, everyone answered. Naturally, there could not be any mistakes in what they were doing this time. Not a single word could be leaked. They had to use a heavy punishment. Soon, the sound of the Book of Tao Te came from the Forbidden Land. No one was allowed to leave. Only Gu Hai stepped out of the ritual array. Some important officials of the Han dynasty, including the Crown Prince, Gao Xianji, Montez, Chen Tianshan, and many city lords, were summoned to this ritual array. Naturally, many officials in the imperial court were puzzled. Some of them even tried to make mistakes in some administrative matters. However, in just 3 months, Gu Hai appeared again. When Gu Hai came out, he immediately cleaned up a large number of officials who pretended to be obedient. The Han dynasty was immediately stabilized. At the same time, a group of people from heavenly courts brought Gu Hai a large number of spirit stones. The escort was still Sima Changkong. Gu Hai met Sima Changkong. Mr. Good, His Holiness asked me to deliver these things. They arrived yesterday, Sima Changkong said as he looked at the boxes. Mr. Sima, do you want to take a look? Gu Hai said with a smile. There's no need for that this time, Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. The last time he saw the heaven-splitting axe, it was enough. Now, with another 100 boxes, Sima Changkong did not want to be scared out of his wits anymore. All right, thank you, Mr. Sima, Gu Hai said with a smile. You're welcome. It's just that His Holiness asked Mr. Good to set off as soon as possible, Sima Changkong said solemnly. Go and report to Daqianxing that these things are on the way. Tell him that I've already started. In a few days, I'll definitely satisfy Daqianxing, Gu Hai said with certainty. All right. Sima Changkong nodded. After sending off Sima Changkong, Gu Hai stayed in the imperial court for 2 days. Then, he returned to the altar array with the 100 boxes. When the boxes were opened, they were filled with countless storage bracelets. Gu Hai took out one of the storage bracelets and opened it gently. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a large number of spiritual stones rolled onto the ground. About 5 billion high-grade spiritual stones. That should be enough for a while, Gu Hai said in a low voice. So many spiritual stones, Chen Tianshan exclaimed. Gu Hai waved his hand, and 5 billion spiritual stones suddenly burst out and spread out in all directions. It was as if they had drowned everyone. At the side, Meng Tai was also inexplicably shocked. Once upon a time, he had fought with the Emperor. What was there to fight for? The Emperor could easily get billions of high-grade spiritual stones when he went out. He must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Get ready to enter the Azura arcane realm again, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Whoosh. Gu Hai quickly led everyone into the Azura Dao's secret realm. Chant the Sutra of Taoism and continue to kill, Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The army answered loudly. During the slaughter, the army not only honed their combat skills, but also strengthened their divine spirit. They even cultivated a murderous intent and kept on killing. As the slaughter continued, Gu Hai's divine spirit also became stronger and stronger. His current Azura body was twice as big as before, reaching the height of a level 4 Azura. When the locusts passed through, not even a blade of grass grew. Wherever the Dahan army passed, ruins were left behind. They rested once every 3 months. After resting for 2 days, they immediately entered the state of slaughter again. For a time, the ferocity and brutality of the Dahan demon army spread everywhere in the Azura arcane realm. The news seemed to have grown wings and quickly spread in all directions. It also quickly spread to a black river. A group of Azuras stood outside the Black River and bowed respectfully at the Black River. Reporting to the Nether River Patriarch, another foreign army has appeared in our world. They are called the Dahan Demon Army. This Dahan Demon Army is even more ferocious and brutal than the Divine Blood Demon Army of the past. Not only are they ferocious in battle, but they are also organized. In just a year, they have broken through hundreds of Azura kingdoms and slaughtered everyone in their way. All Azuras have been wiped out. An Azura bowed respectfully at the Black River. Rumble. The Black River suddenly churned. The Dahan Demon Army? Even more ferocious than the Divine Blood Demon Army? Hey, good. A gloomy and cold voice came from the Black River. Patriarch, their nest is still in the massacre shrine. But, that Azura said worriedly, it's fine as long as it's an outsider. Earlier, I planned to let His Holiness of Massacre come. Everything was prepared and waiting for him to take the bait. As long as he takes the bait, I can use it to step out of this Azura arcane realm and no longer be controlled by the immortal of the Sixth Path. But he left at the last moment? That bastard had actually left. But fortunately, another Dahan demon army has come. Good. This time, I will not let go of this opportunity. I must leave this Azura arcane realm. Roar. A low roar came from the river. Yes. The Azuras answered. Chapter 6:26. Dayan Dynasty, inside a great hall. Qing Emperor was holding a letter with a puzzled expression. It's been 2 years. Gu Hai hasn't left the limitless celestial capital since he returned? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. Yes. Gu Hai has always been in the limitless celestial capital. He would appear every once in a while. A subordinate nodded. Then what happened to these officials? Have many of the Han Dynasty's officials disappeared without a trace? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. We don't know. The subordinate said bitterly. Trash. So many of them. How can they disappear just like that? Qing Emperor said coldly. Emperor, we also sent people to the limitless celestial capital. However, the security in the limitless celestial capital is very strict. It's impossible to sneak in, not even secretly. Those 4 experts are too powerful. The subordinate said bitterly. Dongfang's invincible? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. Yes. A single embroidery needle can stop 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses. Last time, there was even a central celestial palace who wanted to infiltrate the limitless celestial capital. He first went to Zhang Sanfeng's place. Zhang Sanfeng was merciful and only injured him, but did not kill him. However, the second time, he offended Dongfang's invincible. As a result, he is still being tortured by needles. The subordinate said bitterly. Central Celestial Palace? Zhang Sanfeng's invincible Dongfang? Han Dynasty's invincible celestial capital can only be infiltrated from these two places? Qing Emperor said coldly. There are also two places. One is overseeing Duguqiubai, and the other is overseeing Shimenchueshu. Another two people I have never heard of. Emperor Qing narrowed his eyes. I heard that sword cultivators don't even dare to approach these two. Those who approach them will have their long swords humming as if submitting to them. Duguqiubai didn't use a sword either. He seemed to be raising condors all day long. However, as soon as someone approached, the surrounding vegetation would turn into divine swords. Dozens of intruders were all stabbed to death by the vegetation. That Shimenchueshu was even more bizarre. Every day, he would clean his long sword in a plum forest. When the snowflakes fell, he would blow at the blade of his long sword. The people who were lurking nearby all died inexplicably. The subordinate said bitterly, "You are blowing blood, not snow? Shimenchueshu?" A trace of surprise flashed through Qing Emperor's eyes. Yes, Gu Hai is in the infinite celestial capital. He doesn't care about anything else. Oh right, De Qian's Sima Chongkong went there a few times. I don't know what she said to Gu Hai. The subordinate said blankly. Qing Emperor turned his head to the northwest. The boundless celestial capital? Looks like I'll have to make a trip there myself. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The infinite celestial capital. In the forbidden area. The sacred text of Tao Te Ching echoed in the array. Gu Hai led the army back. His soul returned to his body and suppressed his inner demons. Dust piled up around the crowd like a mountain. The dust surrounded his body, but no one said anything. Everyone knew that this was not dust, but spirit stones. They had absorbed all of their spirit energy and turned into fine powder. In the past 2 years, Gu Hai had also absorbed a lot of energy. Boom, boom, boom. Around the altar, the sound of people breaking through could be heard. Gu Hai also suddenly broke through. Gu Hai allowed all of his power to accumulate in his dantian. Within his dantian, the spiritual mother God King stood. The spiritual mother was the 3rd level of the Yuanying state. Now, she was the 5th level of the Yuanying state. One had to know that among all of Gu Hai's nascent souls, only the Spirit Mother Divine King was the hardest to cultivate. Who? Gu Hai exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. Your Majesty, everyone is in the Yuanying state. They are at least in the 3rd nascent soul realm, Gao Xianji said excitedly. In just 2 years, the Han Dynasty had created a super army in the Yuanying state. How's yours? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. I'm already in the 5th nascent soul realm. I can already open the Sky Palace. Your Majesty, do I need to break through? Gao Xianji said expectantly. A 5th nascent soul realm cultivator could attempt to open the Sky Palace. Gu Hai could also do it now. However, Gu Hai had been restraining himself. It's best not to. Now that you have this opportunity, it's best that you reach the peak of the Yuanying state. That way, your achievements will be greater. The unborn man explained. Okay. Everyone nodded. Your Majesty, our spirit stones. Chen Tianshan said worriedly. Continue reciting the sacred text of Tao Te Ching. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Everyone was not allowed to leave the altar. Gu Hai walked out of the array alone. The officials were used to it. The emperor would come out of seclusion every once in a while. Sima Chongkong had been here a few times and was used to it. He came 5 days earlier and waited patiently for Gu Hai. Mr. Sima, sorry to keep you waiting, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, it's been 2 years. Why are you still in the infinite celestial capital? Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Did you bring the items? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Sima Chongkong looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Yes. This time, it's 8 billion high-grade spirit stones. I collected them from all the cities and sent them here immediately. Mr. Good, why do you need so many spirit stones? Did Daiqianxing ask you to ask? Gu Hai said with a smile. No. His Holiness didn't ask. He just asked me to tell you that it's been 2 years. How much longer do you want to wait? Sima Chongkong shook his head. Since it wasn't Daiqianxing who said it, Gu Hai wouldn't say much. Tell Daiqianxing again that I didn't waste my time. It won't be long. In less than a year, there will be results, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Another year? Sima Chongkong's eyes widened. Gu Hai didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Sima Chongkong. After a while, Sima Chongkong finally reacted. You're saying that there's a result? Results? Solemnly, Gu Hai nodded. If it's fast, half a year. Sima Chongkong nodded with a complicated expression. After sending off Sima Chongkong, Gu Hai returned to the altar with a large amount of spirit stones. He cleaned up the spirit stones on the altar and scattered them again. Walla lala! The spirit stones piled up like a mountain, and the soldiers were excited. Your ghost dividing box is going to be colorless soon? The unborn man said worriedly. Gu Hai nodded. This ghost dividing box is reaching its limit. However, we have to use it as much as we can. We already met the first Azura King. There will be more and more Azura Kings in the future. We have to be quick. We have to advance to the river Styx. The unborn man nodded. Under Gu Hai's lead, the army entered the Azura Path mystic realm again. The Han Dynasty's army was like a swarm of locusts. They destroyed countless Azura cities along the way and expanded crazily. At this moment, they met a black-skinned Azura that was 1,000 feet tall. An Azura that was 1,000 feet tall was an Azura King. At this moment, Gu Hai was 800 feet tall. In Gu Hai's army, there were several Azuras that were dozens of feet tall. Each of them exuded a crimson killing intent. The Dahan demon army? Gu Hai, have you killed trillions of Azuras in the past 2 years? The black-skinned Azura King said coldly. You were sent by the Nether River Patriarch? Gu Hai sneered. The black-skinned Azura King narrowed his eyes. In the first year we were here we weren't an Azura King's match. If we were to encounter an Azura King, we would only be routed 1,000 miles away. But 10 days ago we already killed an Azura King. If there is a first, then there will be a second. Do you want to be the second? No, you can only be the third. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Third? Why? Because just now, I killed another Azura King 8 million miles south of here. Gu Hai said coldly. What did you say? The Azura King's expression changed. Kill. Gu Hai glared and took the lead to charge straight ahead. Rumble. The two armies clashed again. 3 months later, more than 300 Azura Kings were killed. The Dahan army returned once again. After resting for 2 days, they went on another expedition to the secret realm of the Azura Path. At this point, nearly half of the Azuras had been massacred. However, the current Han army had become exceedingly powerful. The rate at which they massacred the Azuras was much faster than before. It was close to 1 country per day. 2 months after the slaughter. Buzz. All of the armies fighting suddenly came to a halt. 10 million miles north of the Divine Palace of Massacre. Let's go. All of Gu Hai's soldiers were ecstatic. He pointed in a direction, and all the Azuras rushed over. Soon, they arrived outside a huge city. At this moment, the Dahan army had surrounded that city, but no one made a move. In that city, there were 20 Azura Kings and countless powerful Azuras gathered. At this moment, they were all looking at the increasing number of Dahan army soldiers outside. I told you. We should have acted earlier. Why aren't they attacking? There are more and more of them. Who cares? Let's charge out together. The 20 Azura Kings looked into the distance with great annoyance. However, in the outside world, more and more Gu Hai's soldiers were gathering. More and more Gu Hai's soldiers were gathering. A large number of unborn man soldiers were standing beside Gu Hai's soldiers. It shouldn't be wrong. It's that one. Gu Hai, it's that one. An unborn man said excitedly. The Gu Hai's soldiers looked at a green-skinned Azura king at the edge of the city. Wanqing? Did you find her? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Wanqing doesn't remember me? Another Gu Hai frowned. No. She killed too many Azuras and left too many soul marks. She has forgotten the past. The unborn man said with a frown. Is there a way? Gu Hai asked. Capture her alive and use the Book of Tao Te Ching to refine her. Then let her merge with her heavenly soul and human soul. Let her remember everything. The unborn man said. How do we resurrect her? Gu Hai asked. Help her reconstruct her physical body, or reincarnate in a corpse, or reincarnate. However, reincarnation and rebuilding a body are both risky. It's best to resurrect her body. Help her find a body. The unborn man said with a frown. Your master show. You know more about these things. We'll do as you say. Now, the most important thing is to capture Wanqing alive? Gu Hai said. That's right. We have to be careful. That Azura king knew that he was going to die and self-destructed. We can't force Wanqing too much. We can't let her walk on the path of no return. Once the Azura body dies, she'll be gone forever. The unborn man said. Gu Hai nodded. Chapter 627. The Secret Realm of the Azura Path. At the Black River. Several Azuras bowed respectfully to the Black River. Oh? Abai City? Dahan's demon army keeps gathering at Abai City, surrounding but not killing? The Nether River Patriarch's voice came from the Black River. Yes. I don't know why, but the 20 Azura kings there have sent out distress signals many times, but Gu Hai's army is getting stronger and stronger. An Azura king said worriedly. Stronger and stronger? 200 doppelgangers? Good move. Gu Hai really has a lot of secrets. Good. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. Then, what should we do now? Surround but not kill? That means there's someone important to Gu Hai in there? Last time, when a strand of hair entered, the people outside spied on me. I guessed that they were looking for a certain Azura. Good. I'm not afraid that you don't want anything, but I'm afraid that you don't want anything. The Nether River Patriarch said with a hint of excitement. Yes. The Azura kings answered. Have you been blinded by killing? Can't you think about such a small thing? If Gu Hai wants something, it's best that you don't let him. The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. He said coldly. Boom. In the Black River, a fierce red gas suddenly shot into the sky. The red gas rushed into the sky and suddenly shot into the distance. Patriarch, you went to Abai City? An Azura king said in surprise. Humph, that's just one of my blood gods. The Nether River Patriarch's voice came from the Black River. Yes. The Azura kings didn't dare to say more. Abai City. More and more groups of Gu Hai surrounded Abai City. Abai City was a big city, and there were a large number of Azura kings living there. Charge out. Wait, the Patriarch should know about our situation. He'll come to save us soon. I said we should fight earlier. Look, there are more and more of them. The Azura kings were extremely anxious. In the distance, he saw 80 unborn men standing in different positions at the same time, forming a large formation. Once the formation was set up, it immediately formed rolling white fog. Just force Wanqing into my god-trapping formation. Even if she wants to commit suicide, it won't work. Quick! An unborn man beside him said anxiously. Gu Hai and the others narrowed their eyes. Kill! Gu Hai shouted. Suddenly, the Dahan demon army rushed out like a flood toward Abai City. Boom! The walls of Abai City exploded. Kill! Rumble! Suddenly, the two sides of the Azuras began to fight fiercely. For a moment, sand and pebbles were sent flying, and blood soared into the sky. The group of Gu Hai charged at the front. Second cycle, third cycle, and even fourth cycle. Wherever he went, he was invincible. Roar! An Azura king rushed towards Gu Hai. Boom! 10 Gu Hai attacked almost at the same time. Suddenly, the Azura king exploded. Even before he died, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Gu Hai rushed at the front. Soon, Gu Hai faced the green Azura, Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing couldn't remember Gu Hai at this moment. Seeing Gu Hai kill an Azura king that was not weaker than her so easily, she immediately became anxious. Now, a group of Gu Hai surrounded her. Am I going to die too? Even if I die, I can't let this person in front of me take away my soul power. Suddenly, Long Wanqing slashed down, but one Gu Hai was forced to retreat. How can this be? Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. Am I that strong? Kill. Long Wanqing immediately rushed forward with a ferocious expression. All the surrounding Gu Hai were forced to retreat as if they were beaten back by Long Wanqing. This scene made the surrounding Azuras widen their eyes. Would Azura, you can win, quickly kill him. Suddenly, countless Azuras were agitated. Long Wanqing immediately rushed towards Gu Hai. The group of Gu Hai was indeed not as strong as Long Wanqing, and they kept retreating. Ha, so the leader of this Dahan demon army is not that strong. Let me help you, would Azura? Suddenly, another Azura king excitedly rushed forward. Boom! Gao Xianji's spear immediately forced the Azura king back. What? The Azura king's expression changed. They are not as weak as I thought? Under Long Wanqing's attack, Gu Hai kept retreating. Perhaps when transformed into an Azura, most of the time, he did not need to use his brain. Long Wanqing did not notice that Gu Hai had a slight smile on his face as he was retreating. Until Gu Hai retreated to the white fog array set up by the unborn man Boom. Long Wanqing slashed down with her saber, and the few Gu Hais were immediately forced into the array. Long Wanqing did not hesitate and instantly rushed into the array. Whoosh! Once Long Wanqing entered the array, it was as if she was fixed in place. Bastard, let go of me! Long Wanqing screamed. Life and death, dizziness, confusion, absorb. 80 unborn man shouted almost at the same time. Boom! The formation suddenly trembled, and Long Wanqing, who was inside it, suddenly trembled and then fainted. It's done! The unborn man shouted excitedly. The group of Gu Hai also came out. Seeing that Long Wanqing had fainted, they heaved a sigh of relief and said, Good, good, good. After saying good 3 times in a row, Gu Hai turned his head to look at a Bai city. Among the 200 Gu Hai, 5 Gu Hai said, Our group will continue to slaughter a Bai city. The other groups, stay. Roar. The 5 groups of 5 million Dahan's demon army immediately shouted. Rumble. Killing began quickly in all directions. The other 100 million Dahan's demon army surrounded Long Wanqing in the center. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing in the center, and a gentle light flashed in his eyes. Recite the Tao Te Ching, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The 100 million Dahan's demon army immediately recited the Tao Te Ching. Gu Hai in the center even reached out and pressed Long Wanqing's body, transmitting the Tao Te Ching to her. It was the Tao Te Ching that Laozi had explained to him in the past. The Tao can be spoken, 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 the Tao can be spoken. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. The sound of the Tao Te Ching and the Tao Te Ching flowed into Long Wanqing's body. Visible to the naked eye, Long Wanqing's body seemed to be slowly emitting scarlet evil energy. The evil energy slowly dispersed and floated into the sky. Gradually, it condensed into a red cloud. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement because Long Wanqing's evil energy was decreasing. He had indeed helped her to refine countless soul marks. It was effective. Gu Hai recited the Tao Te Ching faster. No one noticed that the scarlet evil energy emitted from Long Wanqing's body rushed into the sky. but it was absorbed by another red cloud. The red cloud in the sky was not condensed by Long Wanqing's evil energy. It came out of nowhere and absorbed Long Wanqing's evil energy. Tao Te Ching? The Dahan's demon army is much more powerful than the divine blood demon army. They have the method to refine soul marks. After countless years and hundreds of times, I slowly figured out how to refine soul marks into blood gods and dissolve my evil energy. They have it too? There seemed to be a voice in the red cloud talking to itself. Unfortunately, Gu Hai and the others below could not hear the voice of the red cloud in the sky. The crowd kept reciting the sacred text of Taoism, one sentence after another. Gradually, the evil aura around Long Wanqing's body was depleted. After a day and a night, Long Wanqing gradually woke up. Opening her eyes, Long Wanqing frowned and covered her head. She seemed to have a headache. Where am I? Long Wanqing was confused. More than 100 million people were reciting the Tao Te Ching and a grand aura was spreading. Long Wanqing was confused. But Gu Hai suddenly waved his hand. Everyone stopped reciting the Tao Te Ching. Wanqing? Are you okay? A Gu Hai said softly. Long Wanqing turned her head. Although Gu Hai had turned into the shape of Shura, Long Wanqing recognized him instantly. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing suddenly shivered and a trace of disbelief flashed in her eyes. It's me. I'm here to take you back. Gu Hai said softly with a smile. Long Wanqing's nose twitched. She covered her mouth and her eyes became wet. How did you become like this? Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai's hand. I'll change back soon. We're here to save you. Ha 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 ha, Wanqing, my wife, I'm here. Gu Hai laughed excitedly at this moment. Gu Hai's eyes were also filled with tears. He still remembered that time when Long Wanqing pretended to be him and was hunted down by the unborn man. He would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Now, he finally found Long Wanqing. He finally found her. Gu Hai was excited and wanted to hold Long Wanqing in his arms. At this moment, the 80 unborn men suddenly changed their expressions and looked up together. They looked at the increasing number of red clouds in the sky. The red clouds seemed to cover the sky and the earth. Now in the sky, they were as huge as a sea of blood and emitted a monstrous aura. No, this is not good. Be careful. The unborn man suddenly shouted in alarm. However, everything was a bit too late. The sea of blood covered the sky and covered the earth as it swept down with a loud rumble. Boom! The sea of blood filled the sky and washed away the countless Azuras in an instant. Immediately, countless Azuras were scattered. Even Gu Hai paused for a moment. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, this is your purpose in coming to the Azura Path secret realm, right? Would Azura? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter. Long Wanqing was swept up by the sea of blood in the sky and was swept up into the sky. Bastard! Let go of Wanqing! More than 100 Gu Hais glared and raised their sabers to the sky. Boom! The long sabers collided and the sea of blood suddenly exploded. However, even if it exploded, it still swept Long Wanqing into the distance. Stop! Gu Hai suddenly shouted in alarm. It was not easy to find Long Wanqing, but she was swept away by this thing again? Gu Hai, remember, I am the Nether River Patriarch. I live in the underworld's Blood Sea City. Come and find me. If you don't want Wood Azura to die, come and find me quickly. Ha 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 ha. The sea of blood swept Long Wanqing and instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Nether River Patriarch, if Wanqing is hurt, I will consign you to eternal damnation. Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Underworld's Blood Sea City? The unborn man also said with hatred. Chapter 6:28. He watched as the blood god took away Long Wanqing. Gu Hai seemed to have gone crazy in an instant. Kill, quick! The 200 Gu Hai roared almost at the same time. Boom! In a short time, Abai city was completely slaughtered. Guhai Wanqing has been captured. I'll go find the Nether River Patriarch, the unborn man said anxiously. He could have saved Long Wanqing and made up for the regrets of the past. But at the last moment this happened. The unborn man was also furious. It's useless even if you go. Follow the army and kill the Shura, Guhai said in a deep voice. Guhai still remembered the last words of the Nether River Patriarch. He wanted him to go find him? The underworld Blood Sea City? He wanted him to go find him? He was looking forward to him going? Although he was burning with anxiety about Long Wanqing's capture, the more so, the calmer Guhai was. Otherwise, he would not be able to save Wanqing at all. Instead, he would get her killed. No, I must go, the unborn man suddenly shouted. Guhai's face turned cold. Are you more concerned about Wanqing or me? Guhai glared at him. The unborn man was stunned. This was the first time Guhai had treated him with such a cold attitude. If you go now, you will only get Wanqing killed. You're not allowed to go, Guhai said coldly. His will would not allow the unborn man to change. The unborn man clenched his fists, but in the end, he listened to Guhai. Split up and kill. Quick, quick, I want to become stronger, stronger, kill! Guhai shouted. Boom! Guhai's team of 200 Guhai's members immediately split up and started killing in all directions. The current Dahan's demon army was different from before. Now everyone had grown countless times. In each group, besides Guhai, the strongest Azura, many others were already Azura kings. The more he killed, the stronger he became. Rumble! The Azura Dao secret realm was instantly filled with corpses. Wherever the Dahan demon army went, everything was wiped out. The original Azura kings simply couldn't resist the slaughter of Guhai's army. 1 month. Dahan's demon army went on a killing spree, sending chills down the spines of every Azura in the reincarnation mystic realm. Kill, 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 kill. The native Azuras were utterly defeated. Even though they were murderous, they couldn't compare to the menacing Dahan's demon army. Like a vast ocean, they swept across the entire world and advanced in the direction of the underworld's Blood Sea City. 3 months had passed, but this time, for the sake of Long Wanqing, Guhai didn't bring everyone back. He just recited the Tao Te Ching and continued to slaughter as he advanced in the direction of the underworld's Blood Sea City. As time passed, the hostility of Dahan's demon army slowly accumulated. However, everyone followed Guhai. Wherever Guhai went, everyone followed. The underworld's Blood Sea City. At this moment, a rolling sea of blood floated in the sky. The sea of blood churned in the sky as if it covered the entire sky. There were countless Azuras in the city. In the center of the city was a black river. At this moment, there were hundreds of Azura kings standing respectfully beside the black river. Some of the Azura kings looked up at the sky and saw Long Wanqing in the center of the sea of blood, bound by countless streams of blood. A floating sea of blood? Is the Patriarch really angry? The last time the Divine Blood Demon Army was preparing to attack the underworld's Blood Sea City, the Patriarch was also this angry once? An Azura king said in horror. Would Azura? So the Dahan's demon army is here for her. What a scourge. Why didn't the Patriarch kill her? The Azura kings discussed animatedly. Rumble! All of a sudden, the black river churned. Greetings, Patriarch. The Azura kings immediately bowed respectfully with a solemn expression. Where is the Dahan's demon army? The Nether River Patriarch asked in a deep voice. Patriarch, the Dahan's demon army seems to have gone mad. 3 months have passed and they haven't retreated. Instead, they keep killing and have killed nearly half of our Azura kings. They should be here in less than 3 months. Patriarch, you should do something. If you don't, the Dahan's demon army will slaughter all the Azuras in 3 months. An Azura king said worriedly. That's right, Patriarch. If you don't do something, it's over. Now, no one can stop the Dahan's demon army, especially that Gu Hai. He's killing the most ferocious and the fastest. He's already stronger than our strongest Azura king. Another Azura king said worriedly. The black water in the Black River churned. Good, good, good. He's really better than that trash, His Holiness. Good, the more he kills, the better. The more he kills, the stronger he gets. When I get out, I'll be stronger too, the Nether River Patriarch said in a sinister voice. Huh? But if you don't do anything now, would you be able to deal with Gu Hai when he's powerful enough to slaughter the Azuras? An Azura king said anxiously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of blood seemed to form a waterfall in the sky. It gushed down and completely wrapped around the Azura king. Ah, ah, ah! The Azura king was swept into the sky in horror. Patriarch, the other Azura kings exclaimed. I've slaughtered the Azura realm 3 times. Do you think my soul power is weaker than his? Humph! The Nether River Patriarch snorted. Boom! In the sky, the Blood Sea shook. The Azura king who questioned the Nether River Patriarch suddenly exploded into pieces and melted into the Blood Sea. Yes, the Azura kings answered in horror. They did not dare to disagree with the Nether River Patriarch. Another 2 months of continuous slaughter passed. The Dahan's demon army led by Gu Hai had almost completely slaughtered the Azura realm. The 200 million soldiers gathered outside the underworld's Blood Sea city in the middle of the slaughter. In the past few months, Gu Hai had killed countless Azuras. Even though he kept reciting the Tao Te Ching, his eyes were filled with viciousness. If Gu Hai, who had the deepest understanding of the Tao Te Ching, was like this, let alone the others. At this moment, the Azuras were all wrapped in a billowing stench. Groups of soldiers gathered in the midst of the slaughter and looked at the Blood Sea city in the distance. In the sky above the Blood Sea city, the rolling Blood Sea was calm. Blood-colored waves surged in the Blood Sea, and one could vaguely see figures lurking in the Blood Sea. Long Wanqing was locked outside the Blood Sea. Your Majesty, we've killed until here. This is the only city left. Your Majesty, we've really wiped out the Azura realm. We've killed all the Azuras. Only this last city is left. Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Montez, Guqin, and the others had already killed until their eyes turned bloodshot. All of them wanted to charge forward and slaughter the last Blood Sea city. It was like a strong desire urged them to do so. However, in the past few years of slaughter, Gu Hai had always killed the most. He fought at the very front and had already established boundless prestige. Without Gu Hai's orders, no one dared to overstep their boundaries. Wanqing. That is Wanqing. Gu Hai, I want to save Wanqing. The unborn man shouted, his expression changing. Gu Hai also saw Long Wanqing in the sky above the underworld's Blood Sea city. At this moment, Long Wanqing also saw Gu Hai's army. When she saw Gu Hai, she immediately rejoiced. However, in the next moment, Long Wanqing panicked. Run! Run! Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai's army in horror. Hulala! Blood immediately covered Long Wanqing's mouth, preventing her from moving. At this moment, many Azuras in the Blood Sea city looked at the Dahan demon army in the distance in horror. This is the Dahan demon army that wiped out the entire Azura realm. Is it going to kill me now? The Azura kings were also terrified. They kept looking at the Black River in the city. Isn't the Nether River Patriarch waiting for Gu Hai? Gu Hai is here. Gu Hai is here. Is he going to make a move? Gu Hai, you are finally here to save Wood Azura? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from the Blood Sea in the distance. Patriarch. Countless Azuras in the city bowed. It was the Nether River Patriarch's voice. The unborn man was getting more and more anxious. Gu Hai's eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. However, when he heard the Nether River Patriarch's provocation, Gu Hai gritted his teeth. Retreat! What? Retreat? Gu Hai, this is the end. What retreat? Don't you want to save Wanqing? The unborn man suddenly exclaimed. However, Gu Hai suddenly turned his head and glared at the unborn man. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes as he said, "I said, retreat. You." The unborn man glared in shock and anger. Even so, Gu Hai's fierce glare seemed to be suppressing the unborn man, not giving him any chance to retort. The unborn man wanted to retort, but swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue several times. Whoosh! Whoosh! At Gu Hai's command, the Dahan demon army slowly retreated. "Gu Hai, you wanna run? Don't you want to save Wood Azura? Do you think I won't destroy him right here and now?" The Nether River Patriarch's furious voice suddenly rang out. "Nether River Patriarch, I will rest for 10 days and will be back soon. If Wanqing dies, we will never return. You and I will settle this once and for all." Gu Hai suddenly shouted. "Insolence! It's always others waiting for me, not me. You dare to leave?" The Nether River Patriarch's voice rang out again. However, Gu Hai had already made up his mind. He completely ignored the Nether River Patriarch, and didn't even dare to look at Long Wanqing. He was afraid that the Nether River Patriarch would take the opportunity to kill Long Wanqing in a fit of madness. Rumble! The 200 million strong army quickly galloped toward the Shrine of Massacre. In the Bloody Sea city of the underworld, countless Azuras were at a loss. Was the Dahan demon army afraid? Regardless of what the other Azuras were thinking, Gu Hai still led everyone out of the Azura realm and returned to the infinite celestial capital. Everyone returned. As their souls returned to their bodies, countless soldiers immediately chanted the sacred text of Taoism while vomiting and quickly absorbed the spirit stones around them. 8 billion superior-grade spirit stones were quickly depleted. "Why, Gu Hai? We were just one step away from Wanqing," the unborn man said anxiously. "One step away, but it's the end of the world. If you want to save Wanqing, you have to come back first," Gu Hai said coldly. The unborn man snorted. Chapter 629. The soul returned to the body. The Dahan demon army was reciting the Tao Te Ching. The slaughter in the past half a year had the greatest impact on everyone. If they did not clear their inner demons, they would become killing machines. Even Gu Hai had to sit cross-legged for a day before clearing all his evil tendencies. Seeing that the others were still reciting the Tao Te Ching, Gu Hai was burning with anxiety, but he did not rashly enter the Azura Path mystic realm. Gu Hai stepped out of the forbidden area formation and returned to the palace. Limitless celestial capital. This time, the Emperor had been away for a long time. However, because of the previous purges, nothing major happened. Sima Chongkong came again. "Mr. Sima? Did the great Qian dynasty's emperor send you to urge us again?" Gu Hai asked in confusion. Sima Chongkong shook his head. "Not this time. His Holiness did not mention this at all. He only asked me to send you some things." Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Sima Chongkong took out boxes again. "These are?" Gu Hai was puzzled. "Years ago, when you were in the heavenly court, His Holiness promised to help you find these treasures. In the past 3 years, the Night God Guards searched the entire Dakian celestial empire and found a total of 300. The rest should be scattered all over the world. You can only find them yourself," Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. "Mr. Good, these treasures were refined by Old Man Guanxi in the past? What do you want these treasures for?" Sima Chongkong was puzzled. Gu Hai opened the boxes one by one and saw many strangely shaped treasures. "I have great uses for them. The Dakiansheng did too much for me." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Sima Chongkong's expression was also very strange. It was more than just too many. His Holiness's favor for Gu Hai had stirred up countless waves in the heavenly courts. The 3 crown princes and the Grand Preceptor all had plans for Gu Hai, but none of them dared to send anyone over. In fact, the 3 crown princes even stepped in and helped Gu Hai deal with a lot of trouble. They were afraid that His Holiness would be infuriated and be implicated. The spirit stones had been sent to him in the form of billions upon billions of spirit stones. The heaven-splitting axe had been loaned out on a whim. Then there were the 300 magical items in front of him, all of which had been hoarded by countless high-ranking officials and even the crown prince. His Holiness spoke, and immediately, everyone obediently handed them over. Just for you? What are you capable of? His Holiness was so kind to him? Sima Changkong's eyes were filled with curiosity, but he didn't know where to start. Mr. Good, do you have anything to say to His Holiness? I'll help you pass the message, Sima Changkong said in a low voice. No need. Gu Hai shook his head. Sima Changkong nodded with a bitter smile. Previously, he had asked him to pass the message, saying that there would be a result soon. Now, he didn't mention it at all? Well, since that's the case, I'll go back and report to His Holiness. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Gu Hai nodded. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai and wanted to say something. He smiled bitterly, shook his head, and left without saying anything. After sending off Sima Changkong, Gu Hai looked at the magical items. Immediately, he reached out and refined them. Outside the limitless celestial capital, on the peak of a mountain. Emperor, it's Sima Changkong. He just left the limitless celestial capital. Should we capture him? A man in green bowed respectfully to another man in green robes. It was the Qing Emperor. At this moment, the Qing Emperor was completely transparent. It was a projection of the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor was looking at the limitless celestial capital from afar with a group of subordinates. No need. Sima Changkong will definitely report to Long Zhanghua when he returns. There's no need to complicate matters, the Qing Emperor said with a smile. Emperor, there's no need for your projection to personally capture Gu Hai. We can also share the Emperor's burden, the subordinates immediately said with a smile. The Qing Emperor shook his head. Gu Hai is too daring. If Gu Hai really becomes ruthless, you won't be able to do anything to him. Ah? How is that possible? He's only from the Yuanying state. So what if he opens up the Celestial Palace? How can he mobilize the power of a nation? He's only a small empire with 60 cities. How powerful can he be? A general in red said with a look of dissatisfaction. What if he tears up the Book of Taoism? The Qing Emperor said calmly. He's crazy. The Book of Taoism is almost the #1 scripture in the world. Will he tear it up? The general in red said with a look of dissatisfaction. What can't he do? The Qing Emperor said with a cold smile. Emperor, are you here for the Book of Taoism? The general in red asked. For the Book of Taoism and for Gu Hai. The Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with determination. While the Qing Emperor was speaking. Whoosh! Suddenly, snowflakes fell from the sky. It's snowing? The general in red was slightly startled. No, it's only snowing here. Have we been discovered? Another subordinate exclaimed. It's Shimen Chueshua. The general in red's face darkened. A mountain in the infinite celestial capital was already covered in snow. The only thing that could be seen were countless scarlet wintersweet blossoms on the snowy mountain. Shimen Chueshua was wearing a white robe and sitting in a pavilion with his long hair tied behind his back. He looked extremely handsome and cold. He was holding a long sword in his hand and gently wiping it with a silk handkerchief. His movements were extremely gentle, as if he was looking at his wife with deep affection. After wiping it, there seemed to be a trace of dust. Shimen Chueshua gently blew at it and immediately blew out some snowflakes. The snowflakes drifted to where the Qing Emperor and the others were. The snowflakes fell on the subordinates of the Qing Emperor very gently. They didn't notice anything unusual and thought that it was just snow. Shimen Chueshua is warning us? The Qing Emperor's eyes suddenly turned cold. My clothes! A subordinate suddenly exclaimed. After the snowflakes drifted down, several subordinates' clothes seemed to have been scratched by a sword. There were holes in their clothes. Unknowingly and unknowingly, their clothes were torn. Shiminchueshue's sword had already scratched their bodies? Just now, it was only the clothes that were scratched. What if it was the throat? What if it was the heart or the dantian? The subordinates immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Emperor, let me go and meet this Shiminchueshue. The general in red immediately glared and said. Very well, be careful of his sword. The Qing emperor said indifferently. Yes. The general in red immediately rushed to the sky and emitted a powerful aura. Once the powerful aura was released, it immediately formed a storm and swept toward the infinite celestial capital. Boom! In an instant, countless people turned their heads and looked over. Who are you? How dare you act so presumptuously in the infinite celestial capital? Suddenly, a guard shouted. Countless officials of the Han dynasty also gathered in the soaring palace and looked at the majestic aura in the sky. Central Celestial Palace? An official said in shock. Don't worry, the Emperor has arranged for 4 powerful experts. No one can barge in. An official immediately shouted. Oh? Finally, there's someone worth watching. In the distance, Dongfang Bubi squinted his eyes. The embroidery in his hand paused for a moment and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhang Sanfeng put down a scroll and frowned. Central Celestial Palace? Pinnacle? A few large eagles flew around Duguqiubai. Duguqiubai threw some spiritual stones to the eagles and turned his head. He was not looking at the general in red, but at Shiminchueshu. That was because the general in red was charging toward Shiminchueshu. Shiminchueshue, I've heard that your sword skills are extraordinary. Today, let me see how fast and how strong your sword is. The red-robed officer flew over and looked at Shiminchueshue ferociously. Shiminchueshue still ignored him and continued to polish his sword. Arrogant people die early, the general in red said coldly. As he spoke, the general in red slashed his saber at Shiminchueshu. The saber brought a storm with it. Saber chi that blotted out the sky rushed toward Shiminchueshue like a vast ocean. It looked like it was going to cut Shiminchueshue into pieces in an instant. The overwhelming saber chi had already made countless civilians in the boundless celestial capital descend into despair. The saber chi could almost destroy the entire infinite celestial capital in an instant, let alone an invincible saber aura. Despair appeared on countless people's faces. Shiminchueshue, it's not embarrassing for you to die under my saber. Remember, my name is... The general in red laughed excitedly. However, Shiminchueshue moved at that moment. He stood up and stabbed with his sword. It was just one stab, but it instantly pierced through the general in red's throat. The words that were about to come out of the red-robed general's mouth suddenly stopped. The name that he was about to announce also stopped. Shiminchueshue pulled out his sword. It was already stained with blood. He blew on it gently. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword onto the petals of the plum blossoms that had fallen to the ground. The plum blossoms became even more beautiful. The saber chi that filled the sky suddenly exploded. In the distance, the Qing emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. He seemed to want to save the general. However, he paused and stopped. There was no way he could save the general in time. Shiminchueshue's sword pierced through the general's throat. No, Shiminchueshue's sword had shattered the general's body. I don't need to know who you are, Shiminchueshue said calmly. Bam! The general in red clutched his throat. Disbelief flashed in his eyes. His body fell from the sky. There was no sound from him. He killed a peak middle celestial palace expert with one strike. Even Zhang Sanfeng, Dongfang Bubi, and Duguqiubai narrowed their eyes. He instantly found a gap in the billions of saber chi and pierced the throat? Good eyesight, Dongfang Bubi said with narrowed eyes. His strength is only at the middle celestial palace, but his sword Dao can move the gods? What a powerful sword! Zhang Sanfeng said with narrowed eyes. A light flashed in Duguqiubai's eyes. It was as if a strong battle intent had been aroused. Shimen Shueishua turned his head and looked at the Qing Emperor again. Go back to where you came from. In the distance, the expressions of the Qing Emperor's subordinates changed. Emperor, is he at the Middle Celestial Palace? No, he's at the Middle Celestial Palace. His cultivation might not be as good as General Hong's. Qing Emperor said calmly. That's impossible. General Hong's cultivation is stronger than his? How could he die from one strike? It was only one strike, the subordinate said in shock. Because his sword Dao is much stronger than General Hong's. Qing Emperor explained. Everyone was slightly stunned. Shimen Shueishua was still looking at the Qing Emperor coldly. The Qing Emperor smiled gently. He didn't care. Instead, a look of admiration flashed in his eyes. It seems that my projection has gained more than I expected. Chapter 630. Shimen Shueishua's killing of a Celestial Palace pinnacle cultivator piqued the curiosity of the Qing Emperor. He took a step forward. Buzz! The Qing Emperor appeared in the sky of the limitless celestial capital, emitting green light. Although he wasn't as intimidating as General Hong, he was still standing there. Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Shueishua, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng all stood up with solemn expressions. Oneness of heaven and man? Zhang Sanfeng said in a low voice. Shimen Shueishua's face sank. Although the Azure Emperor was standing there, Shimen Shueishua felt like the Azure Emperor was floating around. It felt like the Azure Emperor was there, but it also felt like he was not. Shimen Shueishua could find General Hong's throat with his sword even with his eyes closed. However, the Qing Emperor in front of him was standing there, but also didn't seem to be there. Even if he stabbed him, he might not be able to hit him. Mr. Good, it's not that easy to kill my people, the Qing Emperor said calmly. Buzz! The Qing Emperor's voice echoed throughout the limitless celestial capital. His voice seemed to carry a magical power that made the hearts of those who heard it tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, a large number of officials gathered in front of the soaring palace hall in the palace. Your Majesty! It's the Qing Emperor from the Dian dynasty. The Qing Emperor's projection, the officials said worriedly. The Han dynasty was dedicated to collecting information from all over the world. Naturally, they had a lot of information about the Qing Emperor. The Dian dynasty's emperor was like the crown prince of the Deqian celestial dynasty. How could the officials not know about such a powerful person? Now that the Qing Emperor's projection was here, and his subordinate was killed by Shimen Shueishua, it was as if the sky had been pierced. Countless officials were terrified. However, even though the officials kept shouting, Gu Hai didn't seem to have any intention of coming out of the soaring palace hall. Oh! The Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the soaring palace hall. Qing Emperor locked his gaze on the four cloud beasts. Their expressions sank. Shimen Shueishua took a deep breath and stepped forward. You guys stay here, I'll deal with Qing Emperor. Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, and Dugu Qiubai nodded. The three of them understood that not only did they have to guard the soaring palace hall, but they also had to guard that forbidden land. They could not afford to make any mistake. Oh, you're alone? Qing Emperor sneered. One person is enough. Shimen Shueishua said indifferently. All right, you can come. Shimen Shueishua? I've never heard of such a person. Humph. Qing Emperor snorted coldly. Shimen Shueishua's figure suddenly jumped, and a white light flashed on his sword. It was as if he had passed through the void, and instantly arrived in front of Qing Emperor's face. The sword came too quickly, too suddenly, no one saw it clearly. Even Qing Emperor did not seem to see where the sword came from. His eyebrows twitched. Perhaps the only one who could see it clearly was Dugu Qiubai. Dugu Qiubai did not use his eyes to see. At this moment, he closed his eyes and used his heart to see this sword. Good sword. Dugu Qiubai said gravely with a frown. Shing. Like a beam of light, it instantly pierced the azure arch. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of swords clashing rang out. A wave of sword energy shot out from Shimin Chueshua's sword. However, Qing Emperor did not move. That sword energy crashed into Qing Emperor's forehead. However, his forehead was too tough and blocked the attack. Huh! Shimin Chueshua's face sank. Good sword technique, good sword Dao. Unfortunately, this projection of mine is made of green iron divine wood and has the might of heavenly palaces. The power of your heavenly palaces cannot pierce through my skin, the Azure Emperor said coldly. Humph! Shimin Chueshua snorted coldly. Shing! Suddenly, the long sword in his hand stabbed out again. One sword, two thrusts, and instantly crashed into Qing Emperor's eyes. It was supposed to be his weakest point, but he still could not break through it. The Cyan Arch sneered and struck out with his palm. Boom! The sword energy and the palm energy collided. Shimin Chueshua was instantly sent flying. Qing Emperor was still standing where he was. Shimin Chueshua's face was cold. Good sword Will. What a fast sword. My eyes can't dodge it. You've surpassed my eyes. Unfortunately, what's the use of being fast? After all, you're only at the Middle Heavenly Palace. You can't break through my body. Humph! Qing Emperor snorted coldly. Shing! 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 Shimin Chueshua immediately moved. This time, his sword moved faster and faster. In an instant, only afterimages of his body were left. The afterimages were too dense. In an instant, it was as if there were 8 Shimin Chueshua slashing Qing Emperor in 8 directions. Ding! Clink, 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 clink. After a series of slashes, there were still loud clashing sounds. In an instant, it was as if hundreds of swords had collided. Qing Emperor was hit by the swords from all directions. I don't have an Achilles heel. You're not good enough. Break! Qing Emperor shouted. His body shook violently. Boom! The 8 afterimages exploded. Qing Emperor's powerful strength instantly sent Shimin Chueshua flying. Puff! Shimin Chueshua spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked coldly at Qing Emperor. What a fast sword! What a powerful way of the sword! Unfortunately, you're only at the Middle Heavenly Palace. If you were at the Heaven Palace, there might not be many people in the world who could be your match. Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with shock. If I were at the Heaven Palace, I could kill you with one slash. Shimin Chueshua said coldly. That depends on when you're at the Heaven Palace. Qing Emperor sneered. As he sneered, the Qing Emperor suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at his right sleeve. He saw that Shimin Chueshua had cut a hole in it. Humph! I don't have time to play with you. Shimin Chueshua, you've angered me. Qing Emperor said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! Long whips suddenly appeared in the void and lashed at Shimin Chueshua. Ding! Clink, clink, clink. Shimin Chueshua's sword slashed out quickly. In an instant, a large number of long whips were shattered. However, Qing Emperor had also arrived in front of Shimin Chueshua. He threw a palm strike at Shimin Chueshua's face. Watch out! Duguqiubai attacked from afar. Clang! Duguqiubai's sword collided with Qing Emperor's palm strike. Boom! The sword strike shattered. The palm strike was too powerful. Both Duguqiubai and Shimin Chueshua were sent flying by the shockwave. PFFF! PFFF! The two vomited a mouthful of blood. You dodged it? Humph! Another sword cultivator? Qing Emperor said coldly. Duguqiubai? Good sword technique. Shimin Chueshua looked at Duguqiubai. One sword for life, one sword for death. You and I walked different paths, but we are both sword cultivators. After today, if there is a chance, we can spar. I only want to lose. Duguqiubai said expectantly. All right. Shimin Chueshua nodded. Humph. So, it's 2 sword fanatics? You still want to spar? Don't even think about it. You won't have the chance. Qing Emperor said coldly. As he spoke, the Cyan Emperor burst out with a burst of green flames. Surging energy spread out, causing the void to tremble as storms wreaked havoc. It seemed like Qing Emperor was going to use his full power. Shimen Chueshua and Dugu Qiubai's faces sank. They gripped their swords, showing no fear. Instead, their fighting spirit soared. Just as the two sides were about to continue fighting, a voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Qing Emperor, you came from afar just to bully two middle heavenly palaces with your body in the upper heavenly palaces? How awe-inspiring! A cold shout suddenly rang out. Huh! Qing Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked down. He saw a group of officials bowing respectfully to Gu Hai in the Soaring Palace Hall's plaza. Gu Hai slowly walked out of the Soaring Palace Hall and looked up with a cold expression. Ancient Emperor! Shimen Chueshua and Dugu Qiubai bowed slightly. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Weren't these two formed by Gu Hai's array formation? Why was Gu Hai so polite to them? Mr. Good, you're finally willing to come out? Qing Emperor said coldly. Yes, I'm here. If I didn't come out, Qing Emperor would be even more awe-inspiring. Gu Hai said coldly. Mr. Good, I'm just excited to see you. Shimen Chueshua? Dugu Qiubai? Good sword technique, but it's a pity that you're still lacking. Qing Emperor sneered. Oh? Still lacking? Gu Hai said coldly. Mr. Good, you're not convinced? Do you want to try? Qing Emperor sneered. Qing Emperor? You're just a projection. There's no need for me to do it personally in the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai said seriously. No need for you to do it personally? Who else do you have in the infinite celestial capital? Just these four weirdos? They're already the strongest in the infinite celestial capital, aren't they? Qing Emperor sneered. Dugu Qiubai, Shimen Chueshua, Zhang Sanfeng, and Dongfang Bubi all looked at Qing Emperor with cold expressions. There's one more person in the infinite celestial capital. Qing Emperor, if you can stop him, I'll invite you to be my guest of honor. What do you think? Gu Hai said coldly. Oh! Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai also guessed the purpose of Qing Emperor's visit, but he didn't want to waste time. He had an irreconcilable hatred for Qing Emperor. If he had the chance, he would kill him immediately. Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai with disdain. Gu Hai flipped his hand and a ripple formed around him. Within the ripple, the life entrapment saber appeared, emitting green light. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed 300 shards, fusing them into the life entrapment saber. The life entrapment saber instantly emitted a dazzling light. Suddenly, it shook violently, and a ripple spread in all directions. The ripple spread to Shimen Chueshua and the other three. The four had experienced it before, so they didn't resist. In the blink of an eye, the ripple surged out from their bodies, and their bodies became more solid. 32 heavens and earth formation? No, it's not 32? Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. It's not old man Guanqi's 32. It's my 32. Come out, great sage. Gu Hai glared. Buzz, 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 buzz. At the center of the square of the soaring sky hall, a void vortex suddenly formed. The vortex expanded and contracted, slowly forming a blurry figure. The blurry figure looked like a monkey wearing golden chainmail and a phoenix feet purple golden crown. A large flag could be vaguely seen on the monkey's back. The flag flew out. The monkey hadn't revealed himself yet, but he was already emitting a terrifying aura. A sense of panic spread, causing the surrounding void to tremble. This aura was no weaker than Qing Emperor's aura. In fact, it was even stronger. The monkey's silhouette was still slowly taking shape. A peerless aura was already being emitted, and the surrounding people were all frightened. Before they could see the monkey's appearance clearly, the large flag on the monkey's back had already condensed into 4 large words. Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Chapter 631. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal? Qing Emperor's eyes narrowed. Zhang Sanfeng, Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chueshua, and Dugu Qiubai also looked confused. The flag came out with the monkey. Although the monkey hadn't finished condensing, it already showed a powerful aura. Manic, violent, and ferocious, the ferocity of the king of beasts suddenly spread out. The flag soared into the sky, and the 4 words made the monkey look even more flamboyant. Equal to heaven? Who dared to use this name? Qing Emperor's face darkened. He wanted to laugh at Gu Hai. There had never been a great sage, heaven's equal in this world, let alone a monkey. However, the monkey's aura grew stronger, and Qing Emperor's words stopped. Could it be that Gu Hai is the reincarnation of some almighty from 800,000 years ago? Qing Emperor's face darkened. Qing Emperor knew that the 32 unhindered worlds formation could condense the power of the heavenly palace, and only those with deep memories could condense it using the formation. Gu Hai had a deep memory of this monkey? This monkey really did exist? Why hadn't he heard of it before? The monkey's appearance became clearer, and slowly revealed its ferocious and violent appearance. Roar! The monkey roared at the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled up in the sky, and the dark clouds spun rapidly around the monkey. Circles and circles pressed down, and the entire void was filled with storms, as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone who saw it was scared out of their wit. Dressed in golden chainmail, and wearing a phoenix feather purple gold crown, the monkey stomped on the ground with its long boot. Boom! The entire limitless celestial capital shook violently, and a surge of ferocious aura erupted. In an instant, the monkey became the focus of everyone, and an aura of supremacy spread out. This is the monkey? Qing Emperor said coldly. The monkey suddenly looked at Qing Emperor with a ferocious expression. A surge of ferocious aura rushed over. Great sage, Gu Hai said in a low voice. The monkey abruptly turned its head to look at Gu Hai. When it looked at Gu Hai, it did not have the respect of Zhang Sanfeng and the others. Instead, it looked at Gu Hai with incomparable coldness. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, "Your humble servant, Gu Hai, has condensed the great formation onto you. Please, allow me to annihilate you." As he spoke, Gu Hai looked at Qing Emperor. The monkey glared. "You dare to spout nonsense? You condensed me?" The monkey glared at Gu Hai with a look of anger on its face. Qing Emperor frowned. "The cloud beasts formed by your formation actually don't listen to you?" Monkey turned his head and looked coldly at Qing Emperor. "The moment I, old son, saw you, I can tell that you aren't a good person. Let's beat you up first." Boom! The monkey instantly soared into the sky and punched out at Qing Emperor. Impudent monkey! You are asking for a beating." Qing Emperor snorted and punched out. The 2 fists collided with a loud bang. Hong! When the 2 fists collided, the void trembled violently. Endless sparks flew out from the collision. After the collision, Qing Emperor suddenly took a step back. The monkey stood at its original spot. "What a tough piece of wood. It can only be used as firewood." The monkey snorted. As it spoke, it reached into its ear and pinched. A small cudgel suddenly appeared. However, the moment the cudgel appeared, Qing Emperor's face sank. It was as though it sensed something that countered it. Metal elemental treasure? Watch my boundless falling tree. The Cyan Arch shouted. 1. Suddenly, 1,000 pieces of super wood that were 10,000 feet long appeared in the void and smashed towards the monkey. The moment the super wood appeared, the entire world seemed to be dyed green. "Useless wood, how dare you show off in front of old son? Break!" The cudgel suddenly enlarged and turned into a super-huge cudgel. There was a row of words on the cudgel. It read Rui Jingu Cudgel. The cudgel smashed towards the super wood. Boom! Hundreds of giant trees suddenly exploded. The monkey did not give up and instantly struck the Azure Arch with his cudgel. The Azure Thearcha's figure changed, but the speed of the cudgel was faster. Boom! After the cudgel hit, Qing Emperor's entire body emitted a dazzling green light. There is a crack in Qing Emperor's projection. Zhang Sanfeng's expression changed. Previously, no matter how Shimen Chueshue and Duguchubai attacked, they could not hurt Qing Emperor at all. How could this monkey be so strong? Bastard, my green metal divine wood. Gu Hai, I am here to invite you. How dare you treat me like this? Qing Emperor suddenly shouted in anger. Gu Hai stood on the square and looked coldly at Qing Emperor. You talk too much. One look and I can tell that you are not a good person. Eat my cudgel. The monkey swung his cudgel again. Impudent monkey, you are courting death. My main body is not here. If I were here, I would have killed you easily. Qing Emperor hit the monkey with his palm. Boom. The cudgel and fist collided. Qing Emperor was sent flying again. At this moment there were more cracks on his body. Emperor! Qing Emperor's subordinates in the distance exclaimed. Impudent monkey, your cudgel is of the metal element. If it was not for the fact that this cudgel countered my avatar, I would have. Qing Emperor threw a long whip in anger. Die. The monkey did not waste time and swung his cudgel again. Boom. The two great experts clashed, and the azure arch was sent flying again. He flew to the horizon in an instant, and his right arm exploded. Gu Hai, just you wait. My main body will be here soon. Roar. Qing Emperor roared with a ferocious expression. With a loud roar, Qing Emperor took a step and shot into the distance. Did I say that you can leave? The monkey grimaced. You are just a formation cloud beast. Do you think you can get out? Qing Emperor said coldly. Qing Emperor took a step and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was too fast. It was as if no one could catch up to him. Escape? With a somersault, I can travel 108,000 li. You want to escape in front of me? The monkey snorted. With a flip of his body, he instantly caught up with the azure arch. He escaped? Countless Dahan officials were shocked. This monkey had escaped the restraints of the formation? What? How did you get out? Qing Emperor glared. Ja. The monkey glared and smashed down with his staff. Hong. Qing Emperor's projection exploded. At the moment of the explosion, Qing Emperor's angry roar came from the void. Stupid monkey, just you wait. I will be here soon. I will destroy you very soon. Roar. You talk too much. The monkey snorted. Whoosh. The monkey flew back to the boundless celestial capital. Monkey? Great sage, heaven's equal? Your Majesty, the great sage, heaven's equal you formed is really powerful. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor! While the people of the Han dynasty were cheering, the monkey had already arrived at the boundless celestial capital. Looking at everything in front of him, his eyes were filled with unfamiliarity. The only thing he was familiar with was the flag. Great sage, heaven's equal? Roar, roar, roar! Where is this place? Where is this? The monkey stared and roared angrily. Gu Hai looked at the monkey and frowned. You were born from this formation. No, I'm the monkey king of the mountain of flower fruit, the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor lied to me and threatened me with the monkeys of flower fruit mountain. He placed me in the 8 trigrams furnace to refine pills. After I got out, I tore apart his numinous palace and killed countless celestial soldiers. It was Tathagata who intervened and tricked me into entering his 5 Fingers mountain. Tathagata, Tathagata? Wait, why am I here? It's you. You saved me from the 5 Fingers mountain? The monkey stared. Oh, if you put it that way, that's about right. What I condensed is Sun Wukong, who was suppressed under the 5 Finger mountain earlier. That's right. You saved me, and I helped you kill that bastard. We don't owe each other anything. I'm going to find Tathagata for revenge now. Tathagata, Tathagata! The monkey suddenly burst into flames. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky were burned red by his flames. But Gu Hai suddenly didn't know how to explain it. There was something wrong with the 32 great formations. How did they form such a monkey? Tathagata lives in the Western Paradise. I'm not familiar with everything here. Are there countless bald donkeys living in the Western Paradise? The monkey stared. There is indeed a spiritual mountain sacred ground in the Western Paradise. It's one of the 3 sacred grounds in the world. An official at the side explained. Spiritual mountain sacred ground? Right, that's right. Spiritual mountain sacred ground, Great Thunderclap Temple, Tathagata Buddha? The monkey found a familiar place. It's the present Buddha, the official shouted. The present Buddha is Tathagata Buddha. He just changed his name. Spiritual mountain sacred ground? Good. I just messed up the heavenly palace. Now I'll destroy your spiritual mountain sacred ground. Tathagata Buddha, I'm coming. The monkey shouted. He reached out and grabbed the great sage, heaven's equal flag. With a flash, he flew toward the west at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he disappeared into the horizon. Gu Hai was speechless. That spiritual mountain sacred ground was not the spiritual mountain sacred ground. Gu Hai wanted to shout to stop him, but it was all too late. The monkey had already disappeared into the horizon to wreak havoc on the spiritual mountain sacred ground. Gu Hai was in a dilemma. Were the monks of the spiritual mountain sacred ground going to suffer an unexpected calamity? How could this be? Why did the monkey go out? At this moment, Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chueshue, and the other 2 instantly flew toward the periphery. However, as soon as they flew out, they flew back. Ancient Emperor, why can that monkey leave the formation? He's alive? Bubi Dongfang asked in surprise. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched violently as he carefully studied the formation in front of him. He frowned. I'm not sure. This 32 ritual array is already different from old Mr. Guan Chi's 32 ritual array. It is still somewhat incomplete. Perhaps something happened earlier, and that monkey managed to escape the ritual array's control, Gu Hai said with a frown. Huh? Then we? Bubi Dongfang's eyes lit up. I'll continue to study it in the future. If he can escape from the formation, you should be able to escape one day too, Gu Hai said confidently. All right, then we'll have to trouble you, ancient emperor. Bubi Dongfang's eyes lit up. Although they couldn't escape from the formation now, with the monkey as a precedent, it was definitely possible in the future. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of Qing Emperor's subordinates who were escaping in the distance. Bubi Dongfang seemed to have seen the murderous intent in Gu Hai's eyes and waved his hand. Buzz! Hundreds of thin needles shot out of the formation and pierced the foreheads of the group of Qing Emperor's subordinates. Everyone in the distance exclaimed, Gu Hai, let me go now. Otherwise, when the Qing Emperor's main body comes, none of you will live. The Celestial Emperor will be here soon. When he arrives, the boundless celestial capital will be destroyed. The strength of the Celestial Emperor's projection is less than 1% of the Celestial Emperor's actual strength. That monkey is useless. When the Celestial Emperor comes, all of you will die. Let us go now. The group of Qing Emperor's subordinates shouted in shock and anger. Dongfang Bubi snorted coldly and shook the red string on the needles. Boom, 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 boom. The group of Qing Emperor's subordinates exploded. Chapter 632. Outside the limitless celestial capital. Sima Chongkong hadn't gone far when he turned his head and saw a shocking battle in the limitless celestial capital. Great Sage, Heaven's Equal? Heavenly Palace? Sima Chongkong's eyes flashed with astonishment. Sir, isn't that the Qing Emperor? How did Gu Hai do it? A subordinate asked blankly. This Gu Hai is too strange. Go back and investigate carefully. What's the origin of the great sage, Heaven's Equal? What grudges does he have with the Holy Mountain? Sima Chongkong frowned. Yes. Limitless celestial capital. Ever since the destruction of the Qing Emperor's projection, the Dahan officials were extremely excited. That was the Qing Emperor. How strong was the Emperor's formation? Gu Hai rested for a few days and made some arrangements before entering the Forbidden Area's formation again. In the formation, the soldiers were chanting the Tao Te Ching. At this moment, the evil aura on their bodies was slowly dissipating. Gu Hai, when are we leaving? The unborn man asked anxiously. Gu Hai looked at the soldiers. Your Majesty, it's almost time. Your Majesty, we can go in now. Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Montez, Guqin, and the others all responded. Gu Hai nodded. Gaochen! Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Master, you called me. I can speak now? Among the soldiers, a figure in a black robe suddenly stood up with a face full of excitement. Gao Xianji and the others were slightly surprised. Gaochen had also entered the Azure realm in the past 3 years, but Gu Hai didn't allow him to speak. He had always been a member of the Million Dahan Demon Army. This time, you will follow me, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Gaochen said excitedly. All right, begin splitting your soul and enter the Azure Dao mystic realm, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, sir. Everyone replied. Everyone quickly split their divine souls and followed Gu Hai into the ghost dividing boxes. Buzz, 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 all of a sudden, the ghost boxes split into 2 souls. One Gu Hai quickly turned into 200, and one soldier after another transformed into 200. The 1 million soldiers quickly turned into 200 million soldiers. But suddenly, a crisp sound came from one of the ghost dividing boxes. Everyone looked over and saw that countless cracks had appeared on the ghost dividing box. The cracks grew more and more. Bang! The ghost dividing box suddenly exploded and turned into dust, disappearing into nothingness. It's gone? The unborn man's expression suddenly changed. Bam! 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 A series of booms rang out as all of the ghost dividing boxes exploded in a short period of time. Your Majesty? The soldiers asked anxiously. No one knew what the ghost dividing boxes were, but they knew that it was definitely a rare treasure. But it was gone just like that? Gu Hai watched as the ghost dividing boxes disappeared one by one. He took a deep breath and said, It's gone? If it's gone, then it's gone. We should be satisfied with such a harvest. Gu Hai, this treasure still has? The unborn man asked expectantly. No, this is the only one in the world. Let's go, it's time to slaughter the undead Blood Sea City, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The group of soldiers responded. Leave one group outside. Everyone follow me in, Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Rumble. Immediately, the Dahan demon army rushed into the Azure Dao mystic realm. Only one group did not enter. This group was still led by Gu Hai, and they waited outside with 1 million soldiers. Although the soldiers were puzzled and didn't know why a group was left outside, at this moment, no one asked too much and just waited. Undead Blood Sea City. The Nether River Patriarch had waited for 10 days, and the Azuras in the city were also waiting. The Dahan demon army won't be scared away, right? The Patriarch is still the best. They ran away when they heard the Patriarch's voice. If they dare to come again, I'll kill them all. And that Mu Shura, she brought such a big disaster to us. I should have eaten her long ago. The Azuras in the city were discussing. Suddenly, a voice resounded throughout the city. They're back, they're back. The Dahan demon army is back. Suddenly, an Azura exclaimed. What? The Azura's expressions changed and they quickly became alert. The Azuras stood on the city tower and looked at the black mass of the army in the distance. At this moment, the evil aura of the army had disappeared. They held their weapons and looked coldly at the Azuras in the city. The leader was the largest, Gu Hai, who was 3,000 feet tall. He was the most ferocious Azura king. Rumble! The Blood Sea churned above the undead Blood Sea city. Long Wanqing was bound above the Blood Sea when she suddenly saw the Dahan demon army coming again. Gu Hai, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come. It's all my fault. Long Wanqing looked anxious. In the distance, Gu Hai saw Long Wanqing as well. Seeing that Long Wanqing was sad, Gu Hai smiled gently. Don't worry, Wanqing. I'm here. Don't worry, I'll defeat the Nether River Patriarch and save you. It's no use. None of the Asuras are a match for the Nether River Patriarch. Gu Hai, run, run. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Do you want to die, Mushura? Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the blood sea in the sky. It was the voice of the Nether River Patriarch. Nether River Patriarch, I'm already here. Why make things difficult for Long Wanqing? I'll fight you. What do you say? Gu Hai shouted. Are you feeling sorry for her? Ha ha ha, being soft-hearted is the biggest flaw of human nature. Come and save her. She's in my blood sea. If you come and save her, I won't kill her. What do you say? The Nether River Patriarch's voice was filled with arrogance. I'm here to save her. But since you set me up to come here and even asked me to kill all of the Azura Realm's secret realms, you don't care about the lives of these Azuras, right? If that's the case, I'll kill them all. What do you say? Gu Hai said coldly. Kill them all if you can. The Nether River Patriarch's voice echoed again. Patriarch! The Azuras in the city exclaimed. The Tao of the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty was passed down by me in the past. The Tao of killing. Kill the heavens, kill the earth, and kill all living beings. Why should I fear death when I enter the Tao through killing? Kill them all, Gu Hai. Come on. The Nether River Patriarch shouted coldly. Did you hear that? Kill them all. Kill them all as fast as you can. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The army responded. Boom. The unborn man, Guqin, Gao Xianji, and the others shouted and swarmed towards the undead Blood Sea City. 199 Gu Hai suddenly soared into the sky. Gaochen followed behind and soared into the sky. Rumble! In an instant, the battle between the two sides began. The last undead Blood Sea City was nothing to the demon army of the Dahan that had slaughtered the entire Azura realm. Resist? There was no way to resist. As long as the Nether River Patriarch didn't attack, they would be able to sweep through everything. Kill, 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 kill. While the chaotic battle raged on below, nearly 200 Gu Hai instantly arrived at the Blood Sea in the sky. One Gu Hai rushed to the front and immediately reached Long Wanqing. Watch out! Long Wanqing exclaimed. However, a blood-red Azura suddenly rushed out of the Blood Sea and struck at Gu Hai with its palm. Boom! Gu Hai slashed with his saber. In an instant, a monstrous wave of blood surged into the sky. However, Gu Hai's saber did not destroy the blood-red Azura. Instead, it was almost equal in strength. Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai rushed over like a swarm of bees, wanting to kill the blood-red Azura. However, the entire Blood Sea was also churning wildly. Suddenly, the Blood Sea erupted again, and a large number of blood-red Azuras rushed out of the Blood Sea. An incomparably powerful force hit Gu Hai's saber aura. Boom! 199 blood-red Azuras immediately blocked Gu Hai, who was rushing toward Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing was right in front of him, but Gu Hai could not get close. That was because these blood-red Azuras were too strong. None of them were weaker than Gu Hai. Gu Hai, the Wood Azura is right in front of you. Can you save her? Ha 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 ha. 199 blood-red Azuras laughed. We will definitely kill them all, the group of Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, he swung his saber again. Second cycle, third cycle, fourth cycle. Fifth cycle. Boom. Immediately, 199 blood-red Azuras exploded. Not bad. Unfortunately, my blood god's son is more than that. Ha 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 ha, let's see how many more slashes you can make. A sinister laugh came from the Blood Sea. Amidst the sinister laughter, the Blood Sea churned again. As it churned, more blood-red Azuras appeared. They were so densely packed that there was no end to them. Huh? So many? Gaochen, who was not far away, suddenly exclaimed. Run, Gu Hai. Long Wanqing said anxiously. The Nether River Patriarch has 480 million blood gods' son clones. His goal is to exhaust your stamina, weaken your will, and steal your consciousness to escape from this realm. Don't fall for it. Run, now. Who asked you to run your mouth, brat? The Nether River Patriarch snorted. Bang! Large amounts of blood splashed onto Long Wanching's face. Long Wanching's face was immediately swollen. Stop! Gu Hai suddenly roared. The boundless sea expand. The Nether River Patriarch snorted. Boom! The vast scarlet sea suddenly expanded, expanding infinitely. At this moment, even if Gu Hai wanted to flee, he could not. I'm sorry, Gu Hai, Long Wanqing said regretfully. Gu Hai could not escape now. If not for her, Gu Hai would not have been imprisoned. Don't blame yourself, Wanqing. It's not your fault. Gu Hai shook his head. Ha 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 ha. How foolish. But now you can't escape even if you want to. The 480 million blood god's son snarled. There's something I don't understand, Nether River Patriarch. You want to steal my consciousness? No, it should be your consciousness that's occupying my spirit. Why wait until now? Until now? Until I kill all the Asuras? Gu Hai said coldly. Why? Only a strong spirit can do it. The stronger your spirit, the more I can bring out. That's enough. You're much more outstanding than the great Slayer Holy Lord. That idiot hasn't even reached your level after 6,000 years. Humph, humph, humph. Nether River Patriarch snorted 3 times in a row. Chapter 633. The Nether River Patriarch had schemed so hard just to forge a powerful divine soul, then seize the consciousness and step out of this secret realm? Gu Hai's face darkened. He sneered. Nether River Patriarch, do you think you can defeat me today? Ha 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 ha. Defeat you? Do you still have the ability to struggle? The Nether River Patriarch shouted coldly. Boom. The 480 million blood gods suddenly charged at Gu Hai. One Gu Hai could barely deal with one blood god, but now there were 480 million blood gods. How could Gu Hai resist? Gu Hai! Long Wanqing suddenly exclaimed. Your Majesty! The Dahan demon army that was charging toward the underworld Blood Sea City was also shocked. It was indeed very easy for the Nether River Patriarch to kill the Dahan demon army. Even if the entire Dahan demon army attacked with 480 million blood gods, they wouldn't be a match for him. Who told you to stop? One Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Guqin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Montez, and the others were shocked. Then, they immediately buried their heads in the battle. Kill! Kill him! Gao Xianji shouted. The Nether River Patriarch had shown his boundless power, and everyone was desperate. Now that Gu Hai had given the order, everyone trusted Gu Hai without hesitation and quickly killed. Humph! Kill! Kill! Once I snatch Gu Hai's soul, I'll kill you all. Ha 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 ha. The 480 million blood gods suddenly laughed as they continued charging at Gu Hai. 199 Gu Hai looked gloomy as he watched the blood gods like a tide. Suddenly 2 Gu Hais collided. Boom. The 2 Gu Hais collided with each other. Suddenly, their bodies exploded into billowing black gas. In an instant, the 2 souls merged. The billowing black energy did not disperse. Instead, it merged into one again. 2-to-2 fusion? The unborn man exclaimed in surprise. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone watched as the Gu Hai's Azura physique rapidly fused together. After the fusion, the Azura physique expanded once again. Boom. All of a sudden, a large number of blood gods appeared and pounced on Gu Hai. It drowned all of Gu Hai in it. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing revealed a panicked expression. Rumble. The blood gods were like a pyramid, trapping Gu Hai in the middle. Just as Dahan's demon army was worrying, break! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the blood sea. Hong! The tens of thousands of clones of blood gods covering Gu Hai suddenly exploded like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. A large number of clones of blood gods were instantly blasted apart by a huge force, and huge waves surged across the entire blood sea. Buzz! The blood gods exploded, revealing Gu Hai in the middle. At this moment, the 199 Gu Hais had all fused together. From a height of 300 zhang, they had grown to a height of 3,000 zhang. The Tongtian's azure physique had shocked the blood sea. The surging power rushed straight to the blood gods. All the blood gods paused. Gu Hai's power had completely suppressed the blood god. The Dahan's demon army looked up and saw Gu Hai, who was 10,000 feet tall, and suddenly became excited. "Long live your majesty!" Rumble. In an instant, the Dahan's demon army became more and more frenzied. Kill, 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 kill. Their killing intent grew, and all the Azuras in the Blood Sea City were about to be slaughtered. "Help, Patriarch! Help me, Patriarch! Patriarch!" The Azuras screamed in fear, but the Nether River Patriarch didn't care about them. In his eyes, they existed to be killed in the first place. Why would he care about saving them? Now that Gu Hai had turned into a giant, he immediately showed his ferocious might. The most important thing was to deal with Gu Hai. "Why aren't you showing your true form, Nether River Patriarch?" Gu Hai shouted. These blood gods were powerful, but they were no match for him. It was just a little more troublesome to kill them now. Ha 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 ha. Souls as one. Good good. That's how it should be. I don't want an incomplete divine soul, the Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Below, in the Black River, a black silhouette suddenly floated up slowly. As soon as the silhouette appeared, Gu Hai felt the entire Azura realm tremble. The very fabric of space trembled as an extremely terrifying aura descended. Even the face of the 1,000-meter-tall Gu Hai changed. The black silhouette slowly floated toward the Blood Sea. In the Blood Sea, 480 million blood gods suddenly surged toward the black silhouette. Just like how Gu Hai merged, the 480 million blood gods also merged, surging into the black silhouette and rapidly fusing into one. The rolling blood sea surrounded the black silhouette, as if it was the ruler of the world at this moment. An increasingly powerful aura spread, and as it did so, it rushed toward Gu Hai. The Azuras below trembled in the face of this aura, as if they were about to kneel. "Kill!" Montez roared with a ferocious expression. Boom, boom, boom. It was a one-sided slaughter. Finally, all the Azuras in the Blood Sea City were killed. "Your Majesty, we have killed the Azura of the Void!" Gao Xianji shouted into the sky. Bam! In the black silhouette, the aura of the Nether River Patriarch suppressed all the Azuras and forced them to kneel. The 480 million blood gods completely merged into the black silhouette in a short time. Boom! The blood sea suddenly exploded, as if it had exploded into endless blood mist that shrouded the entire Azura realm. A 10,000-meter-tall giant, the Nether River Patriarch, suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai. He was 10 times the size of Gu Hai, and his aura was more than 10 times that of Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened. "Ha ha ha ha, didn't you want to see my true form? This is my true form, my divine soul." The 10,000-meter-tall giant roared. The 10,000-meter-tall giant pressed down with a powerful will. At this moment, the blood sea exploded, and Long Wanqing was suddenly saved. "I'm sorry, Gu Hai," Long Wanqing immediately said sorrowfully. Gu Hai, however, grabbed Long Wanqing. "It's good that you're fine. Wanqing, go to the unborn man first," Gu Hai said to Long Wanqing. "But..." Long Wanqing looked worriedly at the Nether River Patriarch. The Nether River Patriarch's form was also an Azura, a half-black, half-blood Azura. His aura was so oppressive that Long Wanqing could not breathe. "Go!" Gu Hai said. As he spoke, he tossed it at Long Wanqing, tossing it to the unborn man. The unborn man reached out and caught it. "Be careful, Gu Hai." Long Wanqing could only shout that in the end. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing with joy in his heart, but he could not say anything. He still felt guilty and did not dare to say anything. The Nether River Patriarch looked at Gu Hai. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you want to try again? The Nether River Patriarch sneered. Fifth cycle. Gu Hai suddenly took a step forward and slashed at the Nether River Patriarch with his saber. Countless saber auras appeared around him and slashed at the Nether River Patriarch along with the energy saber. The Nether River Patriarch reached out and grabbed. Boom! Gu Hai's fifth cycle was caught in the Nether River Patriarch's palm. It did not move at all. Fifth cycle? Ha ha ha, interesting. Unfortunately, you're still too weak before me. Is that all you've got? The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Very well, Nether River Patriarch, if you want to see, I still have another trick up my sleeve. I hope you can take it. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh! At the same time, the Sea of Providence in the infinite celestial capital suddenly churned. Suddenly, Gu Hai's final divine soul in the ritual array in the Forbidden Land suddenly shouted, Don't be so arrogant. People of the Han Dynasty, today, I have encountered a peerless enemy who wishes to destroy the Dahan and destroy the Dahan. I ask all of you to lend me your strength. Raise your right hands. Lend me your strength. Protect the Han Dynasty with me. Protect your families with me. Raise your right hands. Hong! As the Sea of Providence shuddered, Gu Hai's voice spread everywhere in an instant. It reached the 60 cities of the Han Dynasty and reached the ears of all Dahan citizens. The expressions of countless officials in the infinite celestial capital changed. Enemy? Where is the enemy? The officials and citizens were very curious, but no one doubted the Emperor's words. Immediately they all raised their right hand. Your Majesty, please use this official's power. Immediately an official raised his right hand. As he raised his right hand, all the energy in his body seemed to fly out of his right hand. That official immediately went limp on the ground. He had lent his power. Instantly, countless officials raised their right hands and lent their power. The citizens also raised their right hands. Your Majesty, use this commoner's power. Because of the Han Dynasty, my entire family could cultivate. Your Majesty, use this commoner's power. My life became richer in the Han Dynasty, and the taxes were very low. Without the Han Dynasty, would it be the same as before? Your Majesty, use my power. Use mine. In the infinite celestial capital, one citizen after another raised their right hands. At the same time, all the citizens in the 60 cities of the Han Dynasty also raised their right hands and lent their power. In the sky above the infinite celestial capital, it was as if streams of golden air currents were converging from all directions. Like meteors, the surging power surged into the Sea of Providence clouds and rushed into the Forbidden Land formation. The power of the Han Dynasty continued to converge on Gu Hai. Han Dynasty, outside a city. Qing Emperor's main body had already arrived with a group of subordinates. Your Majesty, it seems that the powers of the 4 cities are converging on the infinite celestial capital? Your Majesty, does Gu Hai know that we are coming? Is he mobilizing the power of the Dahan? Your Majesty, our whereabouts have been exposed. The subordinates cried out in alarm. Qing Emperor's face darkened. Mobilizing the power of a country? You are just a Yuanying state. So what if you mobilize it? With a cold snort, Qing Emperor's figure flashed. Boom! In an instant, Qing Emperor cast aside his subordinates and shot into the distance. Qing Emperor's speed was very fast. In a short while, he had already arrived outside the infinite celestial capital. Chapter 634. People of the Han Dynasty, today, I have encountered a peerless enemy who wants to destroy the Dahan Empire and destroy the Dahan Empire. I ask the people of the world to lend me your strength. Lend me your strength. Protect the Han Dynasty and your families with me. Lend me your strength. Raise your right hands. Gu Hai's voice entered the ears of every Dahan citizen through the Sea of Providence clouds. Similarly, it was also instantly transmitted to the Azura realm. All the Dahan demon soldiers instantly heard Gu Hai's voice. Yes, your Majesty. All the Dahan demon soldiers answered. Whoosh! All the Dahan demon soldiers immediately raised their right hand. In an instant, a large amount of power suddenly disappeared, as if it had been cut open and transmitted to the outside world. Buzz, buzz, buzz! One by one, the Dahan demon soldiers fell to the ground weakly. Long Wanqing looked at all the people who had borrowed power in shock. Montez, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Guqin all borrowed power. Even the unborn man at the side stretched out his hand to lend power. The surging power spread out and everyone went limp. The 1,000-foot-tall Gu Hai looked at the Nether River Patriarch, who was 10,000 feet tall. The Nether River Patriarch was not in a hurry at this moment. He waited patiently as if he was waiting for Gu Hai to reach his strongest state. Han Dynasty? Mobilizing the power of a country? 200 divine souls, one less. Replenish your power in the outside world. Not bad, not bad. The Nether River Patriarch sneered. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the distance. It was Gu Hai's last divine soul clone in the outside world. It had transformed into an Azura and was rushing over. It carried the power of the Dahan Empire. Boundless power surged forth. The Nether River Patriarch was not worried. Instead, he looked expectant. The Nether River Patriarch waved his hand. It's time to go out. Ha, I'll take your divine soul and bring my divine body. I no longer have any regrets in the Azura Dao mystic realm. As the Nether River Patriarch waved his hand, the Black River in the undead bloodbath suddenly floated into the air and slowly condensed into a massive sphere. Is this the body you forged using the Azura Dao secret realm? Gu Hai's expression darkened. The giant black orb did not give off much of an aura, but how could it be an ordinary object if the Nether River Patriarch valued it so much? Flesh body? No, it's a divine body. It's just a clump of energy that can take many forms. It has the divine power of creation, the energy of life, and the origin of life. You will never understand, and you don't need to understand. Ha 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 ha. The Nether River Patriarch laughed coldly. Meanwhile, the Nether River Patriarch appeared confident in his victory even as the black water ball hovered in the air. Suddenly, the beam of golden light in the sky approached, crashing into Gu Hai's 3,000-meter-tall body. Boom! The two Gu Hai clashed into each other and then fused back into one. At the same time, rolling energy slowly gathered in Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's body rapidly expanded. The Dahan's power? All the Azuras lend their power to you? The people of the 60 cities of the Han Dynasty lend their power to you? Oh right. Speaking of which, you have a bunch of national beasts, the Silver Moon Sea, the Shangguan Hen, and the power of countless Xuanwu, all of them lent to you, right? It's a pity that the Xuanwu is just a declining tribe. No matter how strong they are limited. Ha 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 ha. The Nether River Patriarch suddenly laughed. How do you know? Gu Hai's expression suddenly darkened as his strength skyrocketed. The Nether River Patriarch snarled. You think I don't know anything just because I'm trapped in the Azura Dao mystic realm? You think I don't know anything about the Divine Continent? You have been here for 3 years. You really think I haven't investigated you? How did you investigate? Gu Hai's face darkened. The Azura Dao mystic realm is a sealed world. It is only sealed to the inside but not to the outside. The evil spirits of the world enter this world at all times. This ancestor knows the situation of your Han royal dynasty better than anyone else. Ha 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 ha. What a pity. What a pity. You can only reach a height of 25 kilometers. Just nice for me to snatch. Ha 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 ha. The Nether River Patriarch sneered. Rumble. As expected, when Gu Hai's body expanded to 80,000 zhang, his speed suddenly slowed down. In front of the Nether River Patriarch, Gu Hai finally lowered his head. If it was the Long Zhanghua, I wouldn't dare to be arrogant. But you are too far away. 80,000 zhang? It's still growing? The Nether River Patriarch's face darkened. The Nether River Patriarch's calculation was very precise. He was so precise that he knew how much Gu Hai's body could reach. 80,000 zhang? But it's still growing? 85,000 zhang? 90,000 zhang? All of a sudden, it exceeded the Nether River Patriarch's estimation? Why is it still growing? No, what's that sound? The Nether River Patriarch's face darkened. The Tao can be said, the extraordinary Tao, the name can be named, the extraordinary name. In the Azura Tao mystic realm, the voice of the Tao Te Ching echoed. The blood mist filled the entire Azura Tao mystic realm. This was the territory of the Nether River Patriarch. But now, the voice of the Tao Te Ching was the same. It filled the entire Azura Tao mystic realm. In just a short while, the voice of the Tao Te Ching had reverberated throughout the world like a huge bell. The Tao Te Ching? Are you crazy? You tore the Tao Te Ching before you entered? The Nether River Patriarch's face changed. Then, he saw that Gu Hai's body had also grown to a height of 10,000 zhang. It was only at that height that his growth slowed down. At this moment, Gu Hai and the Nether River Patriarch were both 10,000 zhang tall. They were equally tall and majestic. Outside the limitless celestial capital, the Qing Emperor arrived outside the limitless celestial capital in just a short while. Oh no! He's here again! Zhang Sanfeng's face darkened. The Qing Emperor? Him again? Dongfang Bubi's face darkened. The four cloud beasts were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, almost all the power of the Han dynasty was gathered in Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's spirit was connected to his body. With a gentle tug, the rolling power was transferred from his body to his spirit. After gathering all his strength, Gu Hai's divine soul was about to enter the Azura Tao's secret realm. Suddenly, Gu Hai's divine soul paused. The Nether River Patriarch? I was almost careless. Gu Hai's spirit muttered. He reached out and took out the Tao Te Ching. Looking at the paper filled with the Tao Te Ching, Gu Hai was silent for a moment, as if he was reluctant to part with it. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai's eyes hardened. Rip! In an instant, the Tao Te Ching was torn apart by Gu Hai. The moment the Tao Te Ching was torn apart, rolling righteous energy suddenly rushed out and rushed into Gu Hai's spirit. At the same time, sounds spread in all directions. Buzz! Gu Hai stepped forward and entered the secret realm of the Azura Tao. The Tao Te Ching could not enter the Tao mystic realm. Although the rolling power rushed into Gu Hai's spirit, the righteous voice continued to spread in the void. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. The chanting of the Tao Te Ching slowly enveloped the entire limitless celestial capital. After all, the Tao Te Ching was much more powerful than the bringing in the wine and the song of righteousness. Along with the extremely solemn chanting, golden words seemed to condense in the void and surrounded the entire limitless celestial capital. Every word was sacred and radiant. Gu Hai, how dare you tear apart my sacred text of Taoism? The Lotus Tharch roared. Qing Emperor reached out and hit the limitless celestial capital with his palm. The void condensed into a giant palm that covered the sky and slammed down with the power to destroy the world. Oh no! The expressions of countless powerhouses in the city changed. It was at this moment that Yi Zichen was stunned. The golden words of the Tao Te Ching suddenly burst out with billions of golden light. Boom! A super barrier that seemed to be formed by countless golden words collided with Qing Emperor's giant palm. Rumble! Under the collision, the surrounding void was suddenly swept up, and there was a huge fire at the point of collision. The limitless celestial capital shook slightly, but the golden word barrier protected the limitless celestial capital. Qing Emperor's palm did not seem to have much effect. Qing Emperor's eyes narrowed. As expected of the world's #1 scripture, the Tao Te Ching? Even the aftermath of being torn apart has so much energy. So what? Since it has been torn apart, it can only dissipate. The golden word barrier will only become weaker and weaker. Let's see how long you can hold on. Qing Emperor's eyes were ferocious. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and a green gourd suddenly appeared in his palm. Treasure, please. Qing Emperor waved his hand. Bang! A vine suddenly shot out from the green gourd. Once the vine appeared, it suddenly split into countless numbers and covered the entire limitless celestial capital in an instant. Boom! In an instant, the rolling vines wrapped around the entire limitless celestial capital. The number of vines suddenly increased. One turned into 10,000, 10,000 turned into 100 million, endless, covering the sky and earth. In the blink of an eye, the limitless celestial capital was completely covered by the vines, like a green vine egg. Green vines emerged from the mouth of the gourd and wrapped around the entire limitless celestial capital. Billions of poisonous thorns suddenly appeared on the vines. Tisk, tsk, 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 tisk. The entire limitless celestial capital was filled with sizzling sounds. The poisonous thorns on the vines were corroding and melting the golden word barrier. A world born from a vine? The vine world gourd, that is as famous as the immortal slaying gourd? In Qing Emperor's hands? Qing Emperor's is the vine world gourd? As famous as the Taishang's 8 trigrams gourd? Cries of surprise suddenly came from all directions. Apart from Qing Emperor, there were also countless people who had designs on the classic of Taoism. It was just that they didn't know how to do it in the past and had waited until today. Unexpectedly, they saw Qing Emperor take out the Vine World Gourd and wrap it around the entire limitless celestial capital in an instant. Everyone had the same thought. The limitless celestial capital was finished. At the same time, in heavenly courts, Long Zhanghua was in the middle of a court meeting. Mo Yike, led by Long Wanyu, stepped into the court meeting. How dare you? Do you think you can just barge into the court meeting as you wish? Sima Zhonghen glared. How dare you? How dare you? A group of Deqian officials immediately rebuked Mo Yike. Shut up. Long Wanyu glared, instantly silencing the officials. Long Zhanghua looked coldly at Mo Yike. Mo Yike, you incited Wanyu to barge into my court meeting today. Do you admit to your crime? Solemnly, Mo Yike bowed and said, reporting to Daqiansheng, this action was ordered by the Emperor. He asked me to report to Daqiansheng. The Emperor has already prepared everything. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. However, he saw Mo Yike hand over a letter. I don't know the Emperor's intentions. Before the Emperor left, he left behind a letter and placed a restriction on it. I don't know the contents either. However, the Emperor instructed that as long as he sends a letter to me, I must pass it to Daqiansheng immediately, no matter when or where. An attendant quickly passed the letter to Long Zhanghua. But Long Zhanghua gently squeezed and the restriction on the letter broke. Although Long Zhanghua did not say anything, his cold eyes said everything. If the contents of the letter did not satisfy him, he would not let Mo Yike and even Gu Hai off lightly. The civil and military officials also saw the meaning of Long Zhan's words, but they didn't say anything. Instead, they looked carefully at Long Zhanghua. They gently opened the letter. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes and read, to Daqiansheng, Gu Hai is lucky to have obtained the entrance to the Azura Path's secret territory. It belongs to me now. The items in the Azura Path's secret territory have been cleared. The Azura Path's secret territory is now gifted to Daqiansheng as thanks for your help in the past. I hope that Daqiansheng will be victorious again. Chapter 635. Azura Dao Mystic Realm. Gu Hai and the Nether River Patriarch were both 10,000 zhang tall. They were equally tall and ferocious. Dao De Sutra? Good, good, good. Indeed, you are a person who can establish a dynasty in such a short time. Your viciousness is extraordinary. You can tear apart the Dao De Sutra. The Nether River Patriarch said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, He took out a long sword. A towering scarlet light shone from the long sword. Nether River Patriarch? I dare not underestimate you. Gu-hai took out a long saber. Although the long saber was not one of the 4 life-ending sabers, it was formed by the energy of this world. It was exceptionally tough. The two were some distance away from each other. A murderous aura surged toward them. Very well. With your current soul, you can bring all of me out, the Nether River Patriarch said coldly. As he said that, a powerful aura spread out. Rumble. The entire Azura Dao mystic realm seemed to be shaking. That horrifying aura rushed toward Gu-hai. The powerful aura made Gu-hai's aura seem inferior. What? Your aura? Gu-hai's face sank. Do you think that you are a match for me after killing all the Azuras in the Azura Dao mystic realm and gathering all your soul energy? You are still far from it. I have killed all the Azuras in the Azura Dao mystic realm 3 times. How can you compare to me? Watch how I suppress you and steal your soul. The Nether River Patriarch slashed with his sword with a ferocious expression. The scarlet sword in his hand was not fast. However, every time it moved toward Gu-hai, it seemed to squeeze the surrounding space. A huge pressure filled Gu-hai's body, making it difficult for Gu-hai to move. Heavenly Cycle. Gu-hai slashed with difficulty. 1. A large amount of saber chi appeared in the surroundings. The saber chi surrounded Gu-hai, forming a huge chessboard. Humph, Heavenly Cycle 5? I have already used it before. Even if you increase your strength and increase your power, so what? Not enough, not enough. The Nether River Patriarch sneered. 6. Gu-hai suddenly shouted. Boom. All the saber chi once again gathered into the saber aura. This time, the saber aura emitted a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire world in an instant. The edge of the blade seemed to carry the power to destroy heaven and earth, and as it slashed down, it was like divine retribution, heading straight for the Nether River Patriarch. You're still holding back? The Nether River Patriarch's expression changed. Nonetheless, the Nether River Patriarch was forced to change his strategy due to the ferocity of the blade. He raised his sword and slashed at the sky. Boom! The sword and saber collided. The ground where the Nether River Patriarch stood quaked violently as thousands of trenches appeared in every direction in an instant. 100 times the strength of Zhou 5? How is that possible? You lied to me, Gu-hai? The Nether River Patriarch said with a ferocious expression. The Nether River Patriarch's expression changed, and so did Gu-hai's. Zhou 6 could not be used with his physical body in the outside world because the burden on the body was too great. Others would not die, but he would explode. Only with his Azura body could he use that slash. In Gu-hai's eyes, that slash was invincible. Even if the Qing Emperor came, Gu-hai was confident that he could fight him head-on, but the Nether River Patriarch blocked it? Saber and sword collided, and the two powerful forces were in a stalemate. Gu-hai's full-powered saber strike failed to do anything to the Nether River Patriarch. However, the Nether River Patriarch was also pinned down by Gu-hai. The Nether River Patriarch did not dare to withdraw his sword. If he did, this saber strike would land on him. Even as powerful as the Nether River Patriarch was, he could not withstand such a powerful slash. The two were in a stalemate, and their expressions were ferocious. Good. Gu-hai, I did not expect that you would hide so much just to deal with me. Very good. The Nether River Patriarch said viciously. The stalemate. But would the Nether River Patriarch stop after waiting for so many years? Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out of the Nether River Patriarch's face, passing through the land of saber and sword and heading straight for Gu-hai's head. Gu-hai, watch out. The Nether River Patriarch's consciousness is coming to possess you. The unborn man exclaimed from below. Unfortunately, the unborn man was exhausted after lending his power, and could not help at all. The Nether River Patriarch's black shadow was getting closer and closer to Gu-hai. Gu-hai's face darkened. Gauchen, where are you? It doesn't matter now. If you withdraw your blade, my sword will cut into your body. If you don't, my consciousness will seize your spirit. The Black Shadow said viciously. Withdraw his blade? Gu-hai would not withdraw his blade. If the Nether River Patriarch seriously injured him now, he would not have the chance to fight back. Master, I'm here. But I can't beat him. Gauchen looked at the Nether River Patriarch in horror. You dare to dream, little thing? The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Who asked you to hit him? Sing for me. Sing. Gu-hai said viciously. But I don't have the hypersonic barrier now. Aren't you? Gauchen said worriedly. It's fine. I've heard it a few times and have a certain tolerance. Sing for the Nether River Patriarch. Now. Gu-hai glared. Oh! Gauchen immediately flew to the Nether River Patriarch. What are you doing? The Nether River Patriarch's face darkened. Now that I have 200 bodies, I can sing a chorus. I'll improvise the Azura chorus. Gauchen said with a hint of excitement. Was he crazy? Singing at this time? The Nether River Patriarch ignored Gauchen. But Gauchen's voice suddenly rang out. Ah! 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 We come to the happy Azura, Azura, Azura. There's a cute Nether River Patriarch. He wants to play a game with me. As soon as Gauchen sang, Gu-hai's face suddenly stiffened and his scalp went numb. His hand trembled and he almost threw the long blade. Azura chorus? What the hell? It's terrible. Before, when there was only one Gauchen, it was only twice as terrible. Now that the chorus was 200 times worse. Even though Gu-hai had heard Gauchen sing many times, he could not stand it. Below, countless Dahan demon army also looked at Gauchen in shock. It felt worse than being killed by an Azura. It was too terrible. The Tao can be Tao, the Tao can be Tao, the name can be Tao, the name can be Tao, the name can be Tao. Countless Dahan demon army were sweating profusely as they chanted the Tao Te Ching. This was a heart demon, a demonic barrier. This was even worse than the heart demons that had been created by killing Azuras for several months. Even Gu-hai could not stand it, much less when the song was directed at Patriarch Nether River. Furthermore, the song was directed at Patriarch Nether River. The Nether River Patriarch suddenly trembled all over. He looked at Gauchen in horror. Shut up, demon! The Nether River Patriarch roared, glaring. The black consciousness that was about to rush toward Gu-hai also suddenly turned its head and looked at Gauchen. However, Gauchen did not pay any attention to him and continued to sing. As he sang, suddenly, rolling dark clouds appeared above Gauchen's head, as if attracted by Gauchen's song. Huh! Gu-hai was slightly stunned. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck out from the dark clouds and headed straight for the Nether River Patriarch. Kaboom! Ah! The Nether River Patriarch suddenly screamed. What? Gu-hai showed a hint of surprise. The purple lightning didn't hurt the Nether River Patriarch's body, but the black consciousness that surged out of the Nether River Patriarch's body was blasted away. The black consciousness that was about to enter Gu-hai's body for possession suddenly exploded and burned as if it was on fire. Purple heavenly thunder? Is that the legendary purple heavenly thunder? The unborn man exclaimed from afar. Mr. Unborn Man, what's a purple heavenly thunder? Guqin asked curiously. Purple heavenly thunder doesn't hurt physical objects, but only the mind. It's the strangest type of heavenly thunder, and hasn't been seen for tens of thousands of years. No, it hasn't been seen for 800,000 years. If it weren't for our records, we would have thought that it didn't exist. Is there really a purple heavenly thunder? And it was sung by Gauchen? The unborn man exclaimed in shock. You're really good at singing. Gauchen, keep singing, keep singing! Gu-hai roared savagely. As expected, the Nether River Patriarch's body trembled as the bolts of purple lightning struck the black consciousness, and the long sword in his hand became unsteady. Shut up, you monster! Or I'll kill you! The Nether River Patriarch roared. However, Gauchen didn't stop. He sang louder and louder, and the Dahan demon army around him was chanting the Tao Te Ching faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. More than half of the Nether River Patriarch's black consciousness was blown away by the bolts of purple lightning, and it was burning as if it had been severely injured. However, the Nether River Patriarch roared fiercely and looked coldly at Gauchen, knowing that he couldn't do anything to Gauchen at this moment. "Humph, you monster, I'll kill you later." The Nether River Patriarch roared with a ferocious expression. As the black shadow roared, it endured the unpleasant sound and the heavy injuries from the purple cloud heavenly lightning. Then, it headed for Gu Hai again. "Be careful, Your Majesty!" the officials exclaimed. "Still not enough? I'll sing you to death." Gauchen was extremely anxious. Gauchen didn't dare to get close at all, as the Nether River Patriarch's shockwaves could hurt him. He could only sing from afar and use the purple heavenly thunder to hurt the black consciousness. Soon, 90% of the black consciousness was burned away. "You can't compare to me even if I only use 10% of my consciousness." Roar. The black consciousness reached Gu Hai in an instant and rushed toward Gu Hai's face. In an instant, the black shadow's consciousness touched Gu Hai. "Break!" the Nether River Patriarch roared. Gu Hai felt his spirit shake violently. His mind almost went blank. "What? Your spirit isn't just the accumulation of these few years? Human soul? That's right, your human soul. Why is it so heavy? By the way, you've been to the human path mystic realm. Did you strengthen your human soul there?" The Nether River Patriarch roared with a ferocious expression. The black consciousness rushed toward Gu Hai's human soul, but was blocked. Human path mystic realm? Could it be? Gu Hai's expression changed abruptly. Back in the human path mystic realm, when he was dual cultivating with Bingheim and Chen Xian countless soul fragments in the sky seemed to have been drawn into his and Bingheim's bodies. That shattered soul had strengthened his own human soul? So what if your human soul is strengthened? If I want to break it, I will break it, the Nether River Patriarch said with a ferocious expression. Rumble. Gu Hai felt as if his spirit was about to explode as the Nether River Patriarch's consciousness violently slammed into his spirit. The North Star Polaris was extremely anxious. He kept singing, and heavenly lightning kept striking the Nether River Patriarch's black consciousness. However, the Nether River Patriarch was too ferocious. Even though both sides were injured, he continued to possess Gu Hai. Charge, charge, charge. The Nether River Patriarch was ruthless. After the black consciousness was reduced by half again, he finally broke through Gu Hai's human soul. Break for me. Gu Hai, you've lost. Ah! The Nether River Patriarch laughed savagely. Gu Hai felt his human soul tremble as if something had entered. But in the next moment, something in Gu Hai's human soul suddenly shone with billions of blue light. The blue light was so dazzling that it knocked the black consciousness back in an instant. Ah! What is that? The Nether River Patriarch exclaimed. Boom! The remaining black consciousness was suddenly blasted away by the blue light. The human soul register? Gu Hai's expression changed abruptly. It was the thin human soul he had obtained in the human path mystic realm. However, after the black consciousness was blasted away, the human soul register instantly dimmed significantly. The Nether River Patriarch's consciousness was severely injured. He shuddered and his eyes went blank. The sword in his hand suddenly went limp. It was just a short moment, but it was the most fatal moment. Zhou Tianlu! Gu Hai shouted. Golden light once again illuminated the entire world. The moment the Nether River Patriarch was distracted, Gu Hai's saber slashed down from the top of the Nether River Patriarch's head. In an instant, the Nether River Patriarch's Azura body was cut in half. Boom. Chapter 636. Boom! The Nether River Patriarch was cut in half by the long saber. The aftermath of the long saber created a huge trench that extended thousands of miles away like a super canyon. After the slash, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Even Gauchen's singing stopped. The Nether River Patriarch stared at Gu Hai. At this moment, the Nether River Patriarch seemed to have regained his consciousness, but it was too late for him to be distracted. "No, I won't lose, I won't." The Nether River Patriarch roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! In the very next instant, the Nether River Patriarch's body exploded, turning into a colossal blue energy as soon as he did. It was the Nether River Patriarch's soul power. As soon as the Nether River Patriarch's soul power was released, the entire Azura realm suddenly formed a huge force that surged toward Gu Hai. "I'm not dead yet, I haven't lost yet." The soul power roared and seemed to be struggling. Whoosh! Suddenly, countless chains appeared out of thin air, locking the soul power and surging toward Gu Hai. The law set by the Immortal of Six Paths? Bastard, do you think I'll lose just because my body exploded? I didn't know. The blue soul power struggled desperately. The chain-like laws seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart, letting out loud clanking sounds. Under the loud clanking sounds, the entire Azura Path mystic realm trembled. The Nether River Patriarch's soul power rushed toward the black water ball, the body that was prepared for him. However, the law set by the Immortal of Six Paths was too powerful. Without the Azura body, the Nether River Patriarch was at his weakest. After struggling for a while, he could no longer struggle. Bam! The soul power rushed into Gu Hai's body instantly. Buzz! Gu Hai's body suddenly burst out with dazzling blue light. If it wasn't for the law set by the Immortal of Six Paths, Gu Hai, don't even think about taking my soul power. No, even if you take my soul power, it's not certain who will win in the end. The Nether River Patriarch's voice came from Gu Hai's body. The Tao can be said, the extraordinary Tao, the name can be named, the extraordinary name. Gu Hai immediately sat down cross-legged and quickly recited the Tao Te Ching. Tao Te Ching? Humph, the Tao Te Ching can suppress me a little, but can it suppress me completely? You're dreaming, ha ha ah, it's this thing again, the Mortal Soul Book? Why do you have the Mortal Soul Book? The Nether River Patriarch's screams echoed from Gu Hai's body. The Nether River Patriarch had once annihilated the Azura Path's secret realm thrice. His soul power was much stronger than Gu Hai's. Now that Gu Hai was using the Mortal Soul Book's power to absorb the Nether River Patriarch's soul power, it was like a snake swallowing an elephant. It was extremely uncomfortable. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing asked worriedly. You guys go out first. Unborn man, take everyone out. Wanqing, you guys go out first. Gu Hai shouted with a pained expression. But, Long Wanqing said worriedly. Yes, your majesty. The Dahan demon army answered. Now, the Dahan demon army obeyed Gu Hai's orders unconditionally. Unborn man, take Wanqing back and let her 3 souls fuse. A body? No need to reconstruct or possess. The Nether River Patriarch's black water ball will reconstruct Wanqing's body. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The unborn man answered. Black water ball? Although he didn't know what it was, how could the unborn man not know how powerful it was if the Nether River Patriarch valued it so much? Reconstructing a body with such a treasure? If it were someone else, the unborn man might have thought about it. But now it was Long Wanqing. Even if the unborn man had 10,000 thoughts, it would be completely extinguished. Gu Hai, what about you? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. You guys go out first. The Nether River Patriarch is done. I'll be done soon. Don't stay here. I need to release some of my evil aura. Gu Hai yelled with a pained expression. Go. The unborn man shouted. The army got up with difficulty and quickly ran toward the Shrine of Massacre. Fortunately, Gauchen was there. Gauchen didn't lend his power to Gu Hai, so he could help everyone. Everyone quickly left and soon disappeared into the horizon. After everyone left, Gu Hai's expression turned ferocious. Nether River Patriarch, do you really think I'm useless? Do you think your will can defeat mine? I'm not afraid of you even if you don't have the soul book. I know you've been scheming for countless years and have accumulated countless things. But do you know how much I've been through when I was a mortal in order to break through to the Khanate realm? Roar! Gu Hai roared. Boom! With Gu Hai as the center, a superstorm suddenly surged out like an explosion source. The huge explosion cracked the ground where Gu Hai was sitting. Cracks spread out like a spider web in all directions. When Long Wanqing and the others reached the barrier of the Shrine of Massacre, they suddenly heard a huge sound behind them. Everyone turned and saw that the world in the distance was in chaos. The huge explosion seemed to have turned the whole world turbid. Quick, get out! The unborn man yelled. The Dahan demon army quickly entered the altar and stepped out of the Azura realm. Buzz buzz buzz! Their spirits returned to the altar array of the infinite celestial capital and entered their own bodies. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 200 million spirits returned. I can't get out? Long Wanqing suddenly exclaimed. Everyone went out, but Long Wanqing was still in the Shrine of Massacre's altar and couldn't get out at all. I understand now. This altar can only allow 3 spirits to enter and exit. A single spirit can't come out. No wonder the Nether River Patriarch wanted to possess Gu Hai. The unborn man's expression darkened. Then what should I do? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Your heavenly soul and mortal soul are with me, and they've been repaired. Just fuse them. The unborn man waved his hand. 2 jade boxes emerged from the unborn man's palm. These are the only treasures I can bring into the Azura realm. Luckily, I stored your heavenly soul and mortal soul. Quick, fuse them. The unborn man quickly opened the jade boxes. 2 blue lights suddenly floated out of the jade boxes. Long Wanqing's Azura body reached out and touched them. 1. The 3 spirits fused instantly, and the Azura body seemed to be changing again. Don't wait anymore, get out! The unborn man shouted. Whoosh! Long Wanqing's spirit stepped out instantly. The unborn man also stepped out quickly. At the same time, he carried the Nether River Patriarch's black water ball in his hand. 1. The unborn man's spirit quickly returned to its original position. This black water ball can be brought out. Wanqing, quick, fuse into it! The unborn man shouted. Others couldn't see Long Wanqing's spirit clearly, but the unborn man could. Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man with a complicated expression, bit her lips, and stepped into the black water ball. 1. The black water ball trembled slightly, and slowly, a figure of liquid black water appeared. It was Long Wanqing's appearance, and even the outline of the black water formed a long robe. Long Wanqing's figure became clearer and clearer. She was wearing a black robe. Unconsciously, she emitted a breathtaking aura. The Dahan demon army's spirit had been forged to be extremely strong, but facing Long Wanqing's aura, his heart trembled. Nether River body? What a powerful aura! The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing in surprise. Slowly, Long Wanqing's figure completely condensed, and now she was no different from an ordinary person. Looking at her hand, Long Wanqing felt that it was unreal. But in the next moment, Long Wanqing looked at the exit worriedly, because Gu Hai was still inside. Gu Hai was inside, refining the Nether River Patriarch's soul mark. Although the Nether River Patriarch only had 1 soul mark, it was more difficult to refine than all the other Shuras combined. Fortunately, Gu Hai had a strong will to begin with, and with the help of the human soul book, he slowly ground away the Nether River Patriarch's soul mark. The Nether River Patriarch roared in pain. Every time he refined a little, a part of the Nether River Patriarch's soul power would be absorbed by Gu Hai. As Gu Hai's soul power grew stronger, the Nether River Patriarch's will grew weaker. After a series of explosions, the Nether River Patriarch let out a final cry of despair, and all the soul marks were completely destroyed. Hong! Gu Hai's Shurabadi turned completely blue. At this moment, the Nether River Patriarch was history, and all his soul power belonged to Gu Hai. Exhaling deeply, Gu Hai collapsed to the ground. Clearly, refining the Nether River Patriarch had taken a huge toll on Gu Hai as well, not in terms of energy, but in terms of spirit. At this moment, Gu Hai was extremely exhausted, as if all the energy in his body had been drained. However, none of that mattered now. The Nether River Patriarch was gone, and he could go back. Ha 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 ha! In his weakened state, Gu Hai clambered to his feet and strode toward the Shrine of Massacre. At the same time, outside the infinite celestial capital, as the Vine World Gourd exerted its power, the golden word barrier outside the infinite celestial capital slowly melted and decayed. The shock waves from the sacred text of Tao's tearing were about to dissipate. The entire infinite celestial capital was shaking violently. Oh no, the barrier is about to break. Zhang Sanfeng's expression changed. Duguqiubai, draw your swords. Shimen Chueshua shouted. Xing. Duguqiubai and Shimen Chueshua immediately drew their swords and stared coldly at the Qing Emperor outside. Once the barrier was broken, it would be time to fight to the death. Where's that monkey? Is the monkey gone? Is Gu Hai still not coming out? Even if he comes out now, it's useless. Gu Hai, I came here to admire your ability and gave you a chance to submit to me, but you didn't know what's good for you. There's no lack of people in this world. Do you think no one can compare to you? Today I'll make you regret your past rashness. Everyone in the infinite celestial capital will pay the price of your stupidity with their lives. The Qing Emperor roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! Finally, the golden word barrier exploded into countless fragments under the Vine World Gourd's attack. In the blink of an eye, billions of green vines were flung toward the infinite celestial capital. The spectators outside were certain that the infinite celestial capital was done for. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The infinite celestial capital didn't explode. Instead, countless vines exploded in all directions, blasting out of the infinite celestial capital in an instant. Who's there? How dare you? The Qing Emperor glared. However, he saw two figures appear in the sky above the infinite celestial capital. They were the ones who knocked away the countless vines. Who dared to stop him? Buzz! A powerful aura suddenly emitted from the two figures. The aura was ferocious and rushed toward the Qing Emperor in an instant. Under the powerful aura, the Qing Emperor's expression changed abruptly. In the outside world, countless spectators were quickly forced to kneel under the pressure of this powerful aura. Long Zhanghua? The Qing Emperor's expression turned cold as he said in surprise. Chapter 637. Boom! A horizontal tornado rushed towards the infinite celestial capital from the celestial court. It was extremely fast, crossing billions of miles in an instant. Long Zhanghua brought Baiming Shou from the celestial court straight to the infinite celestial capital. His Holiness, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Baiming Shou asked blankly. Long Zhanghua's expression was gloomy. He didn't tell Baiming Shou to avoid new problems. Although he trusted Baiming Shou, this was an important matter. The fewer people who knew, the better. Didn't Gu Hai not even tell Mo Yike? Last time there was a mistake in the Netherworld. This time there couldn't be another mistake. The Azura Path Secret Realm? Although Long Zhanghua himself didn't think the possibility was high, he had to treat it seriously even if there was a trace of hope. This was Long Zhanghua's principle of doing things. It was also this principle that allowed Long Zhanghua to reach today's height. Seeing that Long Zhanghua didn't answer, Baiming Shou also understood the importance of this matter. He didn't ask any more. Instead, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, trying his best to adjust his condition to the best. In a short time, Long Zhonghua was already not far from the infinite celestial capital. From a very far distance, he could already see the scene outside the infinite celestial capital. Countless vines wrapped around the infinite celestial capital? Too late. Long Zhonghua's expression turned cold. Last time in the netherworld, it was this small factor, Ho Qing, that caused the final result to be a failure. This time, he couldn't follow in the footsteps of last time. Bastard! Long Zhonghua's eyes turned cold. His figure suddenly leaped, instantly arriving in the sky above the infinite celestial capital. He glared. A storm suddenly rose outside the infinite celestial capital. Those countless vines had just broken through the golden word barrier when they were suddenly blown apart by Long Zhonghua's fierce gaze. Boom! The vines exploded, forming billowing turbid fog. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Qing Emperor shouted coldly from afar. Long Zhonghua stood high up in the sky and glanced at the limitless celestial capital. Fortunately, the limitless celestial capital was unharmed. However, countless commoners were now paralyzed on the ground. It seemed that they had just lent their strength to Gu Hai. This is the limitless celestial capital? Something happened? Baiming Shou's face darkened. Long Zhonghua glanced down and then looked at Qing Emperor coldly. Could it be that Qing Emperor also knows? Long Zhonghua's eyes suddenly turned cold. The aura around him suddenly burst out. Rumble! Layers of space appeared in the surroundings. A strong aura instantly suppressed the surrounding cultivators, forcing them to kneel in fear. Long Zhonghua! Qing Emperor's face turned cold as he exclaimed in surprise. Qing Emperor didn't expect Long Zhonghua to interfere at the last moment. Daiqianxing, are you going to interfere in the grudge between Gu Hai and me? Qing Emperor suddenly shouted angrily. Scram! Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. This matter was of great importance. No matter whether Qing Emperor knew or not, nothing could happen. There was an accident last time, so there couldn't be an accident this time. Daiqianxing, are you? This isn't De Qian. Qing Emperor glared. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of a fog-shrouded area in the limitless celestial capital. It was Gu Hai. At this moment, Gu Hai looked extremely tired and walked slowly. Ancient Emperor, are you okay? Zhang Sanfeng suddenly exclaimed. Your Majesty? The officials were also surprised. Gu Hai was still very careful and didn't let anyone come out. At this moment, he was the only one who came out. In order to refine the Nether River Patriarch, Gu Hai had used up a lot of his mental energy. But in the end, he managed to come back. The moment he came out of the massacre shrine, the shrine exploded. The entire Azura Path's secret realm was turned upside down. The loud noise outside made Gu Hai realize that Long Zhonghua had probably arrived. When he came out, it was indeed Long Zhonghua, but Qing Emperor was standing on the other side. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold when he saw Qing Emperor. Gu Hai, you really dare to come out? Where's that monkey? Qing Emperor said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai destroyed Shao Chen's Azure Metal Divine Wood clone. At this moment, Shao Chen burned with rage. Gu Hai looked coldly at Qing Emperor and ignored him. Daiqianxing, go. Hurry, hurry, it's almost too late. Almost too late? Long Zhonghua's face darkened. But he was delighted. Is it true? At this moment, Gu Hai was still so sure that there was really an entrance to the Azura realm? What's too late? Qing Emperor's expression changed, and he was about to rush over. The incident with Ho Qing was still fresh in his mind. Long Zhonghua wouldn't let Qing Emperor mess things up again. I asked you to get lost. If you don't, then don't leave. Long Zhonghua's expression was ferocious. He flipped his hand and hit Qing Emperor with a palm strike. The palm strike seemed to have the power to destroy the world. The entire void shook violently. Even though Qing Emperor was very confident in his strength, his expression changed when facing Long Zhonghua's angry palm strike. Daiqianxing, go. I'm the Qing Emperor of the Dian dynasty. What are you doing? Qing Emperor shouted in shock. However, how could the will of the Dragon Battle Kingdom be changed by Emperor Qing's words? The power of the gigantic palm that could destroy the heavens and the earth became even stronger. The void trembled as if it was pulling in an overwhelming amount of dark clouds. Rolling thunder and lightning followed the palm and bombarded down. "You're crazy!" Qing Emperor's scalp went numb. He was shocked. He turned his hand and hit Long Zhanghua with the Vine World Gourd. Hong! Long Zhanggua's palm strike was too powerful. Even though Qing Emperor used the Vine World Gourd, the gourd was instantly broken. A huge crack appeared and countless vines blocked the opening of the gourd. "Ah!" Qing Emperor screamed in agony. Countless cracks appeared on his body as he flew into the distance. Rumble! The ground below was instantly flattened. Qing Emperor crashed into the ground, creating a 1,000-mile trench and piling up a mountain before he stopped. Pfff! Qing Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. He was covered in blood and didn't seem to have any more strength to fight. "Go!" Dongfang Bubi threw out a thin needle and stabbed into the Vine World Gourd. He pulled. Whoosh! The Vine World Gourd with a crack was pulled in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He glanced at Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi looked very respectful. Gu Hai nodded. He turned his hand and put away the Vine World Gourd. In the south of the limitless celestial capital, thousands of miles were flattened. Only the limitless celestial capital was unaffected. Qing Emperor fell into the huge pit, his face full of shock. The kneeling cultivators in the north of the limitless celestial capital felt their scalps go numb. That was Qing Emperor, the formidable Qing Emperor of the Dian dynasty. A palm strike? Great Qian's Emperor, I'm sorry for offending you. The Qing Emperor reluctantly admitted defeat to the Dragon Warring States. Although he admitted defeat, Qing Emperor's eyes were full of hatred. Especially when he looked at Gu Hai, the hatred in his eyes intensified. In the past, he only destroyed his projection clone. Now, his physical body was severely injured. Bam! Qing Emperor took a step forward and fled without hesitation. Fight Long Zhanghua again? What a joke! As Gu Hai watched the Azure Emperor leave, he felt somewhat regretful. However, in the next moment, he became determined. He had to kill the Azure Emperor personally. Long Zhanghua was more concerned about the Azura Path secret realm. He looked at Gu Hai immediately. "Daiqianxing, please. This way." Gu Hai shouted. Long Zhanghua and Baiming Shou were instantly led into the Forbidden Land Formation by Gu Hai. As soon as they entered the Forbidden Land Formation, they saw millions of Dahan's demon soldiers sitting cross-legged, as if they were recovering from their exhaustion. On the ground, there was a pile of dust from exhausted spiritual stones. Millions of Dahan's demon soldiers were much stronger than before. "Long Wanqing? You've been resurrected?" Baiming Shou was surprised. Long Wanqing was emitting a breathtaking aura. Even Baiming Shou couldn't see the source of Long Wanqing's aura. "Greetings to His Holiness." Long Wanqing bowed solemnly to Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua was surprised. But in the next moment, he stared at the center of the altar at the blue light ball. "This is the entrance. Quick, quick, quick!" Gu Hai shouted. "Baiming Shou!" Long Zhanghua shouted. Baiming Shou immediately approached and touched it. Buzz! Baiming Shou's spiritual soul left his body and entered it quickly. In just 3 breaths, Baiming Shou's spiritual soul returned to his body. "Congratulations to His Holiness! Azura Path Secret Realm!" Baiming Shou laughed. Boom! Black water gushed out of the entrance. Baiming Shou did something when he entered. Just like when he took the Human Path Secret Realm, black water gushed out. "Bind!" Baiming Shou shouted. Boom! The black water was like a mountain torrent, rushing straight to the Dragon Warring States. Long Zhanghua flipped his hand. A bubble appeared in his palm. It was the Warring Immortal Dome. Walla-lala! When the black water reached the War Kingdom's Immortal Dome, it suddenly turned into 18 huge chains and entered the War Kingdom's immortal dome. It's locked. Biming Shou was delighted. Good. Long Zhan's eyes flashed with excitement. He pulled. Rumble. The sky above the boundless celestial capital began to tremble. This tremor was extremely powerful and spread in all directions in an instant. In the distance, the Qing Emperor was about to leave. Suddenly, the sky rumbled and shook. Rumble! Dark clouds rolled and raged. What? Was the dragon warring state chasing after them? Impossible! Qing Emperor's eyes widened. Qing Emperor turned and looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. Long Zhanghua didn't come. The tremors came from the sky above the infinite celestial capital. It was so strong that it radiated into the distance. As the Azure Emperor stood there, he could even see the sea in the distance suddenly churning up a huge tsunami. What's in the infinite celestial capital? Qing Emperor's expression darkened. Boom! Crack! All of a sudden, a huge blood-red cloud appeared in the sky. The blood-red cloud parted. A gigantic eye that seemed to be able to blot out the sky suddenly opened. The Eye of Heaven? Qing Emperor's expression changed. What was Long Zhanghua doing? Did he attract the attention of the immortal of the Six Paths again? Thud. Even Qing Emperor had to kneel before the heavenly might. Guhai? It must be Guhai. There must be something in the fog formation that made the heavens and Long Zhanghua fight over it. Let the two of them fight? What level is it? I should have come earlier. I should have come to the infinite celestial capital personally. Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with regret. Chapter 638. Limitless Celestial Capital. Long Zhanghua pulled the immortal dome in his hand towards the Azura Path Secret Realm. The Azura Path Secret Realm shook the heavens and the space trembled. His Holiness, quick! Biming Shou said anxiously. Rumble! The Azura Path Secret Realm was right next to Zhan Long. After the previous experience, it was even faster to collect the Reincarnation Secret Realm this time. Boom! Gu Hai vaguely saw a super pillar that looked like a huge blue whirlpool passageway that connected the sky and the ground. Then, the chains pulled a portion of it into the Azura Dao's secret realm. Great! Long Zhanghua was excited. He exerted more strength in his hand. 1. All of a sudden, a gigantic blood cloud appeared in the air. The blood cloud parted from the center, and a gigantic eye appeared, blotting out the entire sky. As soon as the Eye of Heaven opened, a powerful aura pressed down. Plop! Almost everyone suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. Only Long Zhanghua and Long Wanqing were still standing. Even Gu Hai bent his knees abruptly. Gu Hai! Long Wanqing supported Gu Hai. Gu Hai didn't kneel down. Instead, he looked at the sky in shock. Long Zhanghua, how dare you! Suddenly, the immortal of the Six Paths shouted. Boom! Not far from the limitless celestial capital, the void shook. A huge right fist struck towards the limitless celestial capital. As soon as the fist struck, the entire void seemed to be torn apart. Amidst loud rumbling noises, countless black holes were torn apart. Six Paths, your right fist has also awakened in the past few years? What a pity. You can't stop me. Long Zhanghua shouted with a ferocious expression. He grabbed the immortal dome and the Azura Path secret realm with one hand and took out the sky-splitting axe with the other. Hong! There was a deafening sound as the sky-splitting axe blocked Long Zhanggua's right fist. The axe aura and the fist aura were in a stalemate. At the place where the two came into contact, huge black hole ripples appeared in the void. A single tree can't hold up, and a single fist is powerless. Ha 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 ha. Long Zhanghua laughed sinisterly. Boom. Instantly, he exerted strength with his left hand and the blue whirlpool tunnel that was like the Tongtian was sucked into the Warring State's immortal dome. Huff! Long Zhanghua put away the Warring State's immortal dome with a flip of his hand. The pupils of the Eye of Heaven in the sky suddenly shrank. Azura Path Mystic Realm? Long Zhangua, good, wait for me to return, I will consign you to eternal damnation. Killing intent overflowed from the eye of heaven. Buzz! The blood cloud closed, and the eye of heaven disappeared. The blood cloud also disappeared. The power of the heaven-opening axe missed. The right fist in the air suddenly disappeared. Rumble! The surrounding void vibrated for a while, and slowly returned to normal. In the distance, Qing Emperor stood up and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. A trace of shock flashed across his eyes. Azura Path Mystic Realm? Human Path Mystic Realm? Long Zhangua, you already have 2 reincarnation mystic realms? Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with shock. Gu Hai, when the immortal of the 6 paths returns, it will not only be Long Zhangua's death, it will also be the day you die. No, it won't be that long. I don't need to go to the heavens to deal with you. I will end you soon. Qing Emperor snorted coldly, turned around, and quickly flew towards the south. All around, the people who were kneeling on the ground couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Long Zhangua was in a good mood at this moment. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said solemnly, Daqianxing, you have stayed at home for 3 years. I hope you won't be disappointed. Long Zhangua lowered his head and looked at Gu Hai. Long Zhangua didn't feel that Gu Hai's luck was very good in the first human Tao mystic realm. Long Zhangua already felt something when he was with Ho Qing in the netherworld. Now, Long Zhangua was a bit surprised by Gu Hai. He waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blue gust of wind formed, enveloping him and Gu Hai. Long Wanqing wanted to interfere, but Gu Hai shook his head and stopped Long Wanqing. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gu Hai seemed to have disappeared on the spot. Inexplicably, the world in front of them changed. It was still the peak of a mountain. The two of them looked at the setting sun in the distance. The Emperor of the Great Qian dynasty? You have already obtained the Azura Tao mystic realm, yet you summon me here alone. Is it because? Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. Gu Hai, how did you find the Azura Path mystic realm? And twice? Long Zhangua stared at Gu Hai and said in a deep voice, Luck. The first time, it was the unborn man who found the entrance to the netherworld. This time, it was left behind by His Holiness in the past. Gu Hai explained the process of how he found it. No, that's not right. Long Zhangua suddenly narrowed his eyes. It's just a coincidence. No, it's not a coincidence. Maybe it's inevitable. Long Zhangua said with his eyes wide open. Inevitable? Daqianxing, you must be joking. Gu Hai shook his head. If I say it's inevitable, there must be a reason. Why can't others find it? But you can find it? Long Zhangua said in a deep voice. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. What should he say? If I'm not wrong, you have a great opportunity with the 6 paths of reincarnation. That's why you can find it again and again. No, if I'm not wrong, you should be able to find the 3rd reincarnation realm soon. Long Zhangua said with his eyes wide open. How is that possible? Gu Hai was shocked. It was already a great opportunity to find the human path realm and Azura realm. How could he find it again? Since I said so, I naturally have my reasons. There are 5 cultivators in the world. Longevity, fortune, divine literature, and spirit. Longevity, the master of longevity. Luck, the emperor and the leader of the faction. God, the leader of the monster race. Literature, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Spiritualists, everyone thinks that they cultivate and absorb spiritual energy. Actually, that's not the case. Spiritualists are the most unpredictable. They are also known as spiritual light. They can be connected to life, fate, and the future. They can be used to gather opportunities. 800,000 years ago, there were many people who were born with spiritual light. They had some magical abilities. This gathering opportunities is a special ability that a spiritual light cultivator has. Of course, I heard that there were cultivation techniques that specialized in spiritual light. Unfortunately, I have never seen it. I heard that the six paths had a spiritual light cultivation technique that was nurtured by heaven and earth. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Spiritual light? Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. That's right. Did you think that the six paths immortal had just collected the law of Wendao? No, the first thing he did when he succeeded in seizing the heavens was to collect all the law of spirit in the world. Cultivating spirit? Haha, no one in the world can cultivate spirit. He was so careful, it shows how powerful this spirit is. Long Zhanghua sneered. There is no law of spirit in the world? Why? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanghua in surprise. Did you forget what I said just now? Indeed, there is no law of spirit in the world, and no spiritual light cultivator. But spirit is too magical. It can be connected to the future and can be used to pass through. Maybe the spiritual light on your body came from the future or from the past. It passed through time and space and attached itself to your body. Therefore, you have spiritual light. And your spiritual light is a great opportunity in the samsara mystic realm. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. It can't be? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. It can't be? No, it can't be. You are not the only one who has spiritual light that can pass through the past, present, and future. I also have a spiritual light. It's just that the world doesn't know. This is also the reason why I can think that you also have a spiritual light. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Gu Hai was silent for a while, but he had a cultivation technique called the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. Was it because of the cultivation technique, or was it because of the spiritual light? You helped me find the Azura mystic realm, and I owe you a favor. Now, apart from what I told you in the past, do your best to find the other 4 samsara mystic realms. Once you find them, inform me immediately. Don't make me wait another 3 years to avoid any accidents. I can promise you that I only want the samsara mystic realm. Everything within the samsara mystic realm can be given to you. Even if there is a new immortal firmament inside, I won't be greedy, Long Zhanghua said with incomparable certainty. Oh, okay. Gu Hai nodded. From the start of the human Tao mystic realm, Gu Hai had already stood on the opposite side of immortal 6 Tao. Naturally, he was on the same side as Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanggua's request was immediately accepted by Gu Hai. Good. Long Zhanghua was satisfied. Daiqianxing, I've always been curious. Last time you brought me here, didn't I? Gu Hai looked around. The two of them stood at the peak of the mountain, watching the sun set. You guessed it? Ha, that's right. This is my immortal firmament, so you don't have to worry about anyone hearing you. Continue searching. If you can find the 3rd samsara mystic realm for me, I can show you everything within the immortal firmament. Long Zhanghua smiled. I'll do my best. I hope I really do have that insight. Gu Hai bitterly smiled. Don't worry, you definitely have it. Samsara mystic realm? In 800,000 years, you should be the only person who can step on 2 samsara mystic realms together. How could it not be a fortuitous opportunity? Long Zhanghua laughed. I hope so. Gu Hai bitterly smiled. Long Zhanghua nodded. Have you chosen the list of people? Yes, the list of people should be done. It's in Mo Yike's hands. Gu Hai nodded. When I return, I'll send them here immediately. Long Zhanghua smiled. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you? There's no need for that. I owe you a lot. However, the 6th Tao will awaken in a few decades. I don't want to give you too much, so as not to destroy your fighting spirit. Take care of yourself, Long Zhanghua said. Long Zhanghua stretched out his hand as he spoke. Whoosh! Suddenly, the world in front of the two of them changed. They returned to the square. The blue wind dissipated, revealing the two of them. Congratulations to His Holiness for obtaining another Azura mystic realm. Baiming Shou laughed excitedly. Greetings, Daiqianxing. The surrounding people bowed slightly to Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua nodded and waved his sleeves. Bai Mingshou, follow me back to the imperial court. Yes. Bai Mingshou replied. Boom. The two of them suddenly turned into a ray of light and shot towards the north. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. While the crowd was shocked by Long Zhanggua's departure, Gu Hai and Long Wanqing looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with tenderness. Chapter 639. Heavenly Court City. The news of Long Zhanggua's return from the infinite celestial capital instantly spread throughout the city. In the infinite celestial capital, His Holiness once again obtained the Azura realm mystic realm? The entire imperial court was shocked in an instant. The residences of the three crown princes and the Grand Tutor were instantly filled with people, as if they were discussing the Azura realm mystic realm. Unfortunately, Bai Mingshou was instructed by Long Zhanghua to only reveal a little. He did not mention anything else, causing the officials to be confused for a moment. Long Wanyu's residence. My sister is alive? Really? Long Wanyu looked at Mo Yike excitedly. Mo Yike nodded and said with a smile, just now, the Emperor sent a message saying that Long Wanyu is alive. She's now in the infinite celestial capital. Really? I want to see my sister. I'll go find the old man. Long Wanyu said excitedly. I want to see Daiqianxing too. Mo Yike looked at Long Wanyu. Come with me. The two of them rushed straight to the study. At this moment, no one dared to stop Mo Yike. Soon, the two of them arrived at the study. His Holiness knows that the princess and Mr. Mo are coming, so he asked you to go in directly. The guard said respectfully. Long Wanyu immediately jumped in. Long Zhanghua looked as if nothing had happened and was reviewing memorials. Old man, why didn't you tell me that my sister is alive? I want to see my sister. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Long Zhanghua looked up at Long Wanyu. Then, he looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike of the Han Dynasty greets His Holiness Daiqianxing. Mo Yike bowed slightly. Mo Yike, Gu Hai said that you've already drafted the list? Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. Yes. This time, the Emperor and I discussed and finally decided on 4 people below the Marquis rank. Mo Yike said solemnly. Long Zhanghua showed a hint of curiosity. First, former crown prince of the dragon tribe Ao Shun. Second, son of Da's grand tutor, Sima Changkong. Third, grandson of Daiqianxing, Long Aotian. Fourth, grandson of Daiqianxing, Long Sanqian. Ao Shun, Sima Changkong, Long Aotian and Long Sanqian? Long Zhanghua was slightly surprised. Yes. Mo Yike nodded. Long Zhanghua thought for a while and finally nodded. Okay. Thank you, Daiqianxing. Mo Yike said with a smile. Old man, what about me? Long Wanyu said anxiously. You? Sima Changkong is now in the south. Ao Shun, Long Aotian, and Long Sanqian are still in the heavenly court. When the time comes, let them escort you to the limitless celestial capital. Long Zhanghua nodded. Old man, you're easy to talk to now. Long Wanyu said happily. Long Zhanghua smiled. Mo Yike, are you going back with me? Long Zhanghua looked at Mo Yike again. No, the Emperor asked me to stay in the heavenly court temporarily and be in charge of expanding the first-class hall. I hope Daiqianxing doesn't mind. Mo Yike shook his head. Long Zhanghua looked at Mo Yike and seemed to have guessed Gu Hai's plan, but he did not expose it. If you have any problems in the future, look for Yi Shenzhen directly. He will do his best to help you. Long Zhanghua said calmly. Mo Yike was slightly stunned, then nodded. Thank you, Daiqianxing. Heavenly Stellar City. Ao Tianhuang and Ao Shun sat together and looked at Daiqianxing's imperial edict. Father, His Holiness's imperial edict is? Ao Shun looked at the imperial edict with a frown. Let you enter the first-class hall? Listen to Gu Hai's orders? Do you feel that you're being neglected? Ao Tianhuang looked at Ao Shun. No. Although Gu Hai's cultivation is weak, he is an extremely strong person. He has a unique method that this child admires greatly. In the past, this child was once his prisoner. Now that I am his subordinate, this child is not so proud and arrogant. However, I don't understand. Why is His Holiness like this? Why does he trust Gu Hai so much? Gu Hai is the Emperor of Dahan after all, not my Deqian courtier, Ao Shun said with a frown. Ao Tianhuang shook his head. You must remember my words. Oh! This is a great opportunity. You must make good use of it, Ao Tianhuang said with a serious look in his eyes. Why? You don't need to know too much. It's not good for you to know too much. If the North Sea Dragon tribe can survive the calamity of 60 years, these are not important. If we can't, I hope you can leave a way out for the North Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Tianhuang took a deep breath. Father? Ao Shun's expression changed. Ao Tianhuang immediately raised his hand and stopped Ao Shun from speaking. Don't ask anything. I don't know about the future. You don't need to know too much. In the future, you should ask Gu Hai. Ao Tianhuang shook his head. Ao Shun had a complicated expression and finally nodded. Yes. Tianyang City. Crown Prince Long Shenying's residence. I'm not going? I am Ao Tianho. Join the first-class hall? Listen to Gu Hai's orders? Are you kidding me? Long Aotian suddenly glared at Yi Shenzhen, who was issuing the imperial edict. Yi Shenzhen narrowed his eyes. Before he could speak, an angry roar came from outside the door. How dare you! An angry roar rushed toward Long Aotian. Greetings, Crown Prince. The subordinates in the residence immediately knelt down. Long Shen-ing had returned and slowly walked to Long Aotian. Lord Yi, please forgive my son for being rude. Nly Long Shen-ing said solemnly. I don't mind, but His Holiness is carrying the imperial edict. Yi Shenzhen said with a wry smile. Father, look, His Holiness wants me to listen to Gu Hai's orders? Why? Long Aotian shouted in dissatisfaction. Long Shen-ing glared at him, and a cold aura burst out from his eyes. Long Aotian's face suddenly stiffened and his voice became softer. Lord Yi, this king accepted the imperial edict on behalf of Ao Tian. His Holiness said that it is a heavenly decree. Ao Tian was just excited. Long Shen-ing said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble King Shen-ing. Yi Shenzhen said with a smile. Long Shen-ing nodded and sent off Yi Shenzhen. Holding the imperial edict, Long Shen-ing looked coldly at his son. Father, I don't want to go. Who is that Gu Hai? He only knows how to play tricks. How can I be his subordinate? Long Aotian said with a face full of dissatisfaction. Fool! Long Shen-ing glared. Long Aotian was confused. I want to plant spies around Gu Hai, but I don't have the chance. Now, such a good opportunity is in front of you, and you want to throw it away like a worn-out shoe? Ao Tian, when you fooled around in the past, I let you do as you please. But this time, if you dare to fool around, I will break your legs. Long Shen-ing glared. Father, I am your son. Long Aotian said anxiously. Long Shenying's eyes were cold. When he saw this, Long Aotian couldn't help but tremble. Long Aotian was sure that there was no emotion in his father's eyes. There was only an order. Yes. Long Aotian nodded helplessly. Takashi Ryushin's residence. Long Sanxian was standing in Takashi Ryushin's study. Father, don't worry. This child will definitely help Gu Hai during this trip to the infinite celestial capital. Long Sanxian said with a smile. Takashi Ryushin stared at Long Sanxian for a while. 3,000. I know that you obtained a great inheritance in the past. It should be old man Guanchi's, right? Takashi Ryushin said indifferently. Oh? Father knows? Long Sanxian raised an eyebrow. Although my original body is not here, I am not blind. You chose your own path and I will not stop you. But you have to do something for me. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Please tell me, Father. Long Aotian will accompany you. Do your best to investigate his background, Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Long Aotian? Him? Father, Long Aotian is stubborn and self-opinionated. Although he had a fortuitous encounter, it is difficult for him to achieve anything. Why? Just investigate properly and don't ask so many questions. Perhaps you will know when you find out, Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Yes. 3 days later, Ao Shun, Dragon God Ing, Long Sanqian, and Long Wanyu stepped out of the heavenly court and headed for the limitless celestial capital. Sima Changkong, who had already arrived at Silver Moon City, also received Long Zhanggua's imperial edict and immediately headed for the limitless celestial capital. Limitless celestial capital. After Long Zhanggua left, the previous forbidden area was naturally exposed. Fortunately, everything inside had disappeared. Only 1,000,000 people were sitting cross-legged. Among these 1,000,000 people, there were officials of the Dahan, soldiers of the Dahan, and countless masked people in black robes. Your Majesty, we will take our leave, a group of people in black robes said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Immediately, the first batch of people in black robes left the limitless celestial capital. After leaving the limitless celestial capital, they quickly hid in the forest and disappeared. No one knew who these people in black robes were, not even those who had been killing in the Azura realm for the past 3 years. The remaining people. Montez led a large number of embroidered uniform guards and retreated respectfully. Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan led a group of soldiers and quickly retreated. Gu Qin led countless officials and retreated one after another. Gu Hai had already arranged for the unborn man to stay at the Longevity Temple. At Gu Hai's command, a guard immediately led the unborn man away. The unborn man glanced at Long Wanqing, but didn't say anything. Now, Long Wanqing only had eyes for Gu Hai. From today onwards, my wife, Long Wanqing, will be the Empress of the Han Dynasty. Gu Hai looked at the surrounding officials and said solemnly, Greetings to the Empress. Long live the Empress. Countless officials bowed respectfully. Han Dynasty? Long Wanqing raised her head and looked at the sea of providence clouds in the sky. Gu Hai, I knew you would definitely soar into the sky. Long Wanqing looked gently at Gu Hai. Wanqing, let's go back to the harem first. I will tell you everything that has happened in the past few years. Gu Hai said gently. Long Wanqing nodded. Long Wanqing didn't reject Gu Hai's decision to make her the Empress. After all, their relationship had already transcended life and death. It was natural for her to be the Empress. Long Wanqing was also quite happy. Gu Hai brought Long Wanqing back to the harem. In the limitless celestial capital, countless officials suddenly trembled and instantly became diligent. 3 years ago, countless of the emperor's trusted officials suddenly disappeared. Many other officials even caused some disturbances. They originally thought that they would be able to fill the vacant positions. Unexpectedly, this group of the emperor's trusted aides had always been in the limitless celestial capital. Moreover, when they returned, they looked completely different. Many officials looked at them and felt fear in their hearts. After following the emperor in seclusion for 3 years, they became incomparably powerful. Chapter 640. In a nameless valley in the distance outside the endless celestial capital, at this moment a black-robed man stood at the entrance of the valley. His eyes were black, as if he was wearing smoky makeup. However, his eyes were extremely cold. The Taoist-robed man was rather thin and gave off traces of black aura. Buzz, 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 buzz. The black aura circled the black-robed man like a swarm of mosquitoes. It has been 1,000 years. This Taoist is back. Old thing, you actually abandoned yourself and even the Chaos Essence Pearl? Humph. The black-robed man snorted coldly. The Chaos Essence Pearl, the 16th of the 16 ancient Dharma treasures? Although it is 16th, in my eyes it is the first. Back then, you were not willing to spit it out. Now, who did you give it to? The black-robed man snorted coldly. Buzz! The black aura around the Taoist-robed man suddenly swelled and rushed into the valley. It turned into countless mosquitoes and instantly filled every corner of the valley. Whoosh! The mosquitoes swept the entire valley for a while before suddenly charging at the Taoist-robed man and entering his body. However, some of the mosquitoes pulled out some green powder from the ground and piled it on the Taoist-robed man's hand. Poison powder? The Taoist-robed man's face sank. He placed the poison powder at the tip of his nose and sniffed it. Xuanwu snake poison? This level of poison. Was this the poison of the black tortoise supremacy? Prime Feng Yu's poison? No, Feng Yu is already dead. There is still the aura of a spirit-assimilated cultivator in here? A bat demon? No, it should be a vampire. The Taoist-robed man's pupils constricted. It should be a vampire who was poisoned by Prime Xuanwu's poison and fell here. That old thing saved him? That old thing extracted the poison? Humph! Old thing, you didn't entrust the Chaos Essence Pearl to that vampire, right? The Taoist-robed man's expression turned sullen. This Taoist will find out. Humph! The Taoist-robed man's figure flashed and disappeared. Endless celestial capital. Long Wanqing was resurrected, and Gu Hai appointed Long Wanqing as the Empress of Dahan. The two of them decided to spend the rest of their lives together. After experiencing the separation of life and death, the two of them cherished the time they had now. For 10 consecutive days, Gu Hai did not attend court. In the harem, in a pavilion, two people snuggled together, basking in the sun, lazily squinting their eyes. Husband! Long Wanqing said gently. Gu Hai gently stroked Long Wanqing's hair. Wanqing, I've let you suffer all these years. Long Wanqing looked up at Gu Hai and smiled gently. Are you used to this body of yours? Gu Hai asked. Nether River physique? I could feel the monstrous power in my body. But now, I don't know how to make use of it, so I wouldn't have hurt you that day. Long Wanqing said worriedly. The power is too great and you can't grasp it? That's fine, but hurt me? Not to that extent, haven't I recovered? Next, you just have to get used to it. Try to release as little power as possible and control it carefully. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, but I found that these days, ours seems to have made the fusion of my divine soul and body more perfect. Long Wanqing's cheeks were a little red. Oh? Dual cultivation? Dual cultivation helps in the fusion of the body? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Yes. Long Wanqing buried her head in Gu Hai's arms. Ha 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 ha, that's a good thing. I'll help you fuse more. Gu Hai said with a smile. You're so annoying. Long Wanqing bashfully slapped Gu Hai's chest. Boom. Puff. With a slap, Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, it's my fault. The power of the body of Styx is too great. I thought it was very light. Long Wanqing immediately checked the wound on Gu Hai's chest anxiously. She reached out and pulled, and Gu Hai's clothes were torn. Gu Hai's chest seemed to have caved in. Cough cough, it's okay. This is my physical body that was tempered by external cultivation. But it's okay. The stronger you are, the happier I am. Gu Hai said with a smile with blood in his mouth. Long Wanqing was very nervous. She gently wiped the blood from Gu Hai's mouth. I won't touch you, or else. Long Wanqing was anxious. It's okay. I'll take the initiative. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing gently. Long Wanqing's face turned red again. She leaned on Gu Hai's chest gently and did not dare to move. Long Wanqing's gentle slap just now broke a few of Gu Hai's ribs. However, with the power of the Life Ender Saber, he recovered in an instant. My husband, your cultivation method is really strange. One nascent soul stage for one woman? That means you've had a few women all these years. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Her eyes flashed with an interrogative look. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. He did not hide anything and told Long Wanqing everything that had happened over the years. Sister Chen Xian Lin Wan Bingheim and Taishang? Long Wanqing frowned. Discomfort flashed in her eyes. However, Long Wanqing's expression soon relaxed. Without them, you and I can only meet in the netherworld? No, when I enter the Azura realm, we might not be able to meet until we turn into ashes. I have to thank them. Long Wanqing's expression became much clearer. Gu Hai did not say much. He gently stroked Long Wanqing's hair. My husband, after these days of dual cultivation, has your Yuanying state reached perfection? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai closed his eyes slightly and focused on his liver. At this moment, a nascent soul of Gu Hai was sitting cross-legged in the wood deity palace. On his back was the Qing Emperor's treasure, the Vine World Gourd. He opened his eyes gently. You have the wood tripod body. My wood deity palace has naturally reached the 5th level and is already at perfection. 6th nascent soul stage? Yes, the 5 elements nascent souls and the Dantian nascent soul are all at perfection. In the Yuanying state, I'm at perfection, Gu Hai said solemnly. Doesn't that mean you can open the heavenly palace? What are you waiting for? Open the heavenly palace. I'll protect you, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head. The Dantian and the 5 elements deity palace, where the nascent soul is located, are collectively known as the Earth Palace. The Earth Palace houses the soul, and the Heavenly Palace houses the soul. I understand the principle of using the soul to open the Heavenly Palace of the soul. I have the ability to do so, but I keep feeling that something is missing. So, there's no rush. The lower heavenly palace is the place where the human soul resides. When the human soul opens, it will allow you to sense the heavens and earth and become stronger, Long Wanqing said with a frown. No, I've always thought that a solid foundation is more important than anything else. When I was in the acquired realm, I could kill those in the innate realm. Now that I'm in the Yuanying state, I can kill the lower heavenly palace like slaughtering pigs and dogs, Gu Hai said solemnly. Okay, your nascent soul is purer than ordinary people. Long Wanqing nodded. So, don't worry. This time, I obtained the Vine World Gourd, which gave my wood deity an endless supply of energy, Gu Hai said with a smile. The Vine World Gourd? Wasn't it broken? Why? Long Wanqing said blankly. It was broken, but I fixed it, Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing nodded strangely. Long Wanyu will be here in a month. You sisters can meet again, Gu Hai said with a smile. No, you told me so much before. Long Wanyu seems to be very obedient to you. I know Wanyu's character best. Even I can't hold her back. She actually listens to you. Is there something you haven't told me? Long Wanqing suddenly asked. Really? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Humph, I'll ask Wanyu myself. Long Wanqing pretended to be angry. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. By the way, how do you plan to deal with the unborn man? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing furrowed her brows and fell silent. The unborn man? The father Long Wanqing had always been looking forward to, but it was him who killed her. Because of him, her mother was implicated. Although the unborn man ran around after her death, the knot in Long Wanqing's heart could not be untied. Okay, don't think about it. We'll talk about the future later, Gu Hai said gently. Okay. Long Wanqing nodded. Husband, you should go to the morning court. You can accompany me in the afternoon or at night, Long Wanqing said gently. Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at Long Wanqing. He was slightly moved. Okay. Boundless celestial capital, soaring palace hall. Gu Hai wore a black dragon robe with golden threads and a black jade imperial crown on his head. He sat on the dragon throne and looked at the 2 rows of officials standing respectfully in the hall. At this moment, the officials who had returned from 3 years of seclusion quickly returned to their posts. Most of the matters that they had not dealt with in the past 3 years had been dealt with in just 10 days. They stood in the imperial court and looked at Gu Hai with worship in their eyes. Your Majesty, the army of 600,000 has been reorganized and is waiting for your Majesty to deal with it. Gao Xianji respectfully handed over a memorial to the emperor. Back then, Gao Xianji prepared close to 1 million soldiers to accompany Gu Hai into the Azura realm. Later on, Gu Hai removed many of them. Other than the group of black-robed men, the embroidered uniform guards, and a group of officials, there were more than 600,000 ordinary loyal soldiers. Now that they had returned, every one of them had unlimited potential. Gao Xianji's eyes flashed with expectation. She hoped that she could lead this army. Gu Hai looked carefully and took a deep breath. Gao Xianji, of your former subordinates, 100,000 are generals? Yes. These 100,000 generals will continue to be under your command, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, your Majesty. What about the other 500,000 soldiers? Gao Xianji asked out of curiosity. I plan to reorganize these 500,000 soldiers into a new army called the Deity Demon Army. The second army commander, Chen Tianshan, will be in charge of it, Gu Hai said. Ah! Gao Xianji's expression changed. Chen Tianshan's expression also changed. Clearly, he had not expected the emperor to hand such a large army to him. Chen Tianshan was much weaker than Gao Xianji when it came to leading soldiers into battle. His intelligence and strategy were also much weaker than Mo Yike. Why did the emperor hand such a large army to him? Chen Tianshan, don't let me down, Gu Hai said seriously. Thank you, your Majesty, for your trust. This official will definitely lead this 500,000-strong deity demon army well. I will not let your Majesty down. Chen Tianshan immediately shouted. Congratulations, Lord Chen. Gao Xianji congratulated. However, regret appeared in her eyes. That 500,000-strong deity demon army was an incredibly strong existence. Opening the Heavenly Palace? Soon, everyone would be able to open the Heavenly Palace. This was an unrivaled army. The deity demon army was arranged. Guqin stepped forward and said, reporting to your Majesty, 5 days ago, everyone in Qinglu City's city lord's residence died from blood loss, including the acting city lord. Died from blood loss? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be a vampire? An official in the hall exclaimed in shock. Chapter 641. Could it be a vampire? Some of the officials in the hall exclaimed in surprise. Talk, talk, talk. Gu Hai tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne as he narrowed his eyes. Vampires? Impossible. Chong Ming had already recruited almost all the vampires. How could there be a vampire who dared to cause trouble in the Han dynasty? While the officials in the imperial court were discussing, buzz, 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 buzz. Buzzing sounds suddenly came from outside the limitless celestial capital. The noise was so loud that it instantly silenced the officials in the imperial court. What's going on? Guqin's face darkened. Buzz. At this moment, the great formation outside the limitless celestial capital automatically closed. Countless people immediately revealed looks of horror. Mosquitoes! So many mosquitoes! The civilians looked around them in shock. What they saw was an overwhelming number of mosquitoes whizzing toward the limitless celestial capital. Some civilians who were outside retreated in fear. There were also countless spies who were monitoring the limitless celestial capital, but they couldn't enter and were instantly drowned by the mosquitoes. Help! Buzz! In the blink of an eye, some of the fleeing spies were drained of blood and fell to the ground limply with only a layer of skin left. Hiss! Cloud Beast Zhang Sanfeng's eyes widened in horror. In the imperial palace, Long Wanqing was holding 2 eggs in each hand. The eggs were spinning and rubbing in her palms. Long Wanqing carefully controlled her strength so that the eggs wouldn't break. She was familiar with the strength of her body. Suddenly, a series of buzzing sounds rang out. Pop! Irritated, Long Wanqing lost control of the power in her hands. Immediately, all 4 eggs exploded. What's going on? Long Wanqing's face darkened. She looked up at the sky, only to see countless mosquitoes suddenly appear and surround the entire limitless celestial capital. However, there was a barrier blocking the mosquitoes. Longevity Temple. At a huge palace complex, the unborn man was also attracted by the sound. He looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Mosquito Dauren? Stepping forward, the unborn man rushed towards Soaring Sky Hall's plaza. Gu Hai! Come out! A loud shout came from the sea of mosquitoes outside. Everyone looked over and saw that in the center of the rolling black mosquitoes, in the densest area, there was a black shadow. Although the black shadow did not reveal its figure, it was cold, causing everyone who saw it to tremble in their hearts. At the entrance of the soaring palace, Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the hall, followed by a group of officials. Together with Gu Hai, they slowly walked to the plaza of the soaring palace hall. The unborn man also hurried over. Buzz! Suddenly, outside the barrier, a thin man in a black robe emerged from the center of the group of mosquitoes. The man's eyes were cold as he instantly stared at Gu Hai, who was wearing a dragon robe. You are Gu Hai? The man in the black robe said coldly. This demon is called Mosquito Dauren. I don't know where it came from, but 1,000 years ago, it was a tyrant in the southern region. It even went to Wanshou Taoism to provoke the Tongtian sect master and devoured a disciple of the Tongtian sect master. After that, it was hunted down by the Tongtian sect master and fled to the western sacred mountain. It was originally subdued by the present Buddha, but it refused to be disciplined. While the present Buddha was unprepared, it devoured 3 grades of the present Buddha's 12th grade golden lotus, turning it into a 9th grade golden lotus. It was hunted down by the present Buddha and fled to Dongfang. After that, it disappeared for 1,000 years. Oh? Mosquito Dauren? Gu Hai's eyes focused. To be able to survive until now despite being hunted down by the Tongtian sect master and the present Buddha, it was obvious that this mosquito was extraordinary. Why was it besieging the infinite celestial capital now? Mosquito Dauren? Why did you barge into my infinite celestial capital? Also, was it you who did that to Qinglu City's city lord's mansion? Gu Hai asked with a cold expression. Mosquito Dauren narrowed its eyes and looked at Gu Hai carefully. These days, this Taoist has been investigating everywhere, so I have some understanding of you? Gu Hai, you've got guts. Don't think that this Taoist is afraid of you just because you have the Long Zhanghua backing you. Humph, there's no one in this world that I'm afraid of. Running when you can't win? That's a good move indeed. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, why do you still want to fight when you can't win? However, it's more than enough to deal with your infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai, I'm here today to ask you for someone. Hand over Chong Ming. Mosquito Dauren said with a glare. Chong Ming? Gu Hai's brows raised. But he did not expect that this Mosquito Dauren came for Chong Ming. Humph, this Taoist has already investigated clearly. The vampire finally submitted to Chong Ming, while Chong Ming submitted to you in the past. Where is he? Leave it to me. Otherwise, I'll make your infinite celestial capital become a dead city. Mosquito Dauren said with a glare. You dare? Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Do I dare or not? Won't you know if you look? Guarding the barrier? There's no barrier in this world that my mosquito sea can't break. Mosquito Dauren said coldly. While talking, he reached out and waved. Boom! Rolling black patterns instantly pounced onto the infinite celestial capital's barrier. Reaching out with a straw, they rapidly absorbed the barrier's energy. Whoosh! In an instant, the mosquitoes on the barrier rapidly grew in size. After absorbing the rolling energy, they rushed toward Mosquito Dauren in the blink of an eye. They rushed into Mosquito Dauren's body, as though they were imbuing the absorbed energy into Mosquito Dauren. Buzz! 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 Swarm after swarm of black mosquitoes absorbed the barrier's energy. The barrier was visibly thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the suction of the black mosquitoes, it trembled as though it was about to break open at any time. Your Majesty, what should we do? Those people outside have been sucked until only a layer of skin is left. Countless people revealed frightened expressions. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. He waved his hand toward the sky, and a beam of red light shot out. Boom! Once the red light appeared, it suddenly turned into a sea of fire that covered the sky and earth, instantly enveloping the area outside the barrier. All the black mosquitoes that approached were instantly incinerated with sizzling sounds. The true Samadhi fire? Mosquito Dauran narrowed his eyes. The true Samadhi fire, Gu Hai said calmly. Mosquito Doran's eyes suddenly became uncertain. What's your relationship with Wanshou Taoism? Mosquito Dauran, you dare to barge into my imperial capital without investigating my situation? Gu Hai said coldly. So what if it's the true Samadhi fire? It's not like I haven't dealt with the 8 trigrams furnace when I was in Wanshou Taoism. Humph! Mosquito Dauran glared. Boom! Mosquito Dauran waved his sleeves. Suddenly, countless blood-red mosquitoes appeared on the surface of his body. Once the blood-red mosquitoes appeared, they immediately rushed toward the true Samadhi fire. They were about to be buried in the sea of fire. Suddenly, the blood-red mosquitoes quickly extended their straws and sucked at the true Samadhi fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the outside world, the true Samadhi fire was visibly being sucked into the blood-red mosquitoes. When the blood-red mosquitoes absorbed the true Samadhi fire, they immediately emitted a dazzling light. After absorbing the true Samadhi fire, they rushed toward Mosquito Dauran and passed the absorbed fire to Mosquito Dauran. They can even absorb the true Samadhi fire? Guqin's expression darkened. Ha 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 ha, true Samadhi fire? I can even absorb the true sun fire. Mosquito Dauran said with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai, don't listen to him. He needs a long time to digest the pure energy he absorbs. In Wanshou Taoism, he did indeed absorb the true Samadhi fire from the 8 trigrams furnace. However, after absorbing a certain amount, he couldn't bear it anymore, the unborn man shouted. Who are you? How do you know about Wanshou Taoism? Gu Hai, you really are related to Wanshou Taoism. Humph, so what if you know? Do you have an endless supply of true Samadhi fire? Unless the 8 trigrams furnace is in your hands, your little bit of true Samadhi fire is not enough. Mosquito Dauran said with a gloomy expression. Is that so? Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. He was about to release more true Samadhi fire. Suddenly, a black river rushed out from behind Gu Hai. The sticks. The unborn man was slightly startled. As soon as the black river behind Gu Hai appeared, it suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. The black river rushed toward the sky and rushed out of the barrier. It covered the sky and earth, forming a super black sea. As soon as the sea appeared, countless blood mosquitoes were immediately submerged and melted. The black sea rushed toward Mosquito Dauran. Mosquito Dauran seemed to feel an incomparably huge pressure from the black sea. His heart suddenly palpitated. What is this? Mosquito Dauran's expression changed. Try it and you'll know. Gu Hai sneered. Boom! A huge wave rushed toward Mosquito Dauran in an instant. Whoosh! Mosquito Dauran did not dare to touch it. He instantly shot into the distance. Humph, Gu Hai, I'll be back. This time I didn't investigate clearly. Next time I'll show you what's what. Mosquito Dauran's fierce words came from the distant horizon. In a flash, Mosquito Dauran disappeared into the horizon. Huh! Gu Hai was slightly startled. Was this Mosquito Dauran? He ran away before the fight even started? Mosquito Dauran is a very treacherous villain. Moreover, he's a very strong villain. Usually, he only likes to play tricks on others and rarely faces his enemies head-on. Today, he confronted you head-on because he thought that the infinite celestial capital was too weak. He ran when he couldn't win. This is his instinct. The Tongtian sect master, and now even the Buddha can't do anything to him. The unborn man explained. Rumble! The rolling black water instantly shrank and flew back. In the blink of an eye, it flew behind Gu Hai and disappeared into thin air. Very few people knew that it was Long Wanqing who did it. Most people thought that it was Gu Hai who scared Mosquito Daoran away in an instant. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! The cheers of countless officials and commoners immediately rang out from the boundless celestial capital. Gu Hai took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes as he watched Mosquito Daoran disappear into the horizon. You have to be careful. This Mosquito Daoran is the ancestor of mosquito demons. Mosquitoes are extremely cunning and never face people head-on. Only when you let your guard down will he appear and kill you. Moreover, he's an expert in Heavenly Palace. 1,000 years ago, he wreaked havoc in the world, but he's still safe and sound. The unborn man frowned. I saw that. Gu Hai nodded. Mosquito Daoran was indeed troublesome. He couldn't hand over Changming, so he had to be more careful in the future. Chapter 642. 10 days after Mosquito Daoran left, Long Wanyu and her group arrived at the boundless celestial capital. Sister! Long Wanyu immediately pounced on Long Wanqing. Bam! Long Wanqing hugged Long Wanyu with tears in her eyes, and a happy smile blossomed on her face. Not far away, the unborn man quietly stood in a corner, but he did not go forward to greet them. Everything was fine as long as his 2 daughters were safe and sound. What could be more important than that? In front of Gu Hai stood Sima Chongkong, Ao Shun, Long Aotian, and Long Sanqian. Greetings, Hall Master. Sima Chongkong and Ao Shun bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Greetings, Hall Master Gu. Long Sanqian also bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Humph! Long Aotian still had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. He looked at Gu Hai with disdain. Gu Hai did not care about Long Aotian's attitude. Instead, he smiled and said, Everyone, you have come from afar. Rest for a few days first. After a few days we will set off. Yes. Sima Chongkong, Ao Shun, and Long Sanqian nodded thoughtfully. Set off? Where are we going? Long Aotian was slightly stunned. The 4 of them naturally did not know about the conversation between Gu Hai and Long Zhanghua. They were only assigned under Gu Hai and did not know why. Sima Chongkong, Ao Shun, and Long Sanqian tactfully did not ask further. However, Long Aotian did not. Gu Hai smiled slightly and did not explain. Everyone, this way please, Guqin said with a smile. Humph. Long Aotian snorted coldly, seemingly very uncomfortable. The Crown Prince of Guqin has improved so much in just a few days. Long Sanqian squinted his eyes and exclaimed. Sima Chongkong and Ao Shun finally paid attention to Guqin. Guqin was one of Guanqi's 9 sons, and the news was not kept a secret. The Long Sanqian was also one of Guanqi's 9 sons, so he naturally paid close attention to it. The last time he saw Guqin, he was still at the innate realm, and now he was already in the Yuanying state? Furthermore, the aura of the Yuanying state was at its peak? Breakthrough at any time? Guqin smiled and did not explain. Please. Everyone nodded. Only then did he follow Guqin to rest. Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu naturally had a lot of things to talk about. The 2 women quickly went to the harem to chat. Gu Hai, did you find these people from Deqian to go out? The unborn man asked curiously. Gu Hai nodded. I promised Long Zhanghua that I will go to the Dian dynasty. Oh! The unborn man squinted his eyes. I will depart in a few days. This trip to the Dian dynasty might not be very peaceful, so I found a few people to help me, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Represent Deqian to the Dian dynasty? Gu Hai, you must be careful. This Dian dynasty's Jiang Lianshan is a powerful figure, the unborn man said in a low voice. Oh? Dian, His Holiness Jiang Lianshan? How much do you know? Gu Hai asked in confusion. There are 3 great celestial dynasties in the world today, the Deqian celestial dynasty, the Dian dynasty, and the Great Yellow dynasty. You know about them, right? Yes. Gu Hai nodded. Do you know about the relationship between the Yen dynasty and the Yellow dynasty? The unborn man asked. I have heard a little, but it is not comprehensive, Gu Hai said in a low voice. In the Dian dynasty, Jiang Lianshan had 5 great emperors as his subordinate. They were the Qing Emperor, the Black Emperor, the White Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, and the Red Emperor. The 5 great emperors fought for him, and the Yellow Emperor, when Jiang Lianshan was away from the court to renew his life, he used the name of fighting against the Ninli dynasty in the south to establish his own faction and established the Great Yellow dynasty. The unborn man explained. The Great Yellow dynasty, Matriarch Ji Hong? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Yes, Matriarch Ji Hong destroyed the Ninli dynasty and obtained boundless luck, which led to the establishment of the Great Yellow dynasty. When Jiang Lianshan returned, everything was set in stone. At that time, many of the Dian's subordinates wanted to suppress Jiang Lianshan, but they were stopped by Jiang Lianshan. Until today. The unborn man explained. Yen Huang? That sounds familiar. Was the ruler of the Ninli dynasty called Qiyu? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a strange light. Oh, that's right, he was called Qiyu. The Ninli dynasty was incomparably powerful back then. It could be said that it was the strongest imperial dynasty in the world. One imperial dynasty was equivalent to 9 Daewon imperial dynasties. The Yellow Emperor fought with great difficulty, but he won in the end. Oh right, Jiang Yan and Ho Qing both participated in that shocking battle. At that time, Jiang Yan was the princess of the Dian dynasty, and Ho Qing was invited by Qiyu from the netherworld. They fought countless battles, and in the end, Jiang Yan discovered the Yellow Emperor's ambition and turned into a zombie. Ho Qing also cursed himself and turned into a zombie, becoming the ancestor of Ho Qing. The unborn man explained. Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai's eyes turned heavy. How could those who could gather the heavenly empire be ordinary? Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji Hong were not ordinary people. And this Jiang Lianshan was the most exaggerated. A subject could become the ruler of the heavenly empire, so how could he be an ordinary person? Dongfang Shou of the Dian dynasty is your enemy. I'll go with you, the unborn man said. Gu Hai shook his head. You don't have to go. Stay here. I'm going to let Wanqing oversee the limitless celestial capital to suppress the evildoers. Wanyu will naturally accompany Wanqing. The sisters have reunited and need to talk properly. I'm not worried about ordinary people, but now I've provoked a great enemy, Ho Qing, Gu Hai said. Back in the netherworld, before Gu Hai left, he still remembered Ho Qing's hateful gaze towards him. Unlike the Qing Emperor only targeted him. Wherever he went, his hatred would follow. Ho Qing definitely didn't know much about the Yang realm. If he came to the Yang realm, he would definitely find the limitless celestial capital first. At that time, he would definitely be the first to destroy the limitless celestial capital and compete with the Long Wanqing. Ho Qing? The unborn man said. That's right. Wanqing now controls boundless power, but she still can't control it completely. Although you're not Ho Qing's opponent, you're still very experienced. If you help Wanqing control it, even if you can't win, you can protect them, Gu Hai said. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. You're more concerned about them than me. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. You don't have to worry too much. People's hearts are made of flesh. One day they'll recognize you. I hope so. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Oh right, this jade talisman is for you. I hope it can help you when you face Dongfang Shou. The unborn man took out a black jade talisman. Gu Hai took it and nodded. You have to be careful of the Qing Emperor. Although that Qing Emperor wasn't a match for the Long Zhangguo not long ago, his true strength is extremely strong. He belongs to the late stage of Heavenly Palace. Ao Shun and the others are definitely not a match for the Qing Emperor. The unborn man said solemnly. Qing Emperor? I'll be careful. A cold light flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. 5 days later, Gu Hai handed over the matters of the imperial court. Then, he led Sima Chongkong, Ao Shun, Long Sanqian, Long Aotian, Gaochen, Mu Chenfeng, and the other elite hall disciples onto the flying ship. Husband, you have to be careful when you go, Long Wanqing told Gu Hai gently. Don't worry. When have I ever had an accident? Gu Hai said with a smile. Also, when you go to the Dian dynasty this time, you will definitely pass by Solar Divine Palace. If possible, bring Bingheim back. She has a tough life. I have to thank her. She saved you. Long Wanqing said seriously. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing and hugged her tightly. You have to be careful at home, Gu Hai said gently. Okay. Long Wanqing nodded. Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai hugging Long Wanqing with envy in her eyes. After letting go of Wanqing, Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu with a smile and said, Wanyu, after I leave, accompany your sister. Don't make her angry. I don't need you to tell me that. Long Wanyu pouted. Gu Hai smiled faintly and stepped onto the flying ship. We respectfully send you off, Your Majesty. The officials bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Go! Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh! The elite hall disciples controlled the flying ship and quickly flew into the distance. Soon, the flying ship disappeared into the horizon. When the scouts of the various factions saw Gu Hai's flying ship leaving, they immediately left to report to their superiors. In a valley far away from the limitless celestial capital, Mosquito Dauren narrowed his eyes. Leave the limitless celestial capital? It's good that you're leaving. You'll have a moment to relax. As long as you relax, I'll kill you. My chaos element bead must be captured to get back. Whoosh! Mosquito Dauren stepped forward and followed Gu Hai's flying ship. On the flying ship, Your Majesty, this is already the fastest speed, Mu Chenfeng said respectfully. In the past, Mu Chenfeng only addressed Gu Hai as Hall Master because Mu Chenfeng's heart was still with the Deqian Celestial Empire. She had always thought of herself as a Deqian person. However, after experiencing the baptism of the Azura Realm's secret realm, Mu Chenfeng's heart completely followed Gu Hai. She also changed from addressing him as Hall Master to Your Majesty. The others didn't care about this tone, but Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes as he felt Mu Chenfeng's change. Maximum speed? Then fly at this speed, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Mu Chenfeng nodded. At this speed, when will we reach the Dian dynasty? Isn't this a waste of time? Long Aotian said immediately. The flying ship's maximum speed was the speed of the Celestial Palace. However, if Ao Shun carried it, it would be much faster, just like when they flew from the Celestial Court to the limitless Celestial Capital. At this moment, Long Aotian saw that Gu Hai didn't see eye to eye, so he naturally took the opportunity to nitpick. Mu Chenfeng glared, as if he was about to explode. I'm the Hall Master of the first class, you're not, so you have to listen to me, Gu Hai said calmly. Long Aotian glared at him. What's so great about being a Hall Master? If you didn't use underhanded means, how could I, the great Marquis Aotian, come to your first-class hall? If you're so capable, you can disobey orders. Why are you shouting at me? Gu Hai said calmly. You? Long Aotian glared. He looked unconvinced. It's not impossible if you want to go faster. If you're so capable, listen to Gaochen sing 10 songs, and I'll ask Ao Shun to carry us. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gaochen immediately showed his white teeth. Long Aotian's face sank. Although he didn't hear it personally, He remembered everything that happened during the Thousand Saints conference. Unpleasant? Humph, how unpleasant can it be? I don't believe that. Long Outyen glared. Gu Hai immediately took out a flying ship and asked Gauchen to take Long Outyen there to sing. After half an hour, Long Outyen returned and didn't mention speeding up anymore. The flying ship slowly flew toward the Dian dynasty. Chapter 643. The Deqian dynasty was in the north of the Divine Continent. The Dian dynasty was in the Dongfang of the Divine Continent. Gu Hai was now flying from the north of the Divine Continent to Dongfang. Along the way, he had to pass by many sects and dynasties. Of course, the strongest was Solar Divine Palace in the northeast of the Divine Continent. This flight lasted for 2 months. On this day, Gu Hai and Long Sanxian were playing Go on the flying ship. "Mr. Good, you are very good at Go," Long Sanxian praised. "Little Lord, you are also very good at Go. However, you are always holding back. Are you looking down on my Go skills?" Gu Hai said with a smile. "How can that be?" Long Sanxian raised his eyebrows. "No more. Since Little Lord does not want to go all out, there is no point in continuing." Gu Hai shook his head and let go of the Go board. Long Sanxian smiled bitterly but did not continue arguing. Gu Hai stood up and looked into the distance. Although they were on a flying ship, the 2-month flight was extremely fast. In these 2 months, they had crossed 2 imperial dynasties and 1 mid-level sect. However, when they arrived, they saw more fiends. Every day they saw groups of fiend beasts. "We have entered Solar Divine Palace's territory. Hall Master, should we be careful?" Sima Chongkong asked with a frown. Before Gu Hai could say anything, Long Sanxian laughed. Long Outyen sneered. "What do we need to be careful of? We are the Deqian dynasty's envoy group, people from Solar Divine Palace. Do you think you can keep us here? We are fine. However, Outyen Lord, you should be careful," Gu Hai said with a smile. "Ha! What a joke. What should I be careful of? I did not offend Solar Divine Palace. It seems that you have a grudge with the Great Myojin, right? Also, you have a grudge with the Tai Chu dynasty, right? You killed many angels. You're the one who should be careful," Long Outyen said with disdain. "That's right, I have a grudge against the Great Myojin, but I didn't kill any of his relatives or friends. I have a grudge against the Tai Chu branch, but I only killed a few Tongtian envoys. But you are different. It was your father who stopped Tai Chu, and your uncle killed Tai Chu's son. In other words, Yi Hua died because of your father. What if Tai Chu found out about your whereabouts? Perhaps." Gu Hai smiled. Long Outyen's expression froze. "I almost forgot. Everyone, for the sake of safety, why don't we cover up a little? To avoid accidents," Gu Hai said lightly. "Humph." Long Outyen snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Very soon, Long Outyen put on a black robe. Ao Shun, Long Sanxian, Sima Chongkong, and even Gu Hai wore black robes. The flying boat continued to fly. At the peak of a mountain in the distance, Mosquito Dauren narrowed his eyes. "We're in Solar God Shrine's territory?" "That's right, according to past investigations. Gu Hai seems to have a grudge against the Great Myojin and the Tai Chu branch? Very well, we'll let that peacock and Tai Chu deal with him first." Mosquito Dauren snorted coldly. There was a huge floating city above the sea of clouds. White fog surrounded the floating city, and countless white buildings stood tall. Countless angels and seagulls flew around the floating city. It was a holy and peaceful place. There was a huge stone tablet in the center of the floating city with the words Heavenly City written on it. Countless holy white lights shone from the center of the heavenly city. The gentle white light came from a huge pool, and the pool water was milky white. There were angels standing all around, watching the bubbling water in the pool. He's out, Second young master, the second young master, has revived in the resurrection pool," an angel exclaimed. A figure floated out of the pool. It was Yi Hua, who was killed by Long Shunwen at the Sage Assembly. But now Yi Hua was no longer a six-winged angel. He only had a pair of wings on his back. "Welcome back, second young master." Countless angels bowed respectfully. Yi Hua seemed to be in a daze. After a while, he remembered everything. Resurrection pool? I'm alive? I'm alive again. Yi Hua clenched his fist. A white-robed man stood at the entrance of the resurrection pool. He looked like Yi Hua, but more mature. The surrounding angels were very respectful to him. Seeing Yi Hua come back to life, the white-robed man sighed softly. "Yi Hua, remember this. The resurrection pool is not omnipotent. Every angel only has one chance to revive." The white-robed man said in a low voice, "Big brother, my cultivation has been crippled. You have to avenge me." Yi Hua immediately rushed over. "I know what happened to you in the Deqian Celestial Empire. Now the Deqian Celestial Empire is at its peak. Father told us not to act rashly. The 3 Deqian crown princes are too secretive. You won't be able to avenge yourself for now." Eldest young master shook his head. "Besides the Deqian, there's also that Gu Hai. Brother, that Gu Hai has humiliated me many times and—" Yi Hua said anxiously, "Alright, you've just been revived. Don't think about revenge. Think of a way to recover your cultivation first." Eldest young master said lightly. "Yes." Yi Hua nodded. "But it's strange. None of the angels killed by Gu Hai can be revived." Eldest young master was puzzled. "That's why we have to avenge him. During the Thousand Saints Conference, Gu Hai humiliated Solar God Shrine. At that time, there were many sages representing Solar God Shrine." Yi Hua said anxiously. "Father went to the East Emperor Tai. We'll talk about it when he comes back." Eldest young master said lightly. "All right." Yi Hua said helplessly. "Report." Suddenly, an angel rushed in from behind. Eldest young master's face darkened. "Eldest young master, an arrow just shot into the heavenly city's barrier." The subordinate took out an arrow with a letter tied to it. "Oh!" Eldest young master was puzzled. "Shot into the heavenly city's barrier? Who? Didn't you see anyone?" Yi Hua asked. "No." The angel shook his head. Eldest young master gently opened the letter and read it. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes. "Gu Hai." "What? Gu Hai is in our territory?" Yi Hua leaned over to take a look, and his expression turned ferocious. On a huge island, a large number of peacocks were flying around the island. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow flew towards the center of the island. Screech! The peacocks' faces changed and they screeched angrily. A large number of peacocks rushed towards the arrow. However, the arrow was too fast and could not be stopped. In an instant, it reached the center of the island and headed straight for a huge palace on the island. Boom! The arrow suddenly hit the barrier of the palace. Who's there?" A cold snort came from the palace. Boom! The surrounding seawater suddenly exploded. A hurricane shot out in all directions from the center of the island, forming a huge wave of air. However, in the outside world, the sky was clear and bright. No one knew where the arrow came from. The wind swept in all directions. In the sky above the island, the great Myojin stepped into the void and looked around coldly. "Which fellow Taoist is here? Kong Xian, please show yourself." The great Myojin's shout spread in all directions. However, there was no response. The sea slowly calmed down. There was no demon aura in the surroundings. Hiding the head but showing the tail. The great Myojin, Kong Xian, snorted coldly. He waved his hand. Whoosh! The arrow flew into Kong Xian's hand. There was a letter on the arrow. Kong Xian opened the letter. After reading it, Kong Xian narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai's whereabouts? Who was it that deliberately sent me this letter? Kong Xian looked around coldly, but there was no one. Humph! With a wave of his sleeve, Kong Xian returned to the palace below. Back in the palace, Kong Xian analyzed the letter carefully. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Or Gu Hai's enemy? Why use me for such a trick? Gu Hai's flying boat finally stopped. A group of eagle demons surrounded Gu Hai's flying boat. At the front was a four-winged angel and a golden-haired man. The man looked at Gu Hai's flying boat with cold eyes. He then looked at the four-winged angel with a fawning look. Angel Gammy, is this the flying boat? The golden-haired man fawned. Yes, it's them. The four-winged angel looked at the flying boat with hatred. A group of black-robed men stood on the deck of the flying boat. The group of ordinary subordinates stared at the four-winged angel. Oh? You're called Angel Gammy? The leader of the black-robed men said lightly. Humph, didn't you hear what I said outside the city? Angel Gammy said coldly. I never remember the name of the four-winged angel. When you tried to rob my flying boat, I only punished you slightly. I didn't take your life, but you attracted this group of eagles? Ah, Gammy? You don't even know who I am, and you keep finding trouble with me? The leader, Gu Hai, said coldly. Ha ha ha, I already felt it. There's a human soul elixir on your flying boat, right? If you didn't feel it, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Hand it over if you know what's good for you. Angel Gammy said with a glare. Oh? Human soul elixir? Gu Hai frowned and looked at the crowd. Finally, he locked his gaze on Long Outyen. How would I know he would find it? I just used it for cultivation. Long Outyen spread his hands. Humph, since you exposed it, shouldn't you solve the problem? Gu Hai said lightly. He asked you for it, not me. What does it have to do with me? Long Outyen acted as if it had nothing to do with him. Humph, we've entered the absolute beginning realm. You're courting death. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph. Long Outyen snorted coldly and ignored him. Hall leader, do you want me to? Ao Shun said with a frown. No need, they're just a bunch of rascals. You don't need to take action. Gu Hai shook his head. Who are you calling rascals? The blond man glared at him. You're an eagle demon, right? Are you stopping us to curry favor with this angel? Gu Hai said lightly. The blond man's face turned cold. Golden Eagle, that human soul elixir is very useful to me. With it, I can become a six-winged angel. At that time, I will put in a good word for you in front of the first young master and ask for Bingheim's hand in marriage. Angel Gammy said. Oh! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Golden Eagle was also stunned. Ha ha ha, good. Angel Gammy, don't worry. If you want to flatten these people, I'll flatten them. If you want to make them round, I'll make them round. A group of people driving a flying boat, they're obviously not experts. That's what I thought too. Haha, Golden Eagle, you just entered Zhongtian Palace. They're definitely no match for you. Quick, take them down. Angel Gammy said with a ferocious expression. Release. Mu Chunfeng shouted coldly. A sky-shattering thunder instantly arrived in front of Golden Eagle. Boom. The Golden Eagle instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Angel Gammy. Chapter 644. One shot and the Golden Eagle died? The helper that Angel Gammy found with great difficulty was dealt with just like that? Kill! Mu Chunfeng shouted. Boom! 50 Class 1 Hall members immediately flew out. These elite Hall disciples were all people who followed Gu Hai into the Azura Path's secret realm to kill. All of them were at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, their killing methods had long been honed to perfection in the Azura Path's secret realm. Boom, boom, boom. In just a short while, the surrounding eagle demons were all slaughtered. Angel Gammy's expression changed as he turned around and fled into the distance. You're flying again? The cannon just now landed on you. Mu Chunfeng said with a cold look in her eyes. Angel Gammy's expression froze. Previously, this group of people had let him go because they were outside a city and many people were watching. Now, in the wilderness, there was not a single person. Wouldn't it be easy to kill him? You dare? I am Angel Gammy of Heaven City. If you dare to touch me, young master will not let you off. Angel Gammy exclaimed. Everyone's expression turned cold. Mu Chunfeng stretched out her hand, and the elite hall disciples beside her aimed the sky-blasting cannon at Angel Gammy. No. Please spare my life. I am innocent. Gammy's face was filled with tears. Come here. Gu Hai said indifferently. Angel Gammy immediately flew onto the flying boat like a deflated balloon. Why am I so unlucky? At the side, Sima Chongkong's expression changed. Elite hall disciples? Back then, the highest level of this group of people was only at the Golden Core realm. Why are all of them at the peak of the Yuanying state now? How is this possible? Moreover, their killing methods are so experienced? Seniors, I really didn't know. Please show mercy. Angel Gammy said with a sad face. You said earlier that you were the one who acted as a lobbyist for the Golden Eagle to propose marriage. Who is it? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. It's Bingheim. Angel Gammy said carefully. Bingheim? What happened? Gu Hai asked solemnly. 3 years ago, Bingheim was brought back by Jinju. She seemed to have been reprimanded by Dong Wang and locked up. I heard that Bingheim lost her virginity when she went to the Han dynasty. Emperor Dong Wang wanted to marry her off. Many demons went to propose marriage, but they were not qualified, so… Angel Gammy said. Locked up? Where are they being held? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. I don't know either. Angel Gammy shook his head. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. A murderous aura spread out. The murderous aura was bone-piercing. Immediately, Angel Jiami shivered. Fear flashed in his heart. This murderous aura was clearly stronger than his own. Why was he so unlucky to have provoked this group of scourges? I really don't know. It's not my fault. Angel Gammy said anxiously. In the distant sky. However, the great light sovereign deity arrived quickly. Standing in the air, the great Myojin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the flying ship in the distance. Sky-piercing cannon? I can't be wrong. It is indeed Gu Hai. However, this aura is much stronger. I can't stay here for long. The great Myojin snorted coldly. Although the great Myojin wanted Gu Hai dead, he did not rush forward at this moment. Instead, he glanced around with an ice-cold gaze. After all, the arrow book came too strangely. The great Myojin wanted to know who was using him. The great Myojin looked around. In the forest in the distance, the mosquito Dauren also stared at Gu Hai's flying ship. When he saw the sky-piercing cannon on Gu Hai's flying ship, his face darkened. Do you have to be so mysterious to deal with a little guy? A trace of impatience flashed in the mosquito Dauren's eyes. In the next moment, the mosquito Dauren looked up at the sky and saw the great Myojin. The moment he saw the great Myojin, the mosquito Dauren immediately hid his body. Don't you have a grudge against Gu Hai? He is right there, but you don't want to do anything? Looking for me? Why are you looking for me? Suspicious people are the most troublesome. The mosquito Dauren said gloomily to himself. In the distance, Gu Hai continued to interrogate Angel Gammy. The great Myojin did not interfere. However, at this moment, a ray of holy light suddenly descended from the sky. As soon as the holy light arrived, it suddenly exploded, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly suppressed Gu Hai's flying ship. The aura of Heavenly Palace? Ao Shun's face darkened. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped Ao Shun. However, countless white feathers instantly filled the air. A large number of angels suddenly appeared among the feathers, covering the place and surrounding Gu Hai's flying ship. Angels? Could it be Tai Chu? Long Outyin was shocked and took a step back. However, he saw that in the most intense white light there were suddenly 18 figures. Among them, 16 were six-winged angels. Their bodies emitted a strong aura. The two at the front had a pair of wings, and the other was dressed in white. No wings could be seen. First young master, second young master, help! Angel Gammy suddenly looked ecstatic and rushed into the sky. Yi Hua is resurrected? Long Outyen's face suddenly changed. Resurrection pool? Yi Hua's cultivation is gone? He only has 2 wings left? Long Sanxian narrowed his eyes. Hall leader. Mu Chunfeng looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai waved his hand and told Mu Chunfeng not to act rashly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Mr. Good? I've heard so much about you. First young master said lightly. Gu Hai, you won't be able to escape. Ha 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 ha. Yi Hua laughed sinisterly at this moment. In the sky, Great Myojin narrowed his eyes. Tai Chu's son? Gu Hai has made so many enemies. Mosquito Daoran was also anxious in the forest. What the hell? Where is Tai Chu? In Mosquito Doran's eyes, first young master was no match for Gu Hai. Gu Hai slowly lifted his hat and looked coldly at Yi Hua and first young master. I've heard so much about you, first young master Yen Hua. It's a pity that I haven't seen you in the Thousand Saints Conference. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, you're too polite. You showed up in Heaven City but didn't enter. Wouldn't it be rude of me? Mr. Good, I'm here to invite Mr. Good to stay in Heaven City for a few days. I wonder if Mr. Good can do me this favor? Yen Hua said lightly. Brother, why are you being so polite with him? Who does he think he is? He's just a member of the Yuanying state. Who are you to talk to? Yi Hua glared at him. Yen Hua looked at Yi Hua. Yi Hua, you've been defeated by Mr. Good several times. Can't you see him clearly? So what if Mr. Good's cultivation is not high? Even though his cultivation wasn't high, he was able to kill great Emperor Shi Yu. Even though his cultivation wasn't high, he was able to defeat the great light sovereign deity multiple times. Even though his cultivation wasn't high, he was able to fight the 3 holy lands alone during the Thousand Sage Assembly. He could become Long Zhangguo's guest if his cultivation was not high. What about you? Yen Hua said lightly. But Yi Hua's expression changed. That's a coincidence. Yes, he has some tricks up his sleeve. But in front of absolute power, any tricks are useless. Yi Hua explained anxiously. Yen Hua smiled lightly and ignored Yi Hua. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, what do you think? Yen Hua invited him again. Heaven City? One of Tai Chu's palaces, right? I wonder if it's your idea to invite me or Tai Chu's. Gu Hai said indifferently. My father is going to Solar Divine Palace to meet Eastern Emperor Tai. Of course, it's my idea. Mr. Good, do you want me to help you? Yen Hua said with a smile. Buzz. Suddenly, the 16 six-winged angels behind Yen Hua moved and rushed toward Gu Hai's flying ship. It seemed that they wanted to use force to suppress Gu Hai and force Gu Hai to follow them. In the distance, the great Myojin narrowed his eyes and sneered. Gu Hai, I didn't provoke you this time. Yen Hua is kind on the outside but cruel on the inside. I think he won't let you have an easy time. Well, since he wants to deal with you, I won't interfere. No, I have to block this news. I can't let the news of you being captured by Yen Hua spread. I can't let Queen Hua know. On the other side, Mosquito Doran's eyes widened. Which eye of yours thinks he's only from the Yuanying state? Are you blind? The second son of the Tai Chu family is stupid. He even looks down on Gu Hai. Is his brain on his butt? The eldest son is even more stupid. Tai Chu isn't at home, and you're inviting a wolf into the house? And forcibly taking him to Heaven City? Mosquito Daoran was completely stunned. A group of angels rushed toward Gu Hai's flying ship. Long Outyen glared and seemed to want to attack. Gu Hai reached out and stopped him. Don't move. Huh. Everyone was slightly stunned. Since young Master Yen Hua has invited us, how can we not go? Gu Hai said lightly. But Long Outyen seemed to be unconvinced. Am I the leader or are you the leader? I have the final say in this flying ship. Gu Hai glared. Long Outyen could only snort. In the eyes of outsiders, It was obvious that Gu Hai had the most authority on this flying ship. The others were his subordinate. Yen Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of black-robed men. He did not pay much attention to them. Gu Hai's subordinates? Or subordinates? That was nothing. Mr. Good, please. Yen Hua said with a smile. Lead the way. Gu Hai said in a low voice. A group of angels surrounded Gu Hai's flying ship and did not let Gu Hai's flying ship leave. Yen Hua and Yi Hua flew at the front while the angels surrounded Gu Hai and flew toward the distant sky. They flew further and further away and slowly disappeared into the horizon. Tai Chu's two sons, are they stupid? I had #Yen% and. Mosquito Dauren looked depressed. After a moment of silence, Mosquito Dauren said coldly, we must spread the news as soon as possible and let Tai Chu come back. Otherwise, the two of them will not be able to deal with Gu Hai. Are they looking for trouble? They made me come here twice for nothing. We must spread the news that Gu Hai has been captured and brought to Heaven City as soon as possible. After that, Mosquito Doran's figure flashed and disappeared. On the other side, the great Myojin watched Gu Hai leave with a cold smile in his eyes. Gu Hai's trip this time is very fierce and I don't need to do anything. It's a good thing. Even if Queen Hua wants to investigate, she will only investigate Tai Chu's two sons. What I need to do now is to block the news as soon as possible and make the news of Gu Hai's capture disappear as much as possible. It must not reach Queen Hua's ears. The great Myojin narrowed his eyes slightly. With a cold snort, the great Myojin also disappeared. Chapter 645. The heavenly city was not far away. Gu Hai's flying ship, surrounded by countless angels, slowly soared into the sky, heading for a huge sea of clouds. I remember that you mentioned the resurrection pool earlier. Is it because of Yeha's resurrection? Gu Hai looked at Long Sanqian. The resurrection pool is a treasure unique to the Tai Chu lineage. I heard my father mention it before. Tai Chu gathered the boundless power of faith to create it. Only the most important angels are qualified to store a trace of soul power as a source. This way, even if they die in the outside world, even if their divine soul is shattered, the power of faith will send the shattered soul back to the resurrection pool. Inside, the power of faith will nourish their divine soul, allowing them to recover and rebuild a new body. Long Sanqian explained. Oh? Isn't that an extra life? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Yes. Unfortunately, it's only useful to angels. Otherwise, all the major factions in the world would have fought over it. Long Sanqian smiled bitterly. Why? I don't know either. Long Sanqian shook his head. You don't know, but I do. Long Outian sneered. Big brother, you know? Long Sanqian asked in surprise. Of course. Why can only angels be resurrected? That's because angels are spiritualized humans. Their human souls were swallowed by the primogenitor, and a drop of the primogenitor's blood essence was injected into them to become spiritualized. The divine souls of angels are not for Tai Chu to eat, but for Apocalypse. Long Outian said proudly. Apocalypse? The 10th most powerful treasure in history? Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right, the 10-direction annihilation devoured the human soul of the angel, and absolute beginning gave it a drop of blood essence. Therefore, the angel was created. When the angel died in the outside world, the 10-direction annihilation used their human soul as the source and consumed the power of faith to summon their broken souls back and reassemble them. Of course, there's only one chance. After that, the human soul will be shattered, and there's no way to recover it. Long Outian said firmly. Then why can only certain angels be resurrected? Long Sanqian asked, puzzled. Soul Summoner, don't waste the power of faith. That's why they say that they can only revive the most important angels, and that they have a trace of soul power as the source. It's all a lie. No, it's a lie to the angels. It's just that those little angels aren't worth wasting so much power of faith. Long Aotian explained. Resurrection pool? Something to do with apocalypse? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Mr. Good, you guys are really knowledgeable, aren't you? You even know the secrets of our heavenly city? Yen Hua suddenly turned his head and narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai and the others. Erudite, you're too polite. Young Master Yen Hua, there's something I don't understand. May I know if you can enlighten me? Gu Hai smiled. I heard from that angel Gammy that Bingheim was imprisoned and wanted to be betrothed. Gu Hai asked curiously. Before Yen Hua could speak, Yi Hua sneered and said, Gu Hai, I thought you forgot about Bingheim. Bingheim didn't complete the Eastern Emperor's mission and even ruined my father's plan. The Eastern Emperor is furious and wants to marry her off. My father will decide who she marries. My father wants to sell her off for a good price. Why can't you bear to part with her? Ha! Yi Hua looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. So that's how it is. Gu Hai exhaled softly. Mr. Good, I heard that Bingheim is in love with you, and she even lost her virginity in the Han Dynasty? I'm sure. Mr. Good doesn't want to do anything? Yen Hua smiled faintly. Want to do something? Yes, later. Gu Hai shook his head. Later? Yen Hua looked puzzled. The angels soon arrived above the sea of clouds and saw the huge heavenly city. Countless angels flew in all directions. From afar, it looked like a peaceful holy land. Whoosh! The angels flew into the heavenly city. Gu Hai's gaze instantly turned to the center in the distance. That place was emitting waves of pure white light. Is that the resurrection pool? Sima Chongkong asked curiously. Activate the array. Yen Hua shouted suddenly. Boom! There was a loud noise and the heavenly city formed a huge barrier, surrounding the entire city and preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Oh! Gu Hai smiled faintly. Gu Hai, how can you still smile? Ha ha ha, you don't know that you're about to die. Hand over the Book of Daoda or don't blame us for using force. Yi Hua shouted angrily. The Book of Daoda? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Obviously, the angels did not know that Gu Hai had torn the Book of Daoda. That's right, Gu Hai. I was worried that you would tear the Book of Daoda to escape, so I led you here. I didn't expect you to be so cooperative. I'm curious, did you really think that I was just inviting you as a guest? Yen Hua narrowed his eyes. Young Master Yen Hua, I was a little embarrassed at first, but now I'm relieved. Gu Hai smiled. Relieved about what? Yi Hua's face darkened. Yen Hua's face darkened, as if he found that something was wrong. But he could not see what was wrong. His father had said that Gu Hai's cultivation was only in the Yuanying state, and these were all his subordinates. Did he tear the Book of Daoda? Angel Gammy said that Bingheim was imprisoned. I was thinking about how to save her, but now it seems that there's no need to save her. There's no need to look for her. Gu Hai smiled coldly. What did you say? Yen Hua's face darkened. Gu Hai, what's wrong with you? Yi Hua stared at him in confusion. Ao Shun, take Yen Hua down. I want her alive. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Huh! Long Sanxian and Long Aotian were stunned. What was Gu Hai going to do? Come to someone's house and make a move? Yes. Ao Shun answered. Ao Shun. Yen Hua's face suddenly changed, as if he felt that something was wrong. Ao Shun moved and appeared in front of Yen Hua in an instant. Boom! The two of them attacked at the same time, and the void shook violently, creating a huge storm. Ah, ah, ah! Yi Hua was suddenly sent flying by a strong force. What? Gu Hai, are you faking it on purpose? Yi Hua exclaimed as he was sent flying by the storm. Tai Chu is not at home. Why should I be worried? You sent yourself here, so you can't blame anyone. Gu Hai said coldly. Long Aotian, use all your strength to take Yi Hua down. Gu Hai ordered Long Aotian. Long Aotian. Yi Hua's face darkened. Long Aotian did not move. Huh! Gu Hai looked at Long Aotian with a dark expression. My feud with Tai Chu was because of Yi Hua. Now that Yi Hua is alive, what should I be worried about? Ha ha, Gu Hai, don't drag me into this if you want to die. I'm just watching. Long Outyen laughed. Brother! Long Sanqian's face darkened and said anxiously. Shut up, Sanqian. This is none of your business. Long Outyen said disdainfully. On the other side, Ao Shun and Yen Hua were fighting fiercely, while a large number of angels protected Yi Hua. Initially, they were worried about Long Outyen. Now, Gu Hai had betrayed them. Yi Hua's face turned ferocious. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, you deserve this. Go and take down Gu Hai. Quick. I want the Book of Tao. Yes. Suddenly, a large number of angels rushed toward Gu Hai. Release. Mu Chenfeng bellowed. Bam! All of a sudden, the dozen or so angels at the very front of the group exploded into pieces. Another sky-piercing cannon? Yi Hua's face changed. There's only one sky-piercing cannon. All of you, go and take down Gu Hai. Capture the rest. Yi Hua glared at the angels. Yes. Suddenly, a group of 6-winged angels flapped their wings and flew toward Gu Hai's airship. All sky-piercing cannons, fire! Mu Chenfeng shouted. Rumble! Instantly, 18 sky-blasting cannons appeared and aimed at the 6-winged angels. Fake, why are there so many sky-blasting cannons? Impossible, catch them. Yeha glared and roared. Yes. The group of 6-winged angels immediately pounced over. Release. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of explosions, 9 of the 6-winged angels were instantly blown to pieces. The remaining 6-winged angels were also sent flying. What? Is it true? Yi Hua's expression changed. Again. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately, the angels that were surrounding them were blown to pieces. The sky-piercing cannons fired again at the injured 6-winged angels in all directions. How could this be? How could this be? Yi Hua's expression changed drastically. Long Outyen's expression darkened. He originally wanted to see how the angels would deal with Gu Hai, but he did not expect Gu Hai's sky-blasting cannons to be so powerful. In the sky, Yen Hua, who was fighting with Ao Shun, was also shocked. Let the wolf into the house? Not good. Grand Elder Lufa, heaven is in danger. Come out of seclusion now. Yen Hua shouted. Rumble. More than a dozen buildings in Heaven City suddenly shook, and a large amount of black gas seemed to be spewing out of them. Not good. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Mu Chenfeng, protect me. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom. Gu Hai stomped his foot and rushed toward Yeha. Stop him, stop him. Yeha's expression changed and he fled into the distance. A large number of angels rushed toward Gu Hai. Rumble. 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 In an instant, a large number of sky-blasting cannons blew up all the angels that were rushing toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai was so fast that he was not far away from Yeha. Chapter 646. With the sky-shattering cannon protecting Gu Hai was getting closer and closer to Yi Hua. Soon, Yi Hua was about to be caught by Gu Hai. Impudent! How dare you create havoc in heaven? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distant palace that was emitting black gas. Swoosh! In an instant, hundreds of black angel feathers shot toward Qin Fan. They were so fast and powerful that they looked like hundreds of arrows. Each of them had the power of a strike from the Middle Heaven Palace. Your Majesty, be careful! Mu Chenfeng's expression changed as he exclaimed. Elder Lufa, save me! Yi Hua roared in ecstasy. The hundreds of black feathers were about to kill Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face turned cold. World of vines! A vine suddenly emerged from Gu Hai's back. Once it appeared, it turned into hundreds of thousands of vines that formed a super shield. Rumble! The hundreds of black feathers instantly hit the rattan shield and were blocked. Gu Hai, on the other hand, stretched out his hand and slapped Yi Hua's body. Blarg! Yihua spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai pulled Yihua to his hand. Rumble! In an instant, 10 figures appeared in the sky above Gu Hai. The 10 figures were all emitting surging black gas. They were the complete opposite of the ordinary angels that were emitting holy light. 8 wings? All of them have 8 wings? Sima Chongkong was shocked. Black wings? Why would angels have black wings? Long Sanqian's face darkened. Fallen angels? Am I right? Gu Hai sneered as he grabbed Yihua. How dare you capture second young master? The 10 8-winged angels glared at Chen Fan. 6 wings represented the Middle Heaven Palace, while 8 wings represented the Upper Heaven Palace. The moment the 10 8-winged angels appeared, they exuded a powerful aura. Ao Shun, who was fighting in the sky, was shocked. Humph! Yanhua sneered. Boom! The 2 palms collided, and the battle came to an abrupt end. This was because several 8-winged angels were already glaring at Ao Shun. Grand Elder Lu Fa, sorry for disturbing your seclusion. Solemnly, Yanhua said to Lu Fa. Among the 10 8-winged angels, the leader had long hair. He looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy expression, then turned to Yanhua and asked, Yanhua, what happened? That person is Gu Hai. I'm sure all of you understand, right? Yanhua sneered. Oh! Lu Fa looked at Gu Hai coldly. In a flash, Ao Shun appeared in front of Gu Hai. Hall Master, your subordinate is incompetent. I couldn't. It's fine. I didn't expect there to be so many fallen angels, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Fallen angel? Grand Elder Lufa narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Angels have always prided themselves on being pure and holy. All of you are surrounded by evil aura. If this isn't self-destruction, then what is it? Gu Hai said coldly. Hall Master, I can feel that all of them have the aura of Heavenly Palace. However, they seem to be in the early stage. Ao Shun said. Fallen angel? Black angel. Gu Hai, you've stirred up trouble. These angels have cultivated evil and forcefully raised their cultivation to Heavenly Palace. Moreover, it's a group of them. What should we do now? Long Outian scolded. Long Outian, aren't you capable? If you are, you should leave first. Gu Hai looked at Long Outian coldly. Previously, Long Outian didn't listen to his orders, but now, he was scolding him. Gu Hai's eyes flashed coldly. Leave? You're not leaving? Long Outian's face darkened. I have Yihua. Why should I leave? Gu Hai said coldly. Long Outian's face stiffened. Long Outian did have a trump card. Otherwise, Gu Hai would not have asked him to attack. Long Outian's trump card was Jiang Chen's zombie. He had shown up when he fought against Shiyu the Great. However, now that there was a group of black angels, it would be dangerous for him to escape even if he had Jiang Chen's zombie. Humph! Long Outian snorted. Let me go or you'll die a horrible death. Yihua glared at him anxiously. Second young master? You're wrong. If I let you go, I'll die a horrible death. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Just as Gu Hai spoke, the nearby black angel blurred and vanished. That's right. Be careful, Hall Master. Ao Shun's expression changed. 2 black angels suddenly appeared in front of Ao Shun. Boom! The 2 black angels instantly appeared in front of Ao Shun and threw a punch at him. Ao Shun took a step back. At the same time, Grand Elder Lu Fa appeared behind Gu Hai. He threw a punch at Gu Hai's back. Gu Hai had been killing in the Azura realm for 3 years. His soul power was extremely strong, and his spiritual sense was amazing. He immediately sensed the threat behind him. The Vine World Gourd activated again. Countless vines formed a shield behind Gu Hai. Hong! His palm struck the vine shield with a loud bang. Even though the shield blocked the attack, the impact was huge. Blarg! Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Arg! A blood-curdling scream resounded throughout Heaven City. It was not Gu Hai's scream, but Yihua's. When Yihua vomited blood, Gu Hai tore off the 2 wings on Yihua's back. Yihua's wings were torn off. Bam! Gu Hai tossed out the 2 bloody wings. However, Yihua howled in despair. Second young master! The Black Angels cried out in shock. Bastard! Grand Elder Lu Fa glared at Yihua. His sneak attack on Gu Hai was blocked by the vine shield. He was shocked, but he did not expect Gu Hai to tear off Yihua's wings. Haha, Grand Elder Lu Fa? Let's try again. Once again, I'll tear him apart. Once again, I'll tear him apart. Just now, it was his wings. Now, it's his arms, legs, and even his head. Let's see what I can tear him apart in the end. Gu Hai said with blood in his mouth. How dare you? Grand Elder Lu Fa glared. Gu Hai, let go of Yihua and I'll let you go. Yen Hua also glared. Don't listen to him. You can't trust his words. Long Outyen said anxiously, worried that Gu Hai would do something stupid. Go? Who said I was going to go? Humph! Back off! Gu Hai shouted coldly. The Black Angels looked at Gu Hai coldly, but they had no intention of moving away. You think I don't dare to tear it? Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he reached out to twist Yihua's right arm. Move away! Yen Hua said anxiously. The Black Angels slowly moved away unwillingly. I'm warning you. Yihua has been resurrected once. If he dies this time, no one can be saved. Gu Hai said coldly. The Black Angels' eyelids twitched. They did not dare to risk Yihua's life, but they still surrounded Gu Hai's flying boat and did not let Gu Hai leave. What are you looking at? Go and inform Allah. Grand Elder Lu Fa glared at the 4-winged angels. Yes, yes. The 4-winged angels flapped their wings and left. Let's go, Gu Hai. They won't dare to do anything to us. You have Yihua, so no one will dare to touch you. Let's go. Long Outyen said anxiously. Once Tai Chu arrived, they would not be able to leave. They had to leave immediately. Gu Hai smiled faintly but ignored Long Outyen. Let's go, Gu Hai said to Mu Chenfeng. When Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai, he shivered and revealed a shocked expression. He seemed to understand what the Emperor meant. He controlled the flying boat and brought everyone down slowly. The Black Angels and Yen Hua surrounded Gu Hai and did not let Gu Hai leave. Gu Hai did not leave. Instead, he flew to the center of Heaven City. What are they doing? Grand Elder Lu Fa asked in surprise. You don't know? Yen Hua was also confused. More and more angels surrounded Gu Hai's flying boat. The chance of them escaping was getting slimmer and slimmer. Yen Hua, you want to save Yihua? Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Yen Hua stared at Gu Hai. If you want Yihua, give me Bingheim. Gu Hai said coldly. Bingheim? Yen Hua's expression changed. She immediately understood what Gu Hai meant. Gu Hai was so busy just to save Bingheim? Humph, what a love-struck man. Unfortunately, Bingheim is not in Heaven City. She is imprisoned in Sun God Palace. Yen Hua said coldly. Then go to Sun God Palace and get Bingheim. Use Bingheim to exchange for Yihua. Gu Hai said coldly. Do you think Sun God Palace is my home? If you say you can bring Bingheim, you can bring her here, Yen Hua said coldly. That's none of my business. I only want Bingheim. Gu Hai said coldly. At this moment, the flying boat had arrived at the center of Heaven City. Gu Hai, you are crazy. You are provoking the entire Sun God Palace for Bingheim. Long Outyen exclaimed. Gu Hai ignored him and looked coldly at Yen Hua. Let Yihua go first. Yen Hua said coldly. Humph, we will wait here. We will let Yihua go when we see Bingheim. Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, Gu Hai waved his hand. Countless vines suddenly erupted from Gu Hai's back. In an instant they covered the sky and the earth, wrapping around Gu Hai and countless places below as if forming a huge vine barrier. Boom! In an instant it wrapped around the resurrection pool below. Guard the 4 directions. They can't escape. Great Elder Lu Fa said coldly. Gu Hai, is he crazy? East Emperor has just thrown Bingheim into the heavenly prison. How can he change his order for Yi Hua? Another elder said anxiously. Don't worry. Gu Hai is digging his own grave. As long as he doesn't leave, he can forget about leaving. Yen Hua said coldly. In the vine world, a large number of vines suddenly bound Yi Hua tightly. Gu Hai, are you crazy? Why are you waiting here? Tai Chu will be back soon. When he comes back, you won't be able to escape. Long Aotian exclaimed. Ao Shun was also slightly anxious. Long Sanqian and Sima Chongkong looked curiously at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, did you do that on purpose? But why? Your Majesty, I really… Mu Chenfeng said in disbelief. That's right. Long Sanqian told me before that the resurrection pool can store an unlimited amount of power of faith. Our divine souls are too strong, so we can't break the lower celestial palace. The power of faith here is the best. It can create the largest lower celestial palace for us. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Huh! Long Sanqian was slightly stunned. Yes. The group of elite hall disciples said excitedly. This is the reason why I didn't dare to break through. I originally planned to wait for 3 to 5 years before breaking through. Now that we have the power of faith and the lower celestial palace, we can break through immediately. Mu Chenfeng said excitedly. Humph, do you think it's so easy for the Yuanying state to break through the lower celestial palace? Long Aotian said disdainfully. With this opportunity, it's that easy. Gu Hai said confidently. Chapter 647. Soon, the elite hall disciples cleaned up the angels around the revival pool. Gu Hai's group looked at the gigantic revival pool. The liquid in the revival pool was milky white and extremely viscous. A layer of white mist floated above it. It looked extremely pure and holy. Faith energy? What pure faith energy! This pool is a treasure from absolute beginning. It should have been there for 800,000 years. Long Sanqian sighed. The revival pool was in the shape of a cross. Although it was a pool, this pool was as big as Beijing on Earth. It was simply a huge lake. Long Sanqian scooped up a handful of faith energy, and it suddenly turned into a surging fog that surrounded Gu Hai. That's right. It can nourish the body. Mu Chenfeng, Gaochen, and the elite hall disciples start first. Gu Hai said. Yes. The elite hall disciples said excitedly. Humph! How can it be that easy to open a heavenly palace? Are you crazy? Long Aotian showed a disdainful expression. However, Sima Chongkong, Long Sanqian, and Ao Shun showed confused expressions. Gaochen and Mu Chenfeng quickly immersed themselves in the pool of 200 elite hall disciples. Boom! Suddenly, Gaochen's body gave off a loud sound. The light of the 5 elements seemed to come out of Gaochen's body, forming a 3-meter-tall 5 elements palace. A 3-meter-tall blue Gaochen's figure seemed to sit in the palace, supporting the 5 elements palace. Buzz! In an instant, a large amount of faith energy surged into the 5 elements palace. In the blink of an eye, the 5 elements palace grew, and grew until it was 30 feet tall, allowing the North Star's blue figure to sit peacefully within the palace. He opened it just like that? Long Aotian goggled in disbelief. Are you kidding? How can it be so fast? How can it be so fast? 3-meter-tall palace and a 10-meter-tall human soul? How can that be? Long Sanqian's face sank. 3-meter-tall palace? A 10-meter-tall human soul? Gaochen, you've just opened the celestial palace, and you've already reached this level? Right now, I'm only 30 feet below the heavenly palace. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes. Ao Shun was now at the upper celestial palace level of cultivation, but he had been nourishing the lower celestial palace all these years. However, even though he was a genius who had nourished countless geniuses, he was only able to reach the celestial palace 3 feet below. And this Gaochen, who had just broken through, had already achieved it? Crown Prince Ao Shun, how big was the lower celestial palace when you first established it? Sima Chongkong frowned. Sima Chongkong felt that this was unreal. When he opened the celestial palace back then, it was far worse than this. Why was the difference so big? Could it be that there was something wrong with his cultivation? Back then, I had a 1-foot palace and a 3-inch human soul, Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. Hearing Ao Shun's words, Sima Chongkong let out a long sigh. At least he was normal. The one who was not normal was Gauchen. Gauchen? How did he cultivate? Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes, which flashed with anticipation. Long Sanxian, Long Outyen, and Ao Shun all stared at Gauchen. This Gauchen was too strange. How strange was his cultivation? In the future, they had to study Gauchen's cultivation method carefully. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the group led by Mu Chunfeng suddenly broke through in a strange rhythm. It was that easy, so easy that Ao Shun, Long Outyen, and the others could not accept it. Opening the celestial palace? Who knew how many people had died because of this? Countless people were stuck in the Yuanying state for their entire lives, unable to break through. Even if they broke through, it would take a long time. Yet, they broke through together? What Sima Chongkong and the others did not know was that, if they had not suppressed their cultivation, they would have broken through long ago. Mu Chinfeng also has a 3-zhang palace and a 10-zhang human soul? How is that possible? Long Outyen's eyes widened. That elite hall disciple has a 2-zhang palace and an 8-zhang human soul? That elite hall disciple has a 25-zhang palace and a 9-zhang human soul? That side too, the breakthroughs of the elite hall disciples were far beyond everyone's expectations. All of the lower celestial palaces were more than 2-zhang. More than 2-zhang. This made Long Outyen, Sima Chongkong, Ao Shun, and Long Sanxian, and the other geniuses' expressions change drastically. How could it be so strange? The celestial palaces were not big enough. With the nourishment of the power of faith, everything was perfect. All the elite hall disciples exuded a strong aura. Is this the aura of someone who just entered the lower celestial palaces? Why do I feel that the middle-late stage of the lower celestial palaces? No, the peak of the lower celestial palaces is just this. Long Sanxian said with narrowed eyes. Buzz. All the cultivators opened their eyes. Master, I broke through. The first layer of the lower celestial palaces feels very comfortable. I feel my human soul. My human soul can absorb the spiritual energy of the Tongtian better. How comfortable! Gauchen said excitedly. Your Majesty, we succeeded. Mu Chenfeng and the others said excitedly. 200 lower celestial palaces? In such a short time? Sima Chongkong showed a complicated expression. Unfortunately, ever since Zheng Fa Ming obtained Master's Great Compassion mantra, he has been meditating and comprehending it. Otherwise, he would have had this opportunity like us, Gauchen said with a regretful expression. What opportunity? Long Outyen asked, feeling confused. Gauchen glanced at Long Outyen and realized that he had spilled the beans. He pursed his lips and ignored Long Outyen. Everyone consumed 10 cubic meters of faith power. It's not much, Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Everyone nodded. Protect me. I'm about to break through too, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone stood at the side respectfully. Gu Hai slowly stepped into the resurrection pool. Heavenly City. Yen Hua and the 10 black angels stared at the huge vine barrier in front of them. Is this the Vine World Gourd? Isn't this Qing Emperor's treasure? Why is it in Gu Hai's hands? A black angel said with a glare. If it weren't for this Vine World Gourd, Gu Hai would have died in my hands. Elder Lufa said coldly. Vine World Gourd? It's a good thing. When Father returns and takes the Vine World Gourd, it'll be a gain. Yen Hua said with a smile. That's right. The Vine World Gourd depends on who uses it. It's a pity that Gu Hai can use such a treasure. He can't even use 1,000th of the Vine World Gourd's power. Even this vine barrier can't use 1,000th of its power. What a pity. You want to exchange it for Bingheim? What a joke. Elder Lufa sneered. If it weren't for the fact that second young master is in his hands, we could have gone all out and killed them all. Humph. Another elder said coldly. The 10 black angels were all from Heavenly Palace. Even if they had just entered Heavenly Palace, Gu Hai's group could not compare to them. Naturally, they dared to boast. The black angels waited for a group of 4-winged angels to report to them. 3 4-winged angels had already flown into the sky. One of them was caught by Mosquito Dauren. You trapped Gu Hai in the resurrection pool? Gu Hai wants to rely on Yi Hua to make the 8-winged angels hesitate. Then Gu Hai is dead for sure? Mosquito Dauren looked at the 4-winged angel in front of him. Yes, yes. Senior, I dare not lie. I. The 4-winged angel said with an unsightly expression. Mosquito Dauren, on the other hand, had a dark expression. Are you kidding me? Huh. The 4-winged angel widened his eyes. With Gu Hai's strength, does he need to beat around the bush? And he's trapped by 10 8-winged angels with nowhere to run? And he wants to rely on Yi Hua. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I'm that gullible? Mosquito Dauren glared. No, I dare not. The 4-winged angel exclaimed. Anyway, there are 2 other 4-winged angels to report to Tai Chu. You can die now. Mosquito Dauren said coldly. Senior, please spare me. I'm innocent. Innocent my ass. You've seen my face, so you have to die. Mosquito Dauren said with a dark expression. He waved his sleeves. Buzz. Suddenly, a large number of mosquitoes surrounded the 4-winged angel. In the blink of an eye, the 4-winged angel turned into a piece of skin amidst a series of screams. It was shattered by Mosquito Dauren's palm. Mosquito Dauren narrowed his eyes. Could it be that I'm wrong? Then Gu Hai was lying to me? He doesn't have that much strength. Was he lying to me? No, I have to go and take a look. Mosquito Dauren's figure flickered, and he headed toward the heavenly city. At the same time, the other 2 4-winged angels were knocked unconscious by Great Myojin with a wave of his hand. The great light sovereign deity tossed the 2 angels into a forest. Humph, you want to report to Sun God Palace? Go to sleep. At this time, Queen Hua is in Sun God Palace. No one should think of reporting to Sun God Palace. Humph. Great Myojin snorted coldly. Mosquito Dauren slowly flew closer to the heavenly city. At this moment, Gu Hai also began to break through. Sitting cross-legged in his body, the fire god, wood god, earth god, gold god, water god, and the spirit mother god in his dantian emitted a powerful force, each pushing out a palm, as if they were rushing all their strength to the back of Gu Hai's head. Boom! The fire god pushed out, bringing with it the power of Samadhi true fire. The water god pushed out, bringing with it the power of absolute ice. The earth god pushed out, bringing with it the power of breathing earth. The gold god pushed out, bringing with it the power of cutting immortal blade. The wood god pushed out, bringing with it the power of vine world. The spirit mother god pushed out, naturally, was the power of spirit mother. Buzz buzz buzz. Gu Hai's body surface emitted a burst of gorgeous colors. This is the aura of the Yuanying state? Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and said in surprise. The power of the 5 elements was too pure. No, there was also a purple aura of panic. What was that? Could it be that the nascent soul condensed in Gu Hai's dantian was not a type of 5 elements nascent soul? The rolling power, under Gu Hai's accumulation of power, rushed straight to the Naiwan Palace in his mind. Boom! There was an explosion, like the sound of thunder on the ground. The explosion caused the faces of the people around to change, and the group of black angels in the outside world also quivered. The Naiwan Palace is broken, and the heavenly palace is opened? The power of the nascent soul can mold the 5 elements heavenly palace? Sima Chongqing's eyes widened. Rumble. They saw that the surface of Gu Hai's body instantly emitted a variety of colors of light. The red light of the fire element, the blue light of the water element, the yellow light of the metal element, the brown light of the earth element, the green light of the wood element, the purple light of the spirit mother, and a mixture of black and white light. Suddenly, it surged out like a mountain flood eruption. The 7 kinds of 8 colors of light were not the heavenly palace condensed by Gauchen's 5 elements light. It was the heavenly palace of 7 kinds of light. As soon as the 7 kinds of light appeared, they immediately condensed into a super-huge palace. It was extremely grand and majestic. The palace was 90 feet tall. The moment it appeared, it blocked the top of the vine barrier, and a majestic aura suddenly spread out. The powerful aura immediately made everyone's heart tremble. 90 feet tall? Really? Sima Chongqing widened his eyes. That's not right. This isn't the 5 elements heavenly palace, why are there 8 colors? Long Outyen was also stunned. Master's heavenly palace is so powerful when it just appeared, and it's 9 times bigger than mine? Gauchen exclaimed. 9 times? This was just the beginning. Vaguely, they could see that there was a figure in Gu Hai's heavenly palace that seemed to be squeezed and unable to stretch its body. That was Gu Hai's human soul. How big was the human soul? No one knew. Gu Hai also did not know. He only felt that the moment the heavenly palace opened, his human soul was squeezed painfully. Ah, that was close, that was close. Fortunately, I didn't open the heavenly palace in the past, or else. Gu Hai felt lucky in his pain. Gu Hai could have opened the heavenly palace long ago. He waited, and waited. Finally, there were no mistakes. The heavenly palace was opened, but it was not big enough. However, it could absorb the power of faith to nourish and grow. Absorb! Rumble! The water of the resurrection pool suddenly formed countless whirlpools, which then turned into huge waves that rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's 90 feet heavenly palace expanded crazily. 90 feet, 100 feet, 110 feet. It grew taller and taller,